Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BGIS 2025, and this is going to be round 2, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12, joining me is Salty, as we are going to be your commentators for round 2. And guess what? We have finally here, we've got a new setup here, Salty. Everything looks brand new for the new league stages. What do you think about this match?
You know, I feel like this is the stage where we unearth hidden gems in the Indian ecosystem. You know, all the teams who've never gotten the limelight, but they've grinded their way till here, and now it's time to prove themselves. They're competing against some of the best teams in the country who come in from the grind, so it is going to be a lot of chaos, but I believe that they've done their hard work.
Exactly, and on top of it all, it is going to be round 2 stages. That means they are all going to be playing a total of 6 matches to decide whether or not they qualify or they do not qualify. So this is going to be very, very intense, because it is going to be a do or die situation for each and every single teams competing in the round 2 stages. So that's going to be something that we are going to be mentioning a little bit more here. But all things considered, we do have to talk about certain teams such as the grind teams who are going to be competing in as well, because it seems like some of them do have a little bit of experience from the grind stages. But how well would that translate into this match?
Again, just to give to perspective, of course, we're going to be talking about the format a little while later, but teams from Group D of the grind, the bottom 8 teams, they are going to be joining us inside of round 2. Round 2 is going to be played. There will be 32 groups as well, but we're only going to be showing 4 groups on broadcast. So the rest of the matches are going to be happening off broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. But coming back to that same storyline, every group is going to have 1 or 2 grind teams that we're going to see this week. And I'm expecting that the grind teams to have that level of experience. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just about experience that the teams have. There's also a lot of experience that you and I, we both have shared together. It is the experiences from BGIS 2023 and 2024. We've prepared a beautiful storyline just for you guys.
Who will make the mark starts begins today itself, because one of these teams may potentially be up on the main stage as well. We've seen a little bit recap for 2023 as well as 2024. I was there, you were there during Mumbai as well. And it seems to be a very, very intense one, especially coming from the fans, because they're very, very loud.
See, I mean, it was intense. It was beautiful, to be honest. That was the day esports won over every single team. You remember every single day X-Spark used to actually start their day with a victory, and the chants used to go like, feel the spark, feel the spark. So I'm ready for BGS 2025, but it starts today, just like you mentioned. Team LOLs, we will have to discuss about this team coming in from the grind, have a little bit of an advantage. But I see, do you want to mention about how these teams have been progressing forward in this tournament?
Agreed. And as of course, for you guys just tuning in, this is round 2 here. We are going to be talking a little bit more on the formats, on how things have been going on for the start of journey here in the realme BGIS. The in-game qualifiers started off with 25th January all the way to 2nd February, which wasn't broadcasted on stream. However, they will play off stream even through round 1 as well, which again, we just had it a few days ago as well, which wasn't even broadcasted as well.
Exactly. See, look at this, right? From Group D, the bottom 8, they move towards round 1. The top 8, they move towards round 2. Similarly, if you look at week 2 itself, the grind bottom 8 teams, they move towards round 2. And the top 8, they move towards round 3. This is how the advantage has been spread through. Now, you might say that the grind teams, especially the ones inside of Group A, they have an advantage. Yes, they have that advantage because of their past performances inside of the latter stages. Look at that, week 4, the teams, the bottom 8 teams, they move towards round 4, and the top 8, they directly move in to the quarterfinals. Of course, if you do not make it to the quarterfinals, if you cannot make it directly to the semifinals, you still have that one opportunity of the wild card, I see.
Exactly. So it is going to be a really, really tough spot here for some of these teams, right? We talked about the top 8 teams here making the quarterfinals here. And the bottom 8 during round 4 will still have a chance during wildcard itself. Same can be said for the quarterfinals, but after the wildcards, that is their last and only second chance live to actually make it into the semi-finals, which will be happening on 29th March all the way to 1st April. And that is where things get really, really serious.
You know what? Semi-finals also have been divided into two parts. So if you cannot make it in the first attempt, you still have another lifeline. And then, of course, the grand finals, April 2025, ladies and gentlemen. The land finals happening in Kolkata. Everyone is so hyped up. And why are they hyped up? Because of this total prize pool, a massive amount of 2 crores. But it's not just 2 crores, I see. It's 2 crores plus.
Exactly. The esports crate will be announcing very, very soon. And once that happens, you guys who are watching at home and also playing the game itself, when you guys purchase an esports crate, will be added into the prize pool to support all the players that is competing here in the real BGIS. And on top of it all, we also have the awards on the bottom screen for those who are trying to make their mark here in BGIS.
Individual awards. That is the most exciting segment, to be honest. But of course, who takes the lion's share? We'll talk all about that. Points distribution, of course, you know about it. Nothing to discuss. But let's just talk about the teams who are going to be playing today. Round 2 begins, and we've got group number 1 with us. I see Team LOLs from the grind, and not really a very lovely journey for them so far. They start in from round 2 itself against these newcomers. What are your thoughts? How do you think this team is going to fare up?
I think Team LOLs, they will have a little bit of advantages because they have like a 24 matches experience compared to the rest of the teams who's only played 6 matches through round 1 as well as the including qualifiers. But on the second half as well, we do have Team Oddsman, 4 Misfit Gods, 2 OP Official, Crit Esports, Team Godsons, Alpha Esports, Old School X, and Flux Esports. Now, this is going to be a little bit interesting here because based on the stats we've gotten from round 1 itself, we haven't seen too much of their adaptability. But in terms of overall performance, the 2 teams that really stood out here is actually Just Kidding and also You Like Esports. However, of course, and today we also have a little bit of glimpse on Group 2 itself.
Absolutely. Now, Group 2 has some top hitters as well. You talk about Rivals Apex, Grind not really going well for them, but apart from that, they've got Blitz Esports, they've got Renaissance Esports, Terror Esports, Aerobots, Team Ocean Rivals, Bodoland Rising, a name which definitely excites me, but I'm not sure how well they are, Error Esports, and then there are a couple of experienced teams in the second spot. You've got TSG, we've seen them coming before. We've actually seen Team Veterans Esports a little bit as well. There is ARCHX, possibly ArchX. This team, we'll have to find out how well they are, but again, the same spotlight on Rivals Apex, the only experienced team inside of the lobby so far. What are your thoughts? Because I personally feel like Trigger and the rest of the boys, they have had such a big downer inside of the grind.
Yeah, they definitely struggle a little bit here. Hopefully they will be able to bounce back. But on top of it, I have to give a shout out towards Aerobots Esports because they actually managed to make it from round 1 and then qualify to round 2, which is very impressive for them. Meanwhile, for those guys who are tuning in towards the schedule, we are going to be starting things off with Group 1 with their first 3 matches, which is Erangel, Miramar, and then Sanhok. And then we are going to take a pause for Group 1 and then Group 2, starting things off with Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel in this match itself.
I mean, no change on the broadcast schedule whatsoever, right? We are going to be playing the same matches that we used to. Vikendi is still out of the picture, so there is no comeback whatsoever. But I still believe that the Sanhok is going to be biggest kind of escape route for all of these new teams, because I believe on the maps of Erangel and Miramar, the new zone meta that we've been talking about, the experience that teams from the grind have, especially after playing 24 games, I believe that will be the difference maker on Erangel and on Miramar.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big difference as well. We've been mentioning this during the entire grind stages as well, on how the meta has shifted in terms of rotation timings, decision making needs to be a little bit faster, and overall gameplay for every map has been shortened significantly. So
yes, sir.
That means the intensity for all these players and teams, they need to make quick decisions. And especially now when nobody knows where each people's drop spot is, individual firepower becomes a very major factor in terms of winning fights.
True that. I think like the only way you can actually make your gameplay shine is focusing on your own rotations and focusing on your own firefights. But of course, talking about our own, all the casters are on their own, especially when it comes to making these predictions. And this time, I think I've just gone in with a very safe pick. Majority of the casters have gone in with a safe pick. Team LOLs across the board. Maisie, Sardarji, Crips, and myself, of course, going ahead with Team LOLs. I see, baby. You are going with You Like Esports as well as Ravan, and then Game Zotech going ahead with 7C. Any reason for You Like?
Okay, in particular, the reason why I went for You Like Esports is because of how their overall finishes was and how they actually played their round 1 stages, right? During round 1, You Like Esports, they got themselves 2 winner-winner chicken dinners during their round 1 stages, and they were able to get themselves 47 finishes throughout 6 games, which is an impressive feat compared to Team Lowe's, who's played, number 1, 24 games. Did not really do too well. That's 1. 2, Team Lowe's has had a little bit long break compared to, You Like Esports, who's currently, coming from round 1, which happened just yesterday, the day before as well. So they do have this upcoming momentum in them. So all I'm just hoping for is just that this momentum doesn't break and then translate into performances.
So it's like a domino effect. You cross one round over, you kind of use that momentum to push yourself through in the next rounds as well. But I still believe for Team LOLs, right? Their lobbies were significantly more different and more difficult as well. For them to actually match up against these teams, it should be possible that this team is going to dominate. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, all that theory crafting is going to continue. But for now, of course, we are ready to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. It's a small little promo that has been prepared for all of you guys. We'll be right back.
Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके movements को game के साथ sync कर देता है. AI Ultra Touch Control आपके finger movements को track करके touch control को lightning fast और lag free बना देता है. मतलब buttery smooth gameplay जो हर gamer का dream होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
Well, there you have it. Realme P3 Pro 5G is out here to redefine gaming performances for you guys, and it is currently out at 21,999 rupees for you guys to actually purchase. And of course, it is the segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay and also best 1.5K quad curve display, outstanding gaming hand feel, and for those immersive visuals.
Yes, sir.
See, look at the promo, it looks really good, and on top of it all, look at the color. It's glow in the dark as well. That's how it looks like when it's dark.
So basically, this is the color that actually represents the phone when there's like a lot of bright lights around you. But as soon as you turn the lights off, this phone actually changes
like
its
exactly
entire
like
appearance, and it looks like that. But again, coming back to the conversation again, there are going to be certain teams like the ones from the grind, of course, who will have that advantage. We've been talking about that. Is the new zone meta the only piece of advantage, or the teams who come in from round 1 with all the information that they have, that they've seen these teams play in the grind, will they be able to study it and apply to their own gameplay this time around?
I think it comes down to difference in terms of play styles, right? Like teams from the grind, they have this advantage because 1, they have more games, that's 1. 2, they will need to study a little bit more on macro rotations, etc. But when it comes to grind, especially in round 2, where there's only 6 matches, you don't really have a lot of time to observe your team's positions and where it's going to be dropped on. Right now, because each map is going to be played twice for each of every team, their first drop means that they need to win that fight regardless of what happens. Like, it's all about firepower, winning that fight, and then proceed to plan accordingly.
If we actually jot down the plan of action for a particular team across the 2 days that they're playing, right? So initially they start off with the maps of Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok, then there's a break. And then they come back tomorrow where they play Sanhok, Miramar and Erangel once again. I believe that out of the 6 games, if you're talking about the cut-off, it will somewhere be around that 50-point mark. So maybe try and get yourself 1 or 2 good games around the board, and you'll have a chance. You'll have a very decent chance.
Exactly, and of course, for them to actually perform at the highest level, they've got to get the Realme P3 Pro 5G, man. The instantaneous sampling rate of 2,500 hertz segment stables 90 FPS performance. And why, like, higher FPS means faster reaction, quicker reactions to take down your opponents on top of low ping.
You're wrong over there.
Why? You gotta have higher FPS, man.
Your device certainly will dictate how high your FPS is going to be, but your reflexes completely on yourself. If you're someone like IC, that is never going to happen. You have to work hard yourself as well, ladies and gentlemen. Go get yourself a device as good as the Realme P3 Pro 5G, but you also have to put in the work.
Okay, fair. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyways, speaking of the games here, let's talk a little bit more on the teams thus far. Group 1, Team Lowe's, just kidding. You like esports are going to be the top 3 teams that I personally see coming into Group 1 that really stands out the most coming into this match. And we also have 7C, 1IQ Esports, MDN Esports, Rising Above Esports, and Sign to God for the first half.
Talking about Sign to God, I still believe that 47 points from the 6 games that they have acquired should be decent enough. That consistent approach that we see, the balanced approach between finish and position points. In the second half, of course, there are a couple of names. Team Osman, I've seen them before in the BGIS, in the grind as well. I've seen 4 Misfits as well come in and appear in round 2 and round 3 stages. And these are the teams who have been knocking on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI for a very long period of time. Every single year I come here, I cast the round 2 and round 3 teams. You see them having potential, but it is the problem with consistency. They cannot rack up performances. You mentioned it right? Momentum, the domino effect. Round 1 continue over to round 2, continue over to round 3. That is what you want, but these teams somehow, they have that potential, but they just can't make it.
See, it comes down to whether or not how good are you in micro league and macro league. And there's a time where you need to play with macro effects when planning in terms of drop spots, rotation, etc. But there's a time that you need to just focus on firepower. And in round 2 stages, it feels like, especially when there's not a lot of information, you have to win with those firepowers. And teams that really stood out are MDN Esports as well as Team Osman, because of the fact that they've got the 2 winner chicken dinners and 1 winner chicken dinner. They have very low finishes compared to Just Kidding and You Like Esports, who overall in general just dominated their lobbies.
So I mean, if they are dominating the lobbies, especially with just Team LOLs coming in the picture of things, I believe now we have a trifecta which is set. It should be around that, but also dictates where the circle is going to be, how the teams adapt themselves to the new meta. All of these theory crafting, ladies and gentlemen, will happen in the first map of Erangel, which is coming to your screens right about now.
Well, to start things off here for the realme BGIS 2025, this is round 2 stages, and you guys are currently watching Group 1. And of course, if you guys are looking to support your fan favorite teams, don't worry, some of them are still playing off the screen. And today we are going to be witnessing Group 1, which will feature Team Lowe's, as you can see up on the screen as well. Team Lowe's Crimson going to be taking a little bit slow approach. I'm curious to see where they are going to be dropping off. And of course, MDN, like I said as well, before this cast, MDN is a team that you have to look out for as well, because they do play a lot in terms of position points rather than finish points.
Well, to be honest, I believe I see that today you will have to focus on both. You can't just go in blind with all that firepower and just try and make yourself get those finish points and those eliminations right off the get-go. You do not have an idea where exactly the teams are going to be dropping in, which part of the map will have heavier traffic compared to the others. So if you have to channelize yourself throughout this lobby, I believe having a dedicated scouting mission is going to be extremely important. Once you gather those information, you can channelize that firepower to acquire points all across the board. Team LOLs, right off the get-go, they found themselves a little bit of a home ground around that Water City region. But usually, I see we've seen this area is very high traffic if the circle does move towards the Georgiapol region, and it does!
My goodness, seeing this circle as well, this is going to be a bummer for teams heading towards the south side. As you can see, DS as well, RAX as well as Creed, they're all on the south side. They're still deciding whether or not they want to make their journey towards Novo or military base, which is really far off. Hopefully they will be able to make it that side of the zone, because in this vicinity there is a lot of open fields towards shooting range. There's a lot of open fields towards Zarki as well, but again, we haven't seen the Zarki circle for the longest time. But meanwhile, up on screen we do see a little bit of a confrontation here for You Like Esports going up against OST.
Yeah, Osman just trying to run away from this fight, and You Like hot in tails right behind them. It is going to be a little difficult, especially because of the lack of assault rifles. They've got the pistol and the DBS, and the DBS won't connect at this range, but still, look at their determination. I like this approach, right? You look at opposition, this is a big stage for you. This is the officials. You've been practicing, you've been grinding hard every single day for this stage, and now when the stage is here, you're just going after your opposition, especially in range. The DBS strikes one man quite low on HP, and he finds a knock. Beautiful stuff from you, like esports.
Nicely done coming from you like esports. They are just taking advantage. They have those firepower, and knowing for a fact that nobody knows where everyone is dropping spots, the likelihood of having third parties are very, very low, especially this early in the stage of the game. And I like this confidence coming from you like esports as well. They're just going gung-ho, and it's working out because now they've got 2 finishes, and this is a great start for them as well. They are split off from the rest of the team, but they are the ones that are looking to dominate 70, and based on just now what we saw, seems to be 70 is going to be uncontested.
7 is going to be uncontested for now. But what I want to find out is where are the rest of the players from Team Osman? Are they coming in for the revenge? Are they looking to seek those points out of Team You Like Esports is going to be the question. Of course, you can't really blame those players. If you try and think about their play once again, they had no way to try and retaliate, right? They only had their vehicle. They were trying to run away, which was absolutely getting shut down. The DBS strikes and the relentless pressure from that pistol. I like You Like Esports already.
Well, that's the thing, right? We like you like esports. For Team Osman,
Not
I don't think they're going to like them at all, to be honest. But speaking of which, for Misfit Gods, we do have Tyson lurking around towards the shorelines. But at the same time, we do see a little bit of glimpse of a player up north as well. I think he heard some of those movements for now. That's going to be a little bit of predicament, and we do see Rising Above Esports going to be playing from the north side, and it seems like there is going to be a little bit of information, but all things considered, I think we have a very, very special news to announce to everyone who's immense in this game so far, Salty. Would you like to do the honors of delivering the news?
Alright, this man has to play desk host at the time when it's about delivering sad news. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to restart our journey on Erangel. Good for Osman. Very good stuff from them. They're going to be feeling so happy about that unfortunate loss, that unfortunate 2 men lost in the early stages. They will have another opportunity to start with 4 men back again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the desk, back on the panel. We'll prepare for ourselves for another beginning of that map of Erangel. But
it's a little bit unfortunate, you know, considering the fact that we had this similar incident for Grind, which is a little bit unfortunate.
yeah,
It was 8 finishes, and then, you know,
8 finishes.
Yeah, that one particular team get 8 finishes. It was in Paradise Resort, and then after the remake, everybody else decided to. Oh, that was so sad. That was really, really sad. Like they were just dominating, and they were shooting crates and everything, and then suddenly, the remake came. I was like, okay. You shot crates on this 2 guy teams. They came in, surrounded Paradise Resorts, and just completely took them out. And I was like, oh my god, that was so unlucky of them. Okay, for those of you guys who've watched the grind during Group D, Group C, you would know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I really hope they're doing well in the other groups, because I don't think we'll be seeing them on screen for this next 4 days, which is really ironic.
You know what? I feel like these will be the technical nuances of the game. You can't really do anything about a sport like this. But I feel like rehosts give an opportunity for all the teams who have suffered. Now imagine Osman.
There's only one team that suffered.
That is the only team that has suffered, especially in the early stages of this map of Erangel. We saw the circle as well. And I kind of feel bad. Now, if after the rehost we get a basic Erangel circle, there's not going to be enough masala, I see.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this is a very good point to actually talk about right now, for the fact that You Like Esports is going to be playing 70. And Osman, we caught a little bit of glimpse on where they are going to be playing, which is 70, right? Osman and also MDN Esports, these are the 2 teams that has 2 winner chicken dinners for MDN, 1 winner chicken dinner for Osman, but they have very, very low finishes, which resulted in them means that they do like to play on the edge of the maps where there's very, very little fights, and then hope to rotate around and then play towards the finals places. So that's pretty much their play style, right? They don't really want to engage unnecessary fights. So for Osman, it's a little bit unfortunate. However, let's talk about the hero spotlights now. This is going to be Team Lowe's from the grind stages.
Well, one of the teams who kind of failed to make their mark inside of the grind. I'm talking about LoL, ladies and gentlemen. 82 eliminations. Look at that damage number, 19,377. Decent enough, but still not good enough to actually break open inside of the top 8. Could not qualify into the further rounds. Round 2, I actually would say And I'm going to be straight up, I still feel like Team LoLs, they are way too strong for round 2.
Yeah.
They should have an easy experience going into this day and should basically get at least a chicken in out of the 3 games that they're playing. But if they fail to, that's going to signify the lack in form in Criminal, in Crimson as well. And I'm expecting these players to step up.
I think this is a very good example to actually talk about, especially during the grind stages, right? Like, based on this stats, Team Lows, they have very, very high finishes, they have a decent amount of survival time. But what made them not qualify is because of the fact that, yes, you may have survival time, you have decent amount of placement points, but eventually, over the duration of every single match, those finish points is gonna be a major factor in deciding whether or not you qualify or not. And let me give you an example. God's Reign was a very, very good example. Very, very low placement points, but they were able to qualify the top 4 because of how much finish points they are able to get.
Exactly, and I've always said this, right? Especially inside of this new meta, if you prioritize yourself getting those finish eliminations, your rotations already will have a lot of ease because you yourself are opening up spots on the map. You're going in, you're eliminating squads, so you're basically taking away the heat from the final circle. But coming back to this team and the spotlight, of course, 82 eliminations out of 24 games, an average of approximately 3.2. I don't believe that is an average which you should be proud of. Yes, the number of eliminations are high, but per game, imagine you've got 3 points out of eliminations. You should be expecting more.
I think it comes down to qualifying into the top 8 and top 7, right? Think about this, right? The average cutoff during the grind stages was 24 matches, which is about 130 points. If you divide that by 4, which is 6 matches now, it's somewhere about 32.5 points for the cutoff of top 8. And currently, all the teams that's competing in round 2 right now, they need to qualify to top 7 to guarantee their spots into round 3. And then, for the cutoff, which is the 8th place guy, they need to balance out between the other or the groups, where only the 16th highest from the top 8 of each group qualifies to round 3.
If I simplify what you've just said, what you've said is actually factually very correct. But to simplify it for the audience...
It's complicated, right? Yeah, please.
It's actually very complicated, but to simplify things, all you've got to do is to try, even if you are outside the top 7 and your qualification is not guaranteed, you've got to push as hard as possible and push for every single finish point. There might be a 10-point difference between the 7th place team and the 8th place team, but it does not matter. If the 8th place team from the rest of the groups do not have the points which you have, you still have a chance. It's basically all the teams who are not qualifying, they are being accumulated in an overall standings. And out of those overall standings, top 16 are qualifying.
Okay, so I did a little bit quick math as well. So the cutoff was 32 points. Long story short, if you average out in 6 games, you need 5.4 points per match.
Yes,
so
sir.
Long story short, you need 6 to 7 points to kind of push you towards the borderline top 8. But in Team Lowe's games, like you said as well, 3 finishes and decent amount of placement points can somewhat get you there. Somewhat get you there.
And I mean, it's not even bad, like 3 or 4 eliminations per game. It's not bad unless and until you average that 1 good game per day. And I feel like Team LoLs kind of lack that. Every single team in their group, if you actually look at their stats, they were popping off in their strong map. Team LoLs, I believe, was the only team who could not show their strength on the map of Miramar, which is supposed to be their home turf. You look at Joyish, you look at Criminal, you look at Crimson, they love this map personally. But in spite of that, as you constantly keep on mentioning, Team LoL's player, the LoL's Gaming, he himself was the standout figure from this team, while the rest of the players kind of faltered.
I think it comes down to the decision makings of the team overall in terms of formation, right? Lowe's, you can see that he's got the mechanical skills to play around.
Yeah.
But the backup strategy coming from Lowe's was that Syme is going to be the guy that is going to rat his way through to final stages. He's going to be the ones that prioritize on placement points. So it feels a little bit disconnected because this strategy is not wrong. It's just that in terms of overall team fight composition, it feels like every single fight you take is going to be a 3v4 rather than a 4v4 because of how Syme is going to be playing as the backup strategy when the team falls through. So it's just putting a lot of eggs in the baskets on Lowe's, and hopefully it's going to work out, especially now it is round 2. Gives them a little bit more confidence considering the fact that during grind, they have to worry about meta, they have to worry about a lot of things, but based on how they've been warming up, I think they're going to be doing okay.
Exactly right. I mean, especially one aspect of the game, which basically is the rotations and their positioning inside of the circles. That is already done and dusted. They've already done their hard work, especially when you consider the 24 matches that they play inside of the grind. So apart from that, I believe it's just the firepower, and they will have to rise up the ante. But we've been talking a lot about Team LoLs by far right now. You like esports. I saw a glimpse of the team over there, and we saw... I saw through their heart. I see. I can observe really well. And what I figured is that this team does not have any fear. I want to know if you have the same opinion.
I think it comes down to decision making, right? Like You Like Esports has a very, very similar playstyle to Phoenix Esports, where they try to
Yeah.
tentatively, get early aggressive kills in the first zone before
Yeah.
like the first drop, and then once they get it, they translate to something else. But this is only workable during round 2, round 3, round 4 stages because it's 6 maps. But if you're talking about 24 maps, which some of the teams like Phoenix, when they've played for 24 rounds, people will eventually pick up that, hey, Phoenix Esports is doing stuff like this. You know what? Let's ignore them. Let's dodge them. If we see them, we run. So that's something that I think teams will start to be a little bit aware of. But I think You Like Esports is on the right track because people will not expect this kind of aggression right from the get-go.
I mean, it's not just about the aggression, right? There are teams who love to be aggressive, who love to go after teams and chase them down. But this team, I believe, in spite of not having the best of equipment, not having the best of weaponry as well, they are confident enough to take a hot chase battle and chase against the other team like Osman Esports, who are experienced with a DBS. I think they are built differently. And when you say they are actually playing like Phoenix Esports, I love that there is that little bit of a similarity going on in Severny as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. The beautiful voice now here says Erangel comes right away.
All right. Apologies for the previous remake. Now we are officially going to be kicking things off for round number 2 of the realme BGIS 2025 round 2 stages. And this is going to be the first map here, Group 1, going in towards Erangel officially this time. And of course, based on the flag path, seems like we have a little bit of a difference of approach where it is going to be from the southwest corner all the way to the southeast. A little bit different now. And unfortunately, we won't be expecting the circle to be in Zarki this time.
Why not?
I want to, but...
I want to as well. The circle, drop near shooting range and Zarki give us those positions once again. But the question is, will Team Osman be able to survive You Like and their threat, of course, in the early stages? Massive threat in the early fragments. The first map of Erangel, they lost 2 players early on, but that got rehosted. So a lifeline for these lads. But as of now, we were talking about team lols, we were talking about the strategy moving in towards the Water City region as well. Once again, they are in similar territory, I see. They are going to be able to pick up those resources, take those early fights. What are your thoughts so far on the teams dropping into a Georgiapol?
To be honest, considering how early it was, I feel like as of yet, it seems like Georgiapol is the best place to where it can actually split off between north and south, right? So that vicinity is enough drops for at least 3 teams if they decide to share it. We've seen it once upon a time. Yasnaya seems to be those kind of situations where it's split between 2 teams as well. But based on the flag path, we do see the circle favoring onto the southeast corner, a little bit of instance into his military base, which we've seen it happen before where it completely scammed every single team, even though the circle was in military base. But this time, I don't know. It's going to be a 50-50 coin flip, even though it's 40-60.
Yeah,
60
true that.
north, 40 south.
The odds are almost similar, just like you mentioned it. 60% of it might actually shift towards the Milta region as of now, towards Novrupnoy. There are no teams present in that vicinity, but these two, they collide yet again. A love story that we have tied up inside of round 2, ladies and gentlemen. realme BGIS 2025, it has always come in with storylines. You Like Esports this time around, they are in with Osman, but on the other side, it is one of those players from Rising Above Esports. He's got himself an Uzi. And an awkward collision against Rudra is live. He gets shut down from OS Esports.
That's a little bit unfortunate, considering the fact that we had a little bit of run incidents side like that here, and for him to just get taken out just like that is just unfortunate. But first strike goes in the hands of Crimson, coming from Team Nose. And speaking of collision as well, heading into the military base, we do see at least 3 teams heading down towards there, and Creed is going to be one of those teams. And look at this, Creed getting a little bit of a love taps here and there, but unfortunately will not be able to continue their pursuit for now.
Where do they rotate in is going to be the question, because on towards military base, I can have a look at my map feed where it does suggest a couple of other teams and their presence as well. And considering the circle, it favors heavily on towards that military base region. I still believe it will be their home grounds the home grounds for a lot of these teams to make their way, loot quite comfortably. You've got those isolated compounds, north side and the northwest side of military base as well. For old school though, they've got one of their players, Devil OP, who's been knocked out in towards the bridge region, and Team 4MG. Surprisingly enough, they let Jod OP pass by.
I'm really surprised by this. Like, for Misfit Gods as well as Old School, they were one of the first few that had a little bit of run in with Creed just now. But surprise, surprise, both of them, they are able to get the reset. And even though they get the reset, right now, this is actually wasting so much of each other's time. And considering the fact that now, 4MG, they're split between 2 here and 2 inside the military island, it is going to be a very, very tough regroup, considering that right now, in terms of overall head count, there's 3 teams in the military island.
It's actually so funny, the 4 Misfits Gods, they were in position already. They saw the player come in and go in for the rescue operation, and they do nothing about it. They had that M16A4 going along with it as well. Just a position maybe in towards that watchtower, on towards the bridge side. They could have done something better, but look at the circle right now. There are a lot of teams, and I mean a lot, who are outside the circle, and nobody is yet to move actually. The migrations have not begun. One very trivial difference that we see in between the matches from the grind and round 2 is the teams are yet to adapt, I see.
Yeah, they are definitely going to be taking a little bit slow here to try and loot up and stock up, right? They know for a fact that they need those utilities. For me, my major concern is going to be the teams all the way in the north side with like as well as the, Osman. But up on screen, we do see Team Lowe's. They were the first ones that had the first finishes thus far, and they are making a little bit of pit stop down towards Rozok. And interesting enough, they got Watertown, they got Rozok to stock up, and I'm surprised they're getting away with so much utilities, to be honest.
And completely empty. This is also a trend where the more known teams inside of the lobby, they kind of make their drop locations known, right? They put it all over social media that we are going to be the ones who are dropping in this location. Please have the courtesy of not dropping along with us. This is a strategy. This is a strategy that these known teams have actually been deploying.
Oh.
And surprisingly, it does give away their drop location as well. They will be willing to face anyone who actually comes in. But TGL, for their luck, they've actually faced done. But Crimson has an elimination already.
Yep.
And I wonder, where did that come from?
Well, they were able to find one of the members coming from Alpha 5, apparently. And, of course, Old School, they were the ones that actually lose to Rising Above Esports,
Yeah.
who's currently having 1 finish in the bag. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see 2OP official. They are currently in Yasnaya, and they are also going to be sharing a compound with another team. Same can be said for Georgia Pole as well, which is going to be having a little bit of a run-in.
Whoa.
But guess what? Finally, 70, the chase continues, and this time will be the ones that's getting hunted down by Team Hoffman.
Tables have turned, I see. Osman, they're not going in very hot behind their comrades, their contemporaries. Esports, they managed to actually escape. And now look at this. Yampy, in fact, Vampy, completely in the middle of nowhere. Team Osman ignored this guy as well. What are they doing? That could have been an easy frag. 4 players on a vehicle, being cornered by 1. This is something which you don't usually get to see.
Interesting enough, Rampy is able to actually stock up a little bit decent loots here, considering that 70 is not really most ideal for 2 teams to actually collide, but both teams able to get out and then restock and then hopefully rotate away. So this is a good call between both teams. They need to respect and understand that, hey, it's still early. If one of us dies now, it's not worth it. You are not going to be getting enough finish points to continue the next couple of fights. So they are going to go for a reset and then push into the next phase, which is a smart call.
Extremely interesting about Team and their positioning this time as well, because they are extremely scattered. They knew about Osman's drop location quite early. And in spite of having that early lead in the initial Erangel that we re-hosted, it's very surprising that Esports are not targeting that same location yet again. Instead, they're letting Team Osman breathe, they're letting them go, they're letting them move to the circle itself. You talk about someone else, just kidding, one of the teams who have had a phenomenal run inside of round 1. One of the teams who have the highest number of total points acquired. Let me just go through that. 73 total points for just kidding, and they've got 40 finish points, I see.
Yeah, that is also going to be one of the highlights as well to actually talk about when we talk about teams with high amount of finishes as well. And like you said as well, Just Kidding hasn't really bared their fangs yet. They're still tanking the zone in the first phase. They're still hanging around Georgia Pole, and I'm not surprised considering the fact that they are sharing drop spots with another team, which is going to be Sign to God, which is on the north side right now. As you can see, Z, he's actually trying to wait for Sign to God, maybe hope to actually punish them, which in this case, they haven't actually left the first phase of the zone yet. So center zone still up for grabs. So a lot of teams still not making their way into the center phase yet, which is going to be a big problem for some of these teams. But as soon as I say this, the zone is going to close in 1 second left. Where will the zone go? And we still have a 50-50 coin flip. Or in this case, 30-60-60 mainland. Sorry, 30-70, 70 mainland.
You know what? Like I feel like the BGMI gods, they are always giving up these Netflix showdowns, especially when it comes to the circle iterations. Every single time, the suspense just keeps on banging high up until its last iteration. As of now, Team LOL's on towards the north side. They're going to find company with multiple teams. We just saw Team 2OP rotate right next to them as well. No shots taken though, but they're still safe. They're still looking out for the rest of the teams. Apart from that, there is one IQ, I believe, who is just lingering around the corner, finding that injection point to make themselves push inside of the circle. But will they have a pit stop to try and gatekeep, look for those finish points is going to be my question. There are multiple migrations happening, and this time it is Team OST who are going to fall. It's MDN Esports, Aish OG with the first frag.
Yep, MDN was definitely setting up a very, very good pit stop, right? Like they were holding out from the northeast corner for the longest time. They hit down from Kamishki, heading down. They are going to be setting up pit stops. It's just a little bit unfortunate for Osman, just because of the fact that they were trying to run away from you, and they just wasn't expecting people to be gatekeeping them. So this is a good opening for MDN Esports. But again, based on what we know, a lot of teams are still not in the center of the zone yet. But they are slowly going to be expecting a lot of company, because it seems to me down towards the bridge is going to be very, very occupied. And here on this screen here, teams on towards the south side is pretty much occupied, and also on the outskirts of Milta, which is in this case RA and also 2OP.
One very fundamental difference in from the grind is that you do not really get to see teams going in with indirect rotations. Everyone is just a direct slamming inside of the circle. Find the shortest route and just collide against whoever stops in your tracks. Look at that. Vampy and the rest of you, they collide against Team LOLs, and majority of their players fall. This was unanticipated, but this is something which we expected as well, because Team LOLs, they've always had problems inside of the grind as well. When they were made to fight mid-rotation IC, every single time we saw the rotations getting cut down, their players fall, and this time around, it's just going to be Kunal, their lone survivor, out of the fire, and I believe into the frying pan, because look at the radar. 3 or 4 players just waiting for this man's presence.
You know, I'm really surprised, considering the fact that Esports, they are getting away with so much finishes. Considering that they have hard committed in the hard stop out in open, and there's no one around to actually look at them, because that was a very, very risky move.
Yeah.
But they did it so quick where people just couldn't react in time, and that's actually a plus sign coming from Esports. Meanwhile, the fight outside Milta is still very, very hectic, and the zone is about to completely close in 5 seconds. So every single team has to decide, where is the zone going to be? Is it going to be south or is it going to be main? It seems like it is going to be right in the middle of it all, and the teams has gotten all the center spots here. Farm, Milta, all the hot spots have been completely occupied in this zone.
Evacuate those compounds from the military base. If you are holding one, you have got 2 options. Either take the bridge, be the first one to cross on over and try and get yourself to the mainland. Or if you cannot find and contest for the bridge, you've got to take the water route. It is going to be a long swim, of course, but multiple teams trying to find the injection point. MDN, possibly the only team going in from that right side rotation, east side rotation, might actually be good for them. But look at this fight. Team Old School, they're back in hunting for the bridges. This time they've actually found one of the guys from 3D Spots. Finish is going to be claimed for Misfit. Still the backlines, no shots yet taken against this team. Smoke come off as well. But I'm so surprised Sarthak with his nade has not been effective so far.
Oh, shots are being shot from afar as well. Great. They may have gotten a little bit of scuffle here. The rivalry continues. 4 Misfit Gods actually going to be taking a little bit of backseat, but somehow was able to reap the rewards from this collision. Creed not too happy that they were third party in the bridge, and this time they will be the ones that actually continue to hunt. And guess what? Tyson gets runs over by Creed. Oh boy, this 3-way showdown is not looking good for either of these 3 teams.
Yeah, right. Thorzod, of course, finds a knock right in front of him. And of course, in the distance, he does spot the lads from Old School as well as 4 Misfits Gods. So 4 Misfits Gods, they found themselves a couple of finishes and they ooze out of this position. They knew that they had to prioritize the circle. Meanwhile, 4 Misfits, one of their players, Doc, is right there at the edge waiting for the rest of the players to bounce. On the other side, Flux Esports, they are trying to flush out the rest of the competition. Team Godsons, Witcher, trying to go in for the trace, misses a majority of his shots, and now his comrade as well, Mafia, has been knocked out.
Oh boy, that's a little bit unfair, but here comes the run over again, and that's going to be the second one coming from Flux Esports. They've got 2 run overs just like that, 4 finishes, and Team Godsons is going to be the first team to get eliminated from this game in round number 2. A little bit unfortunate here, considering it is stage 3. However, we talked about this, the new circle starting to hurt. It is stage 3. Look at this. Flux Esports, they don't really have a lot of mats, and they're still outside the zone.
But they're not out of options, that is the question. From the map feed, of course, you know there are not really a lot of problems with that, though. There are problems for Team Old School. One of them has been dealt with. Beautiful stuff. Ritnix just being completely shut down by Raopi. Old School still holding the bridges and still doing it really well. Thorzod, of course, need to get equipped. He does have it well positioned as well. Just could not really find the connection. Now the blue zone, of course, just timing forces Rao OP to come out in the open. He does take chip damage, being clipped by the nade. DBS in hand. Tommy gun on this lad. Is it going to be true useful? I'm not really sure. From the backlines, of course, Greedy Sports, they had amazing backup. And Thorzod, he's going to find himself with another frag, but now they need to prioritize moving inside the circle.
Oh boy, this is tough. Creed, they narrowly escaped this as well. 4 Misfit Gods somehow manages to dodge that fight, but it's not over yet. The grind continues. As you can see, they have to push past these southern shorelines, and it's going to be a tough push as well. 7 Seas already in one of the strongest compounds to hold out anyone from the south side. Same can be said for OST, who's also on the north side, outskirts of Milta town right now. In this case, those are the teams you kind of want to avoid right now. And Force Misfit Gods, they make the call. They are going to dodge it and try and swing hard east, which is, for now, the smarter play.
For now, the smarter play, but they are going to be intercepted by the lads from 7 Seas. Look at that. You can find it on the radar already, the blue dots. The north side compounds of this region has been acquired already. 4 Misfits will find themselves a little bit of a breathing room, but how long is this going to be pit stop for will be the question. Flux Esports on the other side, you mentioned about their rotation. This is a 2-2 split which they are deploying, but right in the north side, they are going to be cut off by the lads AE. They are in position already. One of their players just lying around in the open, but Flux Esports have no information about how the teams are positioned. They're paying their due respect. I like this, right? They're taking their time. They know exactly that the ridge is going to provide them a lot of cover, but they do not have a lot of time. 2 minutes before the circle closes in, I see.
I think they've lost one member, and right now, if they are able to get like 1 or 2 stragglers while they're rotating, it's going to be huge for them. But the question here is, based on what we know, there's only one team in the north side, which is unlikely they are going to be able to get anything out of this. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Alpha Esports, but all things considered, the rest of the world still survives. So the next phase of zone is going to be the crucial one, and as of now, we do see a major fight from Creed from all the way from south, and this is going to be 2 OP looking to try and flush them out.
I am looking at 2 OP's experience this time around. They know exactly how to flush out these regions. Nade barrage coming in from them. Beautiful hold on towards the south side. One more gatekeeping mission being accomplished. 2 finishes on these lads. On the air, on towards the north side, you've got like Esports inside of the sniper tower. They themselves have actually spread themselves out. Look at the minimap and the formation. They have pincered down the likes of Flux Esports as well as Jux Kidding. Jux Kidding, though, they've got the ridge for themselves. A couple of these players who will be out in the open. Look at that. A lone boy with that connection on towards Zayden finds the knock. You like the decision will be, do they want to make it that plunge? Do they want to go in for those eliminations? Or do they hold in the sniper tower?
This is going to be the biggest major clash between 2 of the highest finish points coming in from round 1, and that's going to be Just Kidding and You Like Esports. This is a major fight that's actually happening, and guess what? Just Kidding somehow still manages to get the reset. They are able to smoke this up and get out to safety, and because of this disengagement, they're going to be okay for now. Meanwhile, now he's going to get found out, and that's going to be Team Lowe's bowing out as well. Oh boy, 4 teams out.
It seems like the grind teams and the teams coming in from the in-game qualifiers, they don't really have much of a difference, do they? Lovely stuff coming in from 1IQ, lovely stuff coming in from You like esports as well, and you mentioned it properly, right? Just kidding. They had one of the highest eliminations from round one itself, but in that position could not really hold in. The ridge, of course, completely open in from multiple angles, and Flux Esports just being the collateral between the two top dogs could not keep themselves safe. 7C, they have a nice little pocket of space. Milda compounds, especially the northwest side of things, they have it under their control, but with two teams following closely, it's going to be Team 4MG as well as STG. I believe for 7C, either the opportunity opens up to get so many finishes on board, or I believe they are going to succumb to their injuries because of too many fights. But now look at this. Flux Esports reaction getting peppered with bullets. It's a push coming in from Jux Kidding. Easy wipeout, easy clean up. Jux Kidding, they find themselves 2 frags.
That's really good comms coming from Just Kidding as well. They needed that spot to actually secure that spot. And now OST taking a little bit of a shots as well. Same can we say for Just Kidding. A little bit of love taps from across the map. But it is just baiting out utilities coming from every single one. And even Just Kidding as well is going to have a little bit of love taps coming in from MD and Esports. Not a great position for Just Kidding off now, but they needed this spot right now. They really, really need this spot. And considering the rest of the war as well, we do see STG as well out in open. And they are going to be shot from Rising Above Esports.
Talk about rising above esports. They've got one player, Mehelopi, right out in the open, but he has been cleaned up with the nade. In the distance, it's going to be Ostbin, who found themselves a squad house, but they are peppered right at the doom center of the circle. But every single direction being laden with teams out there rising above esports. What are they going to do? With 2OP in the backlines, 2OP are under fire right now. 1 IQ. It's going to be Nolbu. Another one from D plus Kia. This time, this man is going to be an undergod who is playing, and liability has been brought down. He currently is under fire as well, I see.
Oh, it is going to be a tough spot here. They are out in the open. They need to push forward here. And now 2OP, they drop the names. They're also low. The DBS comes in. SLK as well will hold down the fort. And 1 IQ Esports dropping like flies. They need Noble. They need Moo in this situation to try and go in for the push. Looks like the nades being cooked up. For the sprays, but out in the open, he gets punished for this, and that's going to be 2OP official, somehow still holding on. But guess what? It's not just these two teams. Everyone else is also fighting, and 1 IQ still holds on.
Yeah, 1 IQ, they hold on, but 2OP official responsibility on this lad bot fire. He has got a little bit of cover with that blown up Lamborghini. And using this time period, 1 IQ tries to go in for the revive. Cover fire at its absolute best. 1 IQ, they found themselves another opening. 8 eliminations on this team already. And now, with 3 men strong, they're looking to dominate the rest of the circle. Space being acquired. They have got rising above esports and their compounds up front. So they might actually decide to converge upon those lads, snatch away the compounds, and also a couple of eliminations on board.
Not gonna lie, what a shot coming from Emo. That cover fire was so spectacular. And just like that, 1 IQ Esports, they hold on. They lose 1 member. They've got 8 finishes. A great start for them. However, there is still 8 teams left. They have to go for the home run. In this case, the zone is about to close in. And they've attracted so much attention. As you can see, the zone is going to shift in towards OST 1 more. And there's going to be Team Osman right in the middle with the only strongest compound. And every single one is going to be looking to try and take them down.
I'm looking at Just Kidding, just holding down the edges of the circle and trying to progress slowly and steadily, not trying to include themselves in a lot of fights, just staying up front with all of their players intact. MDN though on the other side, on towards the northwest, I believe they will have a job at hand. That's try and eliminate OST and snatch away the compounds right from their grasp. Team 1 IQ did take in those couple of shots, did go up after the lads of You Like Esports as of now, but no real benefits coming out of this position. Smokes right across the sniper tower. Just Kidding, try to make in that plunge, move inside the circle. You Like Esports as well. I believe this is going to be a direct collision against 1 IQ. One of their players has been knocked out. The opening can be found. Vampy. So much information on that Lamborghini needs to be relayed as well. You Like Esports in position. This is going to be a fight and a half, I see.
Oh boy, they need to bait things out as well. Doxy getting tagged up. 1 IQ, they want to try and finish them off first before they go in for this collision. But as the zone closes in, You Like Esports, they're stuck out in open. 1 IQ in a head-to-head collision. Nades has been dropped. 1 IQ Esports will try to disengage, but you like is not gonna make it easy for them. Woo, the drive-by comes in. It is not gonna happen as well, but guess what? They're dropping like 5. They've lost 2. Nobu's the only one left, and you like esports, the hit and run was successful for them.
The hit and run was actually successful. One IQ had no clue on what to do, but they're still standing tall. From the back lines, it's actually Just Kidding who try and get their revenge against YouTube. You like esports, pardon me for that. The nade from Nobu is going to fly in. If it is perfectly good, because it might shatter the hopes and dreams. Again, information was found. The top of the head. Molotov comes through, but it's Prime who actually confirms that finish. You like esports are in desperation at this point. Smokes off every single angle and trying to hold on to this position. But edge of the circle being pincered by 2 teams. Very hard to survive right now.
Yeah, you like they're doing their best to actually hold on here. They've lost 1, but at the same time, Just Kidding all the way from the north side is applied so much pressure on towards this team. And you like they still have a decent amount of utilities to work with, and I'm surprised at this stage there's someone still surviving. They're baiting out so much weaponry coming from Just Kidding, who's shooting from the north side.
I love their smoke usage. I like the way they're isolating different angles and trying to take different fights on their own. 1 IQ has been finished off, but they've got the highest number of eliminations on board. 8 eliminations right from the get-go. That's an amazing game to start things off inside of round 2. I believe in terms of the position points department, they are going to be lacking. Look at Just Kidding though, trying to keep their positions marked, but they have been spotted by the lads of 7C as well as Ostman. Moving inside of the circle is going to be of prime importance, but that is also going to be so difficult. Just look at the terrain, I see. It's completely out in the open. There are not a lot of covers as well. You've got a little bit of rocks left, right and center, but apart from that, the trees. Just Kidding, they know their only resort is to fight, and now the airstrike comes through MDN, and it's Mayday for them.
Oh my goodness, Mayday calling back up because the zone has just shifted once more. They've got 44 seconds to decide where they do want to push in. Just Kidding, right now, deciding if they want to fight against MDN or do they want to fight against the rest of the world. But as of yet, they are on the edge of the zone, and MDM Esports is right in front of them, stopping them from penetrating in. But as of yet, OSD still having the circle in their favor. And MDN do scout out members coming in from You Like Esports as well. And it seems like it is going to be a temporary ceasefire before the zone closes in. 15 seconds left to work with. For Mischief Gods, Freezy, last man standing inside that small roadblock for the longest of time. Rising here above Esports still hasn't been able to find those opportunities to pick off the sides yet.
What is this split coming in from You Like? A Vampire pushes in close towards Rising above Esports. Meanwhile, Doxy still holds in the backlines. Needs to try and invade in those compounds. Left, right. Have a look at this. Just Kidding. They also try and converge upon 4 Misfits God, but a couple of their players have actually fallen. Vampire is going to find a knock. He's cleaned up those compounds. You Like Esports, they are in good position, but not for long, because this man Freeze, his shotgun had been singing the songs of death, but he gets cleaned up. Just Kidding, still hold on to the central locations.
Oh my goodness, Just Kidding, wasn't expecting a random rat right there, and because of that they lose another member, but they still somehow hold on. We're down towards the final 5 teams. 7C is going to be gatekeeping from the south side. They are getting a little bit knocked, but You Like, look at this Vampire. He's able to clean out the entire house himself, but guess what? Yash is going to be the next obstacle for him. Does he come over top? No, he does not. They actually take each other out.
No, I believe it was a third party. There has to be a third party. Yes, it was. It was from Just Kidding. Prime finds Vampire, and Just Kidding, they set themselves up with this first game itself. The first winner chicken dinner. It's going to be monumental. It's going to boost their confidence so much, and they'll, of course, find themselves a lead that is going to help them through towards a round 3. As of now, the only one standing on their path is going to be 7C. Look at that Alpha. He's marked the position already. With 4 eliminations, he knows exactly how to proceed. Molotovs and nades being thrown in to kind of make this defense shake a little bit to try and get through their fortress. But as of yet, not a lot of damage dealt. Look at Cyrax and his positioning. The nades bounce off and it takes him out of the picture.
Oh, great artillery strike coming from 7C as well. They were inside the Mountain Town for the entire time. They didn't have to commit so much resources. And look at this, Just Kidding. They were one of the teams that used the most as well. And right now, Primey doesn't have a lot to work with. And 7C looking to close out this game. 1 versus 4 situation. Primey getting zoned out inch by inch. And here he comes with the DBS. He gets one, but he cannot do more. We are down towards the final two team, and it's going to be Team Osman versus 7C. And Osman may not have a great start just now, but guess what? They are here in the top two.
Talking about a 4v3 fight, it has been neutralized. One of their players from 7C has been knocked out. Lot of time to actually get raised, a lot of time to find your positioning as well. Team 7Cs, they spread open defenses. Meanwhile, Osman, they are marked, they are prone with their bellies on towards the ground. Not an ideal position to take this fight. Freezy wants to go in for the flank, which can be ever so useful, but will his teammate be able to survive till that point is going to be my question, as Alpha keeps on striking and mounting the problems for Osman. I believe slowly and steadily they are going to succumb to the injuries. Look at the way the 7Cs and the Osmans have set themselves up for success, I see.
Yep, 8 finishes. They have utilities, and Osman leaving with 2 players left. Confidence is all-time high. 4 versus 2. 1 being picked up for now. Freezy looking for the angles, but he can't see through the smoke. And 7C, he's got so much space and room to work with. He spots one. Zeus does catch us a little bit of a glimpse on his buttocks. And Freezy, he actually got knocked as well, and that's going to be Offman getting completely wiped off, and 7Cs will take the first chicken dinner for today.
Wow, so surprising, right? Amidst so many good performances, amidst 4 Misfits doing really well, you like esports doing very well, Just Kidding doing so well, nobody, in fact none of us imagined the 7C would come in and snatch away the chicken dinner, but that was a performance and a half, especially that fight against Just Kidding. The utility usage, be it the Molotovs and the nades, were pristine, and how on earth was Cyrax being able to survive right next to that watchtower? That was insane stuff.
All right.
But the way they decided to converge, the way they showed their micros really well, I felt like the decision making and everything, 7Cs, they're well settled for the rest of the day.
I think 7Cs were in the position where they had one of the best places to hold outside Milta, where
True.
it wasn't really issue in the sense where it's hard to contest, right? Like who in the right minds would try to attack through the urban warfare out in the open to contest their spots. That's why you can see a lot of teams tend to rotate outside instead of going towards middle of town, which gave 7Cs a very, very good natural cover to just wait and watch and observe everyone across the map. And you can see every team who's fought outside had to throw smokes, got their cars completely blown out. And to be honest, I'm very surprised for you like esports to survive the longest time and was able to wipe out one IQ before actually going down to 7Cs.
True that, I think you had majority of that camera time as well, because I believe of their early game aggression. One IQ being up there as well, 8 eliminations, the only team in fact who actually managed 8 eliminations inside of this game. I was very surprised with the way they held on to that aggression and they still managed to wipe out the like of you like esports, but then they were third party. So amazing game, but I believe the biggest storyline will be Team LOLs once again faltering in the early stages, that fight on towards that bridge, not going their way, I see.
Yeah, I think it comes down to just confidence, right? Like you as by far the most dominant hit and run team thus far, and every hit and runs they have done has been so successful, which is kind of scary because right now usually we will expect teams prioritizing positioning, but these guys, they hit you where you least expect it and they just take you out. I'm like, wow, that is insane gameplay for you like esports, to be honest.
Yeah, but I still believe that they will have to train themselves much higher, because a couple of rotations, a couple of splits that we got to see, right? Vampire pushing in to try and move inside the circle, meanwhile leaving his teammate Toxic behind outside the circle. That did not make any sense. That I felt like a sacrificial move where you try and keep someone's designated to try and take down your marksman while you try and make your way inside the circle. So all of these combined, I believe that their micros are kind of well settled, but will have to mature as the tournament progresses. I love the way you played. I love the way Just Kidding is played. We don't really talk much about Just Kidding, but I believe they were also one of the highest fraggers from round 1, and coming into round 2, I believe they had a decent start.
Yep, and I think there are 2 teams that really stand out. So like you said as well, Just Kidding, and also another team, MDN Esports.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen too much on them on cam, but they were in good positions, and they were the reasons why Just Kidding and also team was struggling from the outer skirts of the compound itself, right? Like every single bite the shots come in, they were just getting pushed back and they were forcing out so much utilities. And that's why I talk about it is all about resource management. And so far, these are the teams that with the highest amount of firepower somehow have enough resources to keep pushing through the next phase zone, which is a good thing. But again, they will eventually wear out if you've tried to take out the entire lobby by yourself, right? So,
True that.
all things considered, in case you miss out on the action, this is going to be the highlights for you guys.
And talking about the highlights once again, I see I've got to bring up this difference between the teams from the grind and teams coming in from round 1 and the in-game qualifiers. They just do not move in as quick as the teams from the grind do. First circle pops in, you watch the teams from the grind, they try and already make their way for the second and the third circles, but here teams are waiting for the fight to come to them. And I believe that might be actually a reason for their demise for a majority of the teams out there.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I think MDN, they had to comp out for themselves. I think that was a little bit of mistake where MDN decided to let go of it, and it was actually wiped out by Team Osman. So Osman was a little bit lucky. They had a little bit of unfortunate run in the previous run, but this time they were able to get the top 2 finish. So hopefully enough points for them to try and continue themselves into the next phase. But all things considered, all of this can change, right? But for now, up on screen, the MVP for that match is going to be none other than Alpha from 7Cs themselves.
Yep. 6 eliminations, 25-minute average survival time. Look at that damage number, 854. That's going to be boosting your confidence a lot, especially when you drop in inside of such a big tournament like the realme BGIS, of course. And your first game, you secure almost 1,000 points of damage. Top 5 in front of our screens. Bimu from 1 IQ with 4 eliminations himself. Vampy from U-Like, we saw a lot of this guy, and from Vampire as well. Look at that, sharing 9 eliminations between them. And then, of course, just getting Prime with 5 finishes. It seems like from this group 1 game, I see majority of our heavy hitters, they've kind of responded to our expectations and their performance have been on the similar wavelength.
Agreed. But at the same time here on the match summary, we did see 3 vehicle finishes, partially courtesy of, I think, the U-Like Esports being one of them as well. Our longest finish is going to be Prime, coming from Just Kidding with 302 meters, which is a good thing as well, considering that Just Kidding, they were the ones that are third-partying every single team from the north side on the outside zone. And that's insane because they are out in the open. They're taking fights across the other map, third-party people, causing people's demise. And that's pretty insane to me. But for me, I'm really surprised it's only 178 smokes compared to the other games from the grinds.
Yeah, I mean, it's still decent, man. I had 7 grenade eliminations and I was happy then and there itself, not really looking at the smokes, but the point standings in front of us. 7C at the top, chicken dinner for them. 10 eliminations secured, 20 total points. I believe they've set themselves a benchmark already. Just getting 12 points on them, 7 eliminations. Amazing stuff coming in. 1 IQ Esports with 8 eliminations, but 9 points secured. These are going to be the teams who I believe will carry on the momentum on the map of Miramar. But the ones who don't, I see, look at Team LOLs, look at Team Old School. Old School were so much involved in fighting right from the get-go of the game itself, but still could only amass 2 points for themselves.
Yep, in this case, of course, Flux Esports, Team OP, 2OP Official, Creed Esports, these are the teams that really struggle to actually hold their fort, right? They had pretty decent positionings, but those were the teams that they had a little bit run in during the military island, which resulted in them being completely picked off from the zone. So again, it's a little bit unfortunate, but we are expecting this kind of hiccups, especially in the first day itself, the first 2 matches, just because they don't have those macro decisions. So when they play Erangel again tomorrow, hopefully they are able to get a little bit better decisions.
You know what? On the map of Miramar, there are going to be no islands, there are going to be no problems. So I'm expecting all the teams, especially Creed Esports and 2OP Esports, who could not really make the mark on the map of Erangel, try and come back, because it's all about it, right? BGIS is all about making your mark. There are certain teams who have actually done that already. Team LOL struggling. The storylines, of course, will continue. I see, before we head on to that map of Miramar, I want to know your thoughts. We've already seen slow rotations. Do you think it's going to happen in Miramar as well?
It might happen, definitely. But for now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break before we actually head into the map of Miramar. For now, see you guys in a bit.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
As promised, ladies and gentlemen, it was a short break, but we are back with realme BGIS, the main stage. This is round 2 happening. My name is Salty, of course, for the first time on this desk this year itself. It's my man, Cribs, who is back on the panel. How does it feel to be back in BGMI esports circuit once again, Cribs?
It feels like I have returned home. The last time I was casting BGMI, I was casting the BGIS LAN finals in Hyderabad, in this very city, in the High-Tech Exhibition Center last year. But that was just the finals.
Yeah.
I did not go through the grind, the round 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, I was just called in for the finals directly. But now I get to witness the build-up. Of course, the finals is the most hyped up, which is going to be happening in Kolkata in April. But the build-up to that is also very interesting, because then you get to see how these teams have developed, how they get in, and what they become like by the end of the tournament, how they evolve. It's really interesting.
The growth arc is what you're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. But talking about the growth arc, if you also as a player want to develop yourself and grow your skills, you need a good partner, you need a good device. And for us, that is going to be the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Amazing, specced out. It's extremely budget friendly as well. 21,999. Go on to Flipkart, search it out. You might actually stand a chance to win one device for yourself as well. And there's a small little giveaway in Crafton India Esports and the socials as well. So there's a form given over there in the bio. Check it out, and maybe you are going to be lucky. But talking about being lucky, Cribs, the first game, as you've mentioned already, you've casted the finals of BGIS. Which year was it? 2024 you mentioned?
2024, yes.
2024. Any prime difference that you see in the rounds in the early stages as compared to the LAN? Of course, it's the big extravaganza. There will be differences. But in the way the teams approach it, what do you think is the prime difference?
I think I would have been able to answer that question better if the zone meta had not changed, because right now everyone's really focused on the zone adaptations, right?
True that.
Of course, you can see how the game kind of used to be a little dull in between the Circle 3 and Circle 4.
Yes, sir.
Now, none of those lull moments are present in the games. Now, everybody is constantly on their toes, and you need to be always thinking 2 steps ahead, because the zones will not give you the luxury of deciding where to go, sending a player ahead to scout for information, scout where your enemies are lying ahead. You won't get the time to do all of that, so you will need to be much more responsive in your decision making. And if at all you don't get the space, well, then you just have to just put your hands up and be ready to fight.
I completely agree with you there, because I believe one of the teams who could not really do that was Team LOLs. We saw that once again inside of the grind. They were the ones getting taken down in their mid-rotation adaptations. And here once again, inside of round 2, we thought, as a matter of fact, it's going to be quite comfortable for them. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about comfortable gameplay, this device right there, Realme P3 Pro 5G, which you can see on your screens, has a 6000 milliamp hour battery, which means comfortable gameplay right from the get-go itself, and you do not need to charge it in between the streams. Wait a second, we need to start the match. My device is only at 19%. That is never gonna happen. 6000 milliamp hour runs like miles.
Yeah, you can go like 2 days without charging it. You know?
That is too much.
It's like 6,000. No, I'm not even kidding. My current phone has like only some 3,500. And it's way more expensive than this one. So this phone is the best in its segment, in its budget class. And of course, the 90 FPS gameplay, you just cannot ignore that.
Absolutely cannot ignore that. But coming back to the conversation, 90 FPS seems to be not helping majority of these teams out there.
Yeah, but then it won't really help you if there's 4 teams focusing on you, right? Sure, you can be the best aimer, you can have the best device, but if there's 4 whole teams shooting down at you, you're not going to survive.
Absolutely right there. You talked about the news and meta. I want to have this discussion with you once again. The main thing which has, of course, changed is the fact that let's just theoretically assume we've taken the second zone out of the picture. After the first zone, it's actually a much smaller second zone which builds up, so it's closer to the third zone that we used to get in the old meta. Which practically means, if you talk about gaming terms, you have to rotate extremely quick. On that Erangel map, I saw teams being very nonchalant, being very not proactive, quote unquote, and I'm expecting that to kind of change as the rounds improve. Do you think that's going to happen on the map of Miramar though?
I think it must happen on the map of Miramar because it's more complicated. There's certain valleys which can become traps if you have one team on either side of the canyon, especially when you're navigating somewhere around the valleys of Chumacera. Those areas can be devastating. If certain teams have vantage points, they can get all the information in the world, and then they will have a much more easier time making their decisions about where to go next. Whereas if your team is on the low ground, you really have no information, you have nothing to scout as well. So you're kind of at the mercy of the other teams making a mistake.
I love that you actually brought up the vantage point and topography of Miramar into this conversation once again, because over the period of grind, what we have observed is that the teams always have been preferring on those high spots, the top spots on the map of Miramar. Very trivial, but then that battle for those high grounds has only been amped up by quick rotation. So now teams are very mobile. Right after the first circle, they'll drop in, they'll loot up as quickly as possible, and then immediately go to capture those high grounds of Crater Fields or maybe Los Leones to find those vantage points. Now, with round 2 coming into the picture of things, only a couple of teams have been doing those things, doing those shenanigans. You like esports, I saw their gameplay be very mobile. I saw a couple of teams like 4 Misfits be very mobile, but the rest of them just a little slacking off, I still feel, Crips.
Yeah, and it's just not about the mid game as well. Even in the early game, right? In the previous zone meta, teams could share Los Leones with themselves and be completely out of touch with each other. They could drop in, loot up, sure, exchange a few shots, but you don't necessarily commit to the fight. You have the luxury of just going away from there. And you saw this in the grind as well, right? Especially someone like Team LOLs. They used to contest the northwest side of Los Leones, and they would often crash with teams like Raw and THM. But while they're on the way out, they would often get sniped off mid-rotation. Now, if the zone moves towards them, they will have to be much faster.
True.
And their opponents will also be on the move, so they might just end up in a vehicle fighting like that. So that can be a little iffy for the team.
I don't know if
especially if they go to Los Leones.
I'm very sorry to cut you off over there, but I feel like if I was Team LOLs over here, I would just go hot and I would just go heavy, because imagine this, right? Your weakest strength is, your weakest link, pardon me for that, is going to be your mid-rotation capabilities, right? Just take it out of the picture. Just try and go from fight A to fight B to fight C to fight D.
It's not that complicated. Sometimes the fight A, B, C, D all roll into one. They just become a massive death ball.
Yeah, that is where I feel like players from Team LOLs can actually survive, because imagine this, the lobbies which they were playing back inside of the grind versus the lobbies that they're playing now. There might not be very a massive difference in terms of mechanical skills,
could be.
But in terms of experience, there was a massive difference, ladies and gentlemen. But with all this theory crafting, where are we heading? We're actually heading to the hottest map inside of the game. That is going to be the map of Miramar. Large map, long rotations, and a lot of long distance engagement comes right away. Well, the big bird goes back to the skies yet again. We are ready for the map of Miramar this time around. We're going to be flying in from the south side, little bit on towards the left from Puerto Parazzo, moving on towards Ruins, the top left, top right corner of the map. A flight path which does cut the map in almost two different halves. Majority of that stress, majority of that heat and the traffic is going to be on towards Valle del Mar, Minas del Val, Chumacera will be hotspots. I'm still looking at regions like Hashin del Petron, San Martin and possibly even La Cabrera. But of course, introducing the pilots for this game, it's going to be Salty, and joining alongside with me on the co-pilot seat, it's going to be Mr. Krips. Kripani, how's it going?
I kind of feel like we might just be jumping the gun over here because look at the massive gap between Los Leones. Everybody else who was jumping off at the start have already made their way to Partona, Puerto Paraiso. If anyone wants to go towards Los Leones, they might just have to navigate the outskirts as well. But then, not a single team in La Bendita, Minas, Generales, Graveyard, completely unoccupied for now. And I guess the rest of them will then go towards the northwestern part of the map as well. So there's quite a lot of gaps which are safe to traverse. Of course, you won't find that out until it's too late, until the circles have already started shrinking.
Very interesting enough, I do feel like teams, especially like Sign to God, they've found themselves in a position where they're looking for those vehicles and the loot as well. But I believe now those objectives will be thrown out the window because this circle, I love the circle, right? Especially when it touches that western part of the map, which is completely uninhabited. You cannot go there. It is off limits, but it does bring down the amount of space that is there inside the map to play around. Heavy traffic in towards El Pozo as well. Multiple teams over there. You've got Team U like Esports. Along with them, I believe Just Kidding is there as well. And Flux Esports, a triple threat. And alongside with that, Creative Fields and towards Water Treatment, we have another big inclusion happening. Multiple teams, multiple clusters forming. Crips, are we ready for the fight? Because I believe they're going to break open anytime soon.
And the fights have already begun. As you might see, Creed, they draw first blood. Roshan knocks down King Honi, and they might just be able to get the finish as well. Yes, they do. They secure the first finish. And this is a good start, especially for teams dropping in this area, because the faster you can secure your finishes, the faster you can get out and get in the zone. You will not just have the zone advantage, but also a couple of points in your pocket that should smooth your journey over the course of this tournament.
It's also very important to not overextend. Teams like 3D Esports, they very easily get heated up.
Yeah.
And it's quite easy for these teams who've already brought up that heat level to try and overextend and get themselves eliminated as well in the process. You have to find your exit strategy. You have to find your way to move out of these conflicts in the initial phase of the game and try and focus on those rotations that we've always talked about. We know, ladies and gentlemen, as a matter of fact, round 2, there are going to be these awkward drop collisions. It's very important for these teams to know when to stop.
Yeah, for now, Team Creed is absolutely trying to stop Just Kidding over there. As you can see, Cyrax was spotted along with his teammate in that one compound, and there's only a single buggy which is available to escape. And one person from the Team Creed was already eyeing that buggy, making sure that it doesn't get stolen by his opponents. So they don't just want to secure the finisher, but they also want to make sure that their opponents can't really cross, and they want to take away all their traversal options away from them. Meanwhile, let's take a look at this old school, just scouting out to OP. I don't really believe they will start fighting now. They don't have the initiation power.
Yeah.
But they might just find one soon. Bravo OP has the vantage point, and he just saw that door open. So he knows there's at least one player present in that building, in the grey building.
And they've seen the parachutes blow open as well. San Martin, always the region of early collisions right from the get-go. And the way Team 2 OP are positioning themselves, I still feel that they want to cut down the flanks, want to chop down the birds into flightless motion. Talking about Creed and Just Kidding, they themselves are in their comfortable spots. So they know, as a matter of fact, there will be no offense coming in from Just Kidding themselves.
Yeah, but Just Kidding have been stuck in this compound for a very long time. Yes, they managed to secure a vehicle, which is absolutely essential for them. Because if they didn't move long early enough, they would have absolutely no armor, no meds to sustain themselves in the rest of the game. So they take their chance, they see a way out, and they get out of there, away from the prying eyes of their opponent's Creed.
I love the panic and the pandemonium on inside of this lobby because in spite of not a lot of fights brewing out, I still sense the level of danger that these teams are figuring out in the early stages, right? They know, as a matter of fact, everybody wants those points. Everybody wants to build that momentum to try and lose men early. It will make it very hard for them to make a comeback in the later stages. And if not this map, they will only be left with one more opportunity. That is going to be the map of Sanhok. And I believe on Sanhok, it's chaotic. You cannot control it. This is going to be your biggest bet if you want to build up that lead on the overall standings. And talking about the lead, look at this. Flux Esports on the high grounds outside the circle. They know where you like esports are.
Actually, Flux Esports, they have two of their players already positioned in the circle in Mount Nuevo, but you have Stronix guarding this high ground area and making sure that he has eyes on You Like Esports at all times. Of course, You Like Esports will also start transitioning outside of El Pozo into the circle eventually, so Stronix must not overstay his welcome, otherwise he's just going to be inviting teams to hunt him down solo.
It's so surprising. None of these teams are moving towards the circle. They're just trying to make their rotations a little more smoother, trying to overcomplicate it. But as soon as we move towards the map, look at that grey spot. Look at that grey area. Ladrilera completely left uninhabited. Montenuevo left uncaptured. Chumacera is the only place where 4MG might be facing a little bit of troubles, but there is absolutely no one.
I do suspect that Picado will turn into a hotspot because that is on the edge of the zone and all the teams from the northeastern side of the map will come crashing into Picado. Oh boy, it's been so long since I've casted a Picado Stadium fight, Salty. My blood is just yearning to see a fight in the Picado Stadium. But for now, we have something else on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Old School finally have a threat. They are being naded. Floors being cleared meticulously, top floor getting naded, nothing found so far, but they are aware of a 2-2 split in their vicinity. They know for a fact that Botfire and Aim Hacks are in the boarding building. What do you call it? The one with the massive advertisement on top. But they don't have information on Awesome and Liability. So that becomes a bit of a reconnaissance mission for them. They need to find out where they are before they can make a move.
You know, I feel like Devil's position will be the key for Old School and this fight to actually break open. They are absolutely no one who's checking his position marked. Look at Awesome though. Nade equip does have that level 2 helmet, so might protect him from a couple of those shots, but he does have the DMR. I'm very surprised he's actually going in, opening with the nade in spite of not moving in with the shots, but information has been passed. They want to pincer down this guy. Rao OP has been caught napping. His teammates, his comrades are nowhere near, and now he has to bear the brunt of overwhelming numbers. Two players as they charge up, does have the UMP as well. He's going to swing around the corner. A couple of those clip damages there with the shotgun to shut him down in one quick snap.
And it's such good teamwork from 2OP. Awesome takes a bit of damage, dips back into cover, Liability comes in and fights him. So that way, none of these players actually drop below 50 health and they're not in danger. Yes, his opponent did not really have a lot of loot on him, just one first aid. So they will have to find more meds and tank the zone damage to get out of there. But now that Old School have lost a member, the other two players will just cut their losses, or rather the other three players will just cut their losses and get out of there. Rudra is live. He had a very bad time in Erangel as well. He was one of the first people to die on that map. And now he might just face a similar fate.
Like you said, right, Picado. This region is a bit beyond Picado, but I believe that these two teams, if they do find their exit strategies, they are going to go through Picado. But for now, look at the circle, right? You Like Esports as well as Flux Esports. This duel has been inseparable at the moment, always moving in tandem with each other, and I believe that the battle has to be drawn out. The teams will have to draw out their swords, try and go in for the duel to figure out one lone survivor. But we go back to San Martin yet again, ladies and gentlemen, as Team 2OP, they decide to converge on the other side. It's Vampy holding down the fort. Flux Esports, all four players are right in front of him. Nades do come in, but they do not find the connection. Meanwhile, all I'm looking to find out is where is You Like and the rest of their comrades, because it's just Vampy in this position trying to handle the heat.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the minimap, he has just one player with him, Vampy and Vampire. They might just have to face the brunt of the entire Flux Esports team. And they know for a fact that they are not tradable. Their teammates are somewhat in the zone already, so they have a secure spot. They don't necessarily need to extend this fight any longer. There's a vehicle available for them in case they want to cut their losses short and exit. But for now, this is just a standard, good old-fashioned heat check.
You know, that was a pretty Sigma disengagement from a fight. You have a bus which is like parked right next door. You rear drive it back to safety, looking your opposition dead in the eye. That was brilliant.
my God.
You know what else is brilliant? Liability and his nade rule where his life gets shut down. Old school there in the middle of nowhere. No cover, no formation. Individual players being picked apart single-handedly, and now Awesome, of course, in the distance, does find one of their players. Jod OP is going to try and escape from this fight. There is no options left. And it did not really make sense what Team Old School was trying to do. They were trying to disengage, but then they hear the footsteps of 2OP trying to, come after them with those finishes, and they decided to stop. I mean, yeah, that was weird.
I think they just got greedy. They thought they had an advantage,
Yeah.
they thought they had an angle, they thought their nades would actually get them an opening, but it backfired on them, and now poor JDOP will just have to survive this entire game by himself. A solo that experience in the round 2 of BGIS, not something that you would want to experience.
The point is, how can you get greedy? Because the main decision of disengaging from that fight came only after Ra OP. One of your teammates got taken down. It was a disengagement mission. It was a mission to try and cut down your losses, not to try and be greedy for those finish points. But that plan failed. It derailed completely. Old School with just one player surviving is going to find a very tough time ahead inside of the circle. Look at that. On towards the southwestern part, the southwestern quadrant of the map. So many teams making their way in. Still, I'm looking at Alpha Esports, the last entrances inside the circle, and they're going to be finding Flux Esports on the way.
I am still very interested by the fact that there's 2 islands in play. This is kind of reminiscent of the first game, where
yeah.
all the teams were debating whether the circle will shift towards Military Island or no. Here, there's still going to be a bit of uncertainty. Of course, there's a 90% chance the circle will go towards the mainland, but MDN, they were still on the bridges. They were still trying to keep one foot on each boat just to make sure in case the circle goes for a hard shift, they have the advantage to move first. But now this area is going to get quite occupied, quite populated, so the teams will have to find a spot for themselves. Of course, Team LOLs have found a nice spot for themselves. Nobody really in the vicinity, at least not in the high ground area. And as they see 4 Misfits approach, they decide to open fire. Kunal reveals his position, but 4 Misfits, they are unfazed by this. On the other hand, we just spoke about MDN. They were trying to secure both the islands and the bridge itself. Looks like they have found a knock as well. So there's 2 fights brewing at the same time.
Yeah, Kunal, find the connection. The M4 6 times just doing all the damage, but 4 Misfits, just like you said, they were unfazed. They did not really bear any concern from that offense coming in from Team LOLs. And Team LOLs, they could have been a little more offensive on that fight, could have actually charged in, but that did not come through as well. 4 Misfits who out of the fire into the frying pan. This time out though, rising above esports, are gonna pepper them down with those crispy shots. Yash plays, of course, in prime position, shuts down one of those players with that vehicle explosion. Freeze
He's
behind that rock. Exactly, right? He is completely frozen.
I think Team LOLs will be quite unhappy with this because they were the ones who started this fight. Unfortunately, we also have one more team get eliminated. Old School, they were down to just one person. JDOP was trying to find a place for himself, but he will also not survive. Meanwhile, MDN are facing the brunt of another team on the bridge. Destroyer trying to crawl back to Savage so that he can be rezzed. Meanwhile, Nazam from behind will try to provide long range cover fire.
This.
And he will fail. Nirbai flanks him and he takes down the person who was responsible for the long range cover. Now there's absolutely nothing to protect AE and they might just get crunched.
I don't know, they just had a position to crunch the opposition, but Nirbai falls. But Ayush delivers, takes the fight to the opposition, smacks that DBS through the smoke, finds a hit marker and the knock and the squad wipe. 3 eliminations on board for an MDN Esports. That was a beautiful fight. Nirbai from the backlines was ever so crucial to find that crunch and to find that wraparound. But now MDN Esports with entirety of the control of the bridge. How are they going to make it work towards them is the question, because the circle is moving away from them, Crips.
Yeah, they will be glad to give up that spot. They have plenty of finish points already, so they just need to secure a spot for themselves, which they might just be able to in one of the many buildings of Valdemar. But the moment I say that, the moment I mention that town, the circle moves away from them. Take a look at this. Quite a lot of open spaces now in the zone. OST have one of the best compounds for themselves. It's covered on all 4 sides by a slight depression in the terrain. Meanwhile, they've left Fraze as a scout far away from the team. Team LOL's is going to have to bear the brunt of 2OP quite a lot.
2OP, and of course, look at this, rising above esports. They are bearing the brunt for everyone else. 3 frags on the kitty already. Right outside the circle, they've got a little bit of company for Misfits Gods as they come chasing in, but they get shut down. Freezy, though. You were talking about this lad out in the open, the valley. Of course, turning into the valley of death for him. There's no way this man can survive, and RAE, Rising Above Esports, they can capture that finish point as well. Talking about Team LOLs, I still believe that they are going to have to do a lot of job, a lot of hard work to push themselves inside the circle. Currently being marked by the likes of DGS, Godsons, and of course with 2 teams following them up, chasing on their backlines. I believe for Team LOLs, it's going to get a little more complicated just than that.
Team ULive and Flux are actually clashing head on. They have multiple knocks on either side, so this might just turn into a full-blown team fight. One of them will not survive this one. And Creed, they want a piece of the pie. They're trying to pick up the fight with 2 OP. Meanwhile, they will lose one of their players. Botfire, he will be finished off. Time to resurrect. Thor will be the one who heals his teammates up. But Roshan, he's looking for another opportunity. He will not find it anytime soon. He needs to make sure that nobody else invades while they're being rezzed. And yes, they were about to get punished, but 7Cs also are trying to take pot shots at them. This just makes things much, much harder for them because they're being rained down by OST on one hand, and on the other side, they have danger.
Fights happening left, right, and center, but out of it all, I feel like one team, MD and Esports, they're making big moves inside of the circle, trying to get a long rotation through the road itself. Team LOLs, of course, in front of our screens. One finish captured by this lad, Crimson, but still has to push in forward. And the main concern remains the same. How well will they deal with the fact that they are entering into open terrain as soon as they step inside the circle? Crimson does have the buggy. No scouts acquired as of yet. Team LOLs do not have the information of where the teams are present. And look at that, right underneath, DGS is in position as well. So is you like Vampire steps out, does manage to land the headshot, but Flux Esports is stronger than that. The retaliation was beautiful.
Yeah, survives at 1 HP. Will he be able to put off that first aid kit and heal himself back to 75% health? But Flux will have to hesitate a lot to actually full send it in because they have to cross the massive open road, the tarmac, to get over there. And Vampire has an aid in his hand, pulls out the S12K at the last possible moment, gets the knock onto Adi. He will even finish him off, but he will be traded. Reaction, not that fast of a reaction by this man, doesn't live up to his name as he will be finished off by Vampy as well. And it's just down to Venom. He has the chance to pull off a clutch, but he gets shot from the back lines. Oh no, there's more people who are leaning down on him.
Vampy in close quarters. The nade, of course, mislodged it out in the air. It could have actually exploded on his face, but this allows time for Flux Esports to close in. High ground advantage. Shotguns do not go that way. Flux Esports find the victory. 4 eliminations and a spot inside of the circle. Now I believe they're going to be comfortable unless and until Team LOLs come in from the high grounds and they say, hello Flux Esports. There might be an engagement forming over there, but look at MD and Esports. This is the rotation that I liked. They moved all along this road across the river, and now they're slowly crossing and over, swimming their way inside of the circle. If they actually manage it with safety, I believe this is going to be game-changing for the lads, MD and Esports.
Exactly, and the best part is 7C haven't spotted them yet, so RDX is going closer and closer to his opponents. He's going to be the ninja in the side of 7C Esports, and if you don't see him, he might just be able to get a nice knock, initiate the fight, and the rest of the players can also cross in very easily. 1IQ also haven't spotted MDN yet, so they might just be safe on these cliffs.
Talking about these cliffs, there are a lot of hiding spots, to be honest. The topography on this territory being ever so varying and being ever so different. I believe the teams will be able to find themselves the ditches, but as soon as the circle shifts, the drawback is to try and figure your way out, to find that exit strategy, you're going to have to work a lot. As of now, just kidding. Prime, I believe, has been spotted, and 7Cs, I've seen this team and their strategy in the last game. They love to hold positions which are valuable to them, and in the ending stages, they blow open the triggers to rack up on those finish eliminations. If 7C manage to do the same thing in this game as well, I believe they're walking away with a lot of finishes, Scripps.
Yeah, they definitely will be. But surprisingly, we have reached a lull moment where there's plenty of space available for all of these teams. You have Prime from Just Kidding somewhere in the open just by himself. As you can see, he's lying down, ratting in the grass. MDN, they finally reveal their positions and they're trying to take pot shots at RA who are trying to stick to the edges and get alongside the tarmac, but they will find a knock. Ayush drops Evo Ajay out of his vehicle. They're trying to get the finish on him as well. Yash stops the vehicle, tries to go back for the res, but that's just not gonna happen. Yash will have to cut his losses short. His two teammates have crossed to the left side of the road, but Yash will also fall. At the same time, Team LoLs are trying to pick up a piece of the spy. They're trying to steal away these frags.
Amateur mistakes coming in from Rising Above Esports, right? Did not spot an MDN Esports and their positioning. Every single player trying to rotate in the same direction. Quite comfortable for these lads to actually spray them down and lock them in position. And now it's that broken truck that's going to save the day for these lads. Look at Team LoLzo. They are not saving the day for the ones. STG. Another couple of players are going to fall. Two players trying to run away. I don't believe that is how you actually take a fight. Team LoLs scattered in terms of focus. Now trying to take down the players of OST. Freezy has been spotted. Almost being on the verge of getting shut down. But that man also surviving this level of HP. He's going to bleed out. Anyway, but the fact that STG ran away from this fight right under the nose of Team LoLs, that is what surprises me, Cribs.
Yeah, but they also got shot by Team 7C, so now they have to give away all of their frags to multiple teams, and Team LoLs, even though they are the ones taking the risk trying to shoot down Team STG, their frags might just be stolen from them. There's no way Parik can be rezzed right now. Chobar also loses a chunk of his HP to that nade and will be finished off eventually. Team LoLs pick up plenty of frags for themselves, and STG will be sent back to the lobby.
Look at that, the partnership, Crimson and Jovish once again coming up 4 and 3 eliminations, 7 eliminations shared between these two lads and the rest of them as well. Moving in strong, moving in extremely hot. Right up front, of course, Team OST, Team Osman. Underneath their noses, the position has been marked. Crimson can hear those footsteps, and I believe the same can be said vice versa. Nades are being cooked from either side. Crimson wants to land one right perfect, but needs to get pushed back because of the one coming in from, I believe, Scarless. As of yet, Team Osman, they're holding their ground, but they still have to move in about 120 meters to enter the circle. And Team LoLs, they're gonna make their life miserable at this point.
I also would like to draw your attention to the fight between 1IQ and MDN. We just saw a nice long-distance knock to the Car 98, but 1IQ cannot full send it onto MDN just yet because 7C stands in the way. Now, 7Cs, while they're protected by a nice, cozy compound, if things go wrong for them, they will be sandwiched between these two teams, and that's not the kind of sandwich you will build up an appetite for.
True that. Talking about appetite, it seems like Team LoLs, especially after that first map debacle, they are hungry for a lot of those finishes. Shots were being taken, kind of missed out on finishing them off, but this time Crimson finally is going to watch the players of Team Osman make their way inside the circle. It's going to be a mad dash, it's going to be a royal rumble at this point. From the backlines, it's going to come in, chime up those finishes and rack them in his favor. Team LoLs with 8 eliminations, they go strong, they go forward, and so does Team 1IQ as well, Cribs.
Yeah, and Team LoLs, they're just circling around the edges of the next possible zone. They're trying to pick up fights wherever they can. They try to find angles by spreading out. And sure, they might just have been able to get a couple of knocks on the other side, but 1IQ is in a lot of danger now because Kunal has their sights locked onto them. He secured a knock. And I don't think 1IQ are coming back for that player. So yeah, that's another finish going for Team LoLs. 9 in this game just itself.
Systematic destruction. Team LoLs finally found a way to try and exterminate and terminate them out of the game itself. Crimson, 5 eliminations. This man being the flag bearer of a comeback. 6 teams, 21 players inside of the lobby so far, but Team LoLs have got a beautiful position to play from. Meanwhile, Team 1IQ, they are struggling for position. Kunal actually has been sent way back to try and cause problems for every single team who make their move, and I believe that is going to be one of their win conditions. 7Cs though. This team are ever so patient. They know how to hold their ground. They're doing it ever so comfortably. 1IQ under their radar, Cribs. When do you think the bullets are going to be launched?
I think they will start taking those spot shots when Team LoLs start fighting with Team 1IQ. As you can see, Team LoLs are spreading out quite a lot. You have Kunal on the northern edge of the circle. He's trying to keep an eye on Creed. Meanwhile, Crimson is somewhere in the middle. He's the vanguard. Meanwhile, the tip of the spear, Sai and Joyesh, these two players will be the ones who are harassing Team 1IQ the most. Oh, but take a look at this. Now everybody will have to converge upon Creed Esports. Surprisingly, MDN still have a spot in the zone. Nirbhai, the IGL of the team, is already near the cliffs and he secured a nice space for himself, which nobody can really contest. The only people who can pose somewhat of a threat to MDN might just be Flux, and they can't afford to pick up fights either.
And that is one of the reasons why these shorelines are ever so crucial, right? For MDN, they want to not lose control of the shorelines to Flux Esports, but holding down the terrain is also going to be an enormous challenge. At this point, Team Creed, they are under fire. One of the players has actually been sent in. It's going to be Kunal. It's a duel which will decide the pace of the game. Meanwhile, Tronics, his foot is going to slip, and this man is going to make a fall for MDN. Beautiful situation because now they can isolate and exterminate Crips.
This might just end up working for him. There's a tiny bit of water in the zone. And if his game plan is to just survive, he will just stay in the water.
Well, we'll find out how long he can actually do it. MDN, those 6 eliminations on board, they are in prime spot, but Tronics and his position, I believe, is going to be very dicey as Oxy gets taken down. It's Sam who picks up the frag. Team LOLs on the other side. Kunal in the front lines has been knocked down. Crimson in the back lines has been knocked out. Creed doing a phenomenal job holding down this fortress, as this compound will be the secret to the chicken dinner if they do get it. Team LOLs being a little too greedy, sending Kunal in without any sort of cover fire. They're going to pay the price. Joyce is still in position, but I believe he will be rendered useless once the smokes come in from Creed as well. So I believe it's a mission that has been accomplished by these lads.
Yeah, but because Kunal isn't being finished just yet, that kind of means that space is uncontested and the rest of Team LOLs can move up to at least his front line and get him back up on his feet. They've already rezzed Crimson. They might just be able to reset in time to take control of this fight. Now, Creed, they know for a fact that Team LOLs has had plenty of time to reset, but they also need to make sure that they keep eyes on Team 7Cs. Because right now, Creed have prime real estate. This is the only house which is in the zone right now.
Yeah. Talk about prime real estate, talk about one of their players, Ritnix, in position, but this time 7Cs, they draw their attention and one of their players is going to fall. Team LOLs want to capitalize, but do they spot Ritnix? Right up front is going to be the question. The shotgun screams, he finds the first connection. One of their players is going to bite the dust, but he instantly gets traded out. Team LOLs, they announce war, but their players, they do fall because it's 7Cs out of nowhere. We talked about their positioning, and look at that. Inside of the 5th circle, they had 0 eliminations. Now they come screaming with 9, and they're oozing fire from their breath.
And they have done such an amazing rotation. They were on the low ground at one point, moved over towards the high. Alpha, he breaches into the house, getting all those finishes. They have secured the finishes from Team LOLs, and now they're aiming at Team Creed. Just shots and Thor on the upper floor, which is, by the way, now turning into lava as the Molotovs and nades are being thrown in, spammed in rather.
This is resource management. This is 7Cs timing their aggression to perfection. One of their players' shots, IGL, is going to bow down. Zoroji as well. Even he get peppered down with those Molotovs. Look at the amount of respect the 7Cs are paying to the rest of the competition, right? 2 of their players have gone down. They're not isolating this fight, but they are slowly and steadily trying to make it work. A nade from Kush is going to knock down Alpha, but I believe the finish feed, that will be red. That can actually provide the other team, Creed Esports, an opportunity for a comeback. They come in chasing. The jump shot is there from the window itself, but the shotgun does not strike. For Kush, he still can play around. Thorzord, I believe now he's going to catch his timing, will get the pick. 1 player surviving for Creed, 1 player from 7C.
My god, man, 7Cs were in such a good position to get the entire chicken, but one team nade kind of screws up the whole script for them. And now Thor finds a place in the same house as Kush. Meanwhile, MDN are salivating. They can almost taste the chicken. It's a 3v1v1, and MDN really want this meat.
And why not? You've got 3 players from 3 teams in 1 compound. Meanwhile, Ayush and Nirbhai just marking the exits. Throwables coming in from every single direction, and I believe Kush is the one who's got the high ground advantage. I don't say that as an advantage right now because he will be the one who might just get knocked out, but RDX, he is the first one to take the dust. MD and Esports at a disadvantage right now because I believe with Nirbhay and Fiatos, who know their comrade has fallen, they will try to close in. And why do you even have to close in? Nirbhay with that nade shuts down their opposition, will get that revive back again. Now, can Creed get themselves a chicken? Can Thor provide that lightning strike, that 1v3 for the chicken dinner is going to be the question, Crips. He is in position.
He's being surrounded though. Thor switches over to the first person view, maximizing focus. maximizing his entire godlike power. He traces his opponent in the smoke. Ayush knocked, finished, turned into a 1v2. He's being pushed, and RDX will pre-fire across the corner to get his team the chicken dinner. But my goodness, Thor really did live up to his expectations. Lightning fast decision making. Yes, mistakes could have been avoided, but he made the best out of that worst situation.
I mean, yeah, right. For MDN, I believe they kind of picked apart in pieces the way they possibly could. First of all, their rotation has to be given a lot of praise because I did not expect teams being at this stage of the competition but finding rotations which are almost tier 1 at this point, right? The circle, almost marking the circle through its circumference, finding their way along the shorelines, crossing the water body as well. Finding themselves that small pocket of space which Flux Esports was constantly trying to snatch but holding it down like a fortress. Brilliant stuff. But then when the opportunities strike, they knew when to close in. I kind of feel bad for 7Cs, honestly, because they had this game in their bag, but that nade from Kush, there is going to be a lot of conversation happening backline. I want to hear that now.
Yeah, I really wish we had team comms at this point. You know?
Right.
I mean, 7Cs, they had prime real estate, prime position, they had the numbers advantage, they had everything going in their favor. One single mistake. And the fact that Thor was also really present in the moment, he knows that this mistake has been made, so he just goes to punish it. That's even worse. So yeah, 7Cs kind of brought this upon themselves.
I mean, it's still understandable for the rest of the teams, of course, who were in prime position. I'm talking about Team LOLs. They should have actually gotten this chicken for themselves, moving in, but still getting a little greedy. That has always been their problems, right? In tight corners, in tight situations, when you watch these players make their move inside the circle, that is when Team LOLs always falter, and yet again, similar history repeats itself. Crimson, though, with 5 finishes, I believe he was the man watching the rest of the ship not derailing, this game at least going a little good. So we can say that on the map of Sanhok, there will be an opportunity for a comeback. But you've seen the teams, you've seen 2 matches right unfold in front of you. Which team actually takes you by surprise? Which one might just be the best?
I really believe that 7C have what it takes to get to the top because they were, okay, they weren't amazing in Erangel, but it wasn't a terrible game for them as well. They walked away with just a few handful of points. This time it was amazing for them. Of course, it could have been even better, but I also want to say that 7Cs need to not make these mistakes.
Yeah, and talking about making mistakes, I believe, yeah, you can kind of ignore the fact that there was a self-nade happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will find it in the highlights yet again. But Greedy Sports, you've got to talk about them as well, holding this fortress down brilliantly, and the way they shut down Team LOLs was also very effective. Yes, the help was there from 7Cs, but they themselves could not contain it.
Yeah, but you also take a look at where 7Cs were before this fight started and where they were after it. Like, you had Team LOLs on the high ground.
Yeah.
Of course, they were somewhat in the open, so they don't have the max amount of cover, right? They were just trying to make sure that their finish points make up for their lack of good positioning, which is fine. But when Team LOL started to push this compound, started to fight against Team Creed, 7Cs were on the low ground. They rotated around the edges, they got the higher elevation, and then they just wiped out Team LOLs.
I believe 7Cs have been the most efficient with their moves. They've been the most efficient when it actually comes to utilizing less resources but making the best price out of it. We'll talk about the MVP of this game, and it has to be Nirbhay from Team MDN, pardon me for that. 6 eliminations and 823 points of damage. Amazing stuff with that one headshot as well. This is when an Erangel kind of steps up, not just in terms of rotational paths, but also in terms of his gunplay as well, just leading from the front. This team, this player, Nirbhay, amazing stuff on the map of Miramar.
Yeah, and not just the firepower, but his decision making as well. Sure, Crimson is right there with him in terms of finishes, 5 to his name, kind of carrying most of the weight of Team LOLs. But then after that, you take a look at his teammate Ayush. So there's 2 players of MDN who are popping off 11 finishes just between the 2 of them, and the chicken on top. This is a 20+ point game for MDN.
A big bomber coming in from MDN as well. Team LOLs, they expecting to be on the right end of it. but could not convert the chicken dinner. Just finish points for them. Crimson from Team LOL, of course, landing the longest finish, 307 meters. That's quite a lot. And of course, we saw that one vehicle finish. That was also pretty interesting. A lot of healings going on inside of round 2, Crips, which unlikely inside of the grind is not the case. So I still feel teams are still reliant on their first aid kits and their med kits quite a lot. Tend to take those damages early on in those fights and still move ahead with it. The 3 grenade finishes, kind of expected a little more on there, and just 130 smokes used, 129 to be exact. We move on to the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, and MDN Esports, you mentioned it, 22 points to be exact. Brilliant stuff from them.
Yeah, majority of the finishes just coming from 2 players. So you kind of want to see what happens next if MDN were not playing so passively, if they were in the thick of the fight, then this could have been an even bigger game for them. 7C, they were poised to get to the chicken dinner, if not second place, but they falter because of one mistake. Still a decent game from them, 16 points, absolutely not bad. Creed and Team LOLs kind of tied up at the same spot, but this was a terrible game for the likes of Old School and Just Kidding, who lost majority of the players in the first 5 minutes itself. And that then became a rat simulator for them.
We saw those clusters, right, happen in the initial phase of the game. There were multiple clusters happening, not just in San Martin, but also like in different parts of the map. You like esports, interesting strat over there. 1,135 points of damage acquired, but just 3 eliminations. Overall standings in front of us, Green 7C consistency, in Erangel consistency, in Miramar 36 points for them. MDN, of course, with that second game, finding themselves at second spot, 26 points to be exact. You like esports, come up third, but the gap is massive. Crips, what are your thoughts on the overall standings? Do you think you like esports possibly are smelling a chicken on the map of Sanhok?
I don't think they can get a chicken anytime soon. Yes, they're a very aggressive team, but they are too aggressive for their own good. I believe that the game plan for a team like You Like Esports is just going to be get a lot of finishes all across and stay in the top 5.
Well, staying in the top 5 is going to be difficult because the points difference from the 3rd to the 10th is almost none. 15 points on You Like Esports, 12 points on 1IQ Esports as well. And look at their damage numbers. That is also comparable. So this has been a comparable experience, a comparable start to round 2 so far. The way we expected things to be, a couple of teams making early strides, early strands inside of the competition, building up that lead, but then the competition in the mid-tier being ever so deadly. Still, we know what is at stake right now. You've got to qualify for round 3, and for that you have to end up inside of the top 7. Fight is definitely on. A lot of teams still the 10th spot, they're still in the contention.
I do believe that there's one team in the middle order which definitely has potential to get to the top. It's gonna be 1IQ. I mean, they were keeping Team LOLs in check. The reason Creed survived for this long is because 1IQ was taking pot shots at Team LOLs, at Team MDN, on the completely other sides, right? So, yes, sure, they might not have been able to capitalize on the knocks, might not have been able to convert them into finishes, but I do think that they have the chance to get to the top.
They potentially have it. But, ladies and gentlemen, of course, with that being said, we are gonna be preparing ourselves for a small little break because the action has been heavy. We'll come back right away.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटनिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
Grind to survive is a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion. I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to realme BGIS 2025. You guys are watching round 2. We have just witnessed 2 amazing matches in Erangel and Miramar. We're heading to Sanhok now. And yes, the competition is heating up much more sooner than I thought it would. But Icy, how do you feel the heat is right now?
I think this is going to be a battle for who gets the initial lead, right? We talked about all the groups looking to solidify this one as the top 7 here, but based on these 2 matches, we have seen a little bit of switch-ups between some of the top contenders from game number 1 as well as game number 2. Team Lowe's took a little bit of a big step up compared to game 1, which they were kind of eliminated as well. Hopefully in Sanhok, it is going to be a little bit more forgiving, but even though I say it's forgiving, it is Sanhok we're talking about, so that's a little bit worrisome for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I do believe that if Team LoLs just stick to their philosophy of being a frag-hungry team, they could definitely go ahead with a lot of finish points. They don't even need to worry about the positioning.
Agreed. But at the same time, for those guys watching at home as well, all the teams are playing a very, very best performance here, because right now our sponsors realme P3 Pro 5G is here to redefine gaming performances. It is currently out for $21,999 and you can search it up on Flipkart. Realme P3 Pro 5G. The segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay and also the best 1.5K quad curve display, outstanding gaming hand feel for that immersive visual. So when I talk about immersive visual, it's all about most important thing in the game itself, being able to spot enemies in bushes. That's going to be the most important thing, and having good display is very, very important.
I mean, we just saw that, right? We saw like 2 rats in the bush and they were just hiding, both of them from 2 separate teams. One of them was JDOP. And I mean, of course, there's not too many bushes in Miramar in the first place, but when you go to Sanhok, that entire map is just going to be full of snakes. So you need the best in segment performance.
Exactly.
And that is brought to you by realme P3 Pro 5G.
Exactly. But all things considered, coming to Sanhok as well, I'm a little bit concerned for some of these teams, to be honest, especially like we saw Erangel and Miramar. These are the type of maps that you have a little bit of advantage when it comes to rotations and capitalizing on people. And I feel like when it comes to these kind of situations, Sanhok is very unforgiving in that sense, because it's not about rotations, it's all about reaction times. And of course, speaking of reaction times, to help you guys go through your games in BGMI itself, you guys gotta try out the realme P3 Pro 5G, because it's got the instantaneous sampling rate of 2,500 Hz, which is the segment's stable 90 FPS performance to help you get that instant reaction to spot peoples and react to them in fights.
Yeah, and also to make sure that you don't run out of gas very soon, you don't overextend in your fights, to make sure that you stay healthy. Your phone also stays healthy with that massive 6000 mAh Titanus battery. It's not going to run out of juice anytime soon.
Exactly. With one charge, it actually lasts up to 2 days in total. So if you guys are a little bit lazy at home, you know, you always forget to charge your phone, don't worry. One charge is good enough for 2 days in general.
Yeah.
So all things considered, of course, for longer lasting performance game, which is very, very important for some of these teams. And I know for a fact some of you guys like to have multiple accounts, because I know for a fact the 6 hours limit is a little bit annoying. But I get it, I get it. I do have more than one account just to continue playing.
Yeah, because the rank on your first one is a little too bad.
No, it's more like I can only play 6 hours because of the game itself. So
Okay,
a little bit unfortunate, but all things considered, I want to keep playing. And if you're using the realme P3 5G, you can keep on playing, unstopped. You don't even need a charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But speaking of playing, I do believe that there's some teams who really need to step up, especially teams like Ostman and Just Kidding. They showed me so much potential on Erangel. What happened to them in Miramar?
I think
they kind of lost objectivity.
I think it came down to just decision making, right? Like,
Yeah.
Osman got very, very lucky in terms of placements, right? Like, they had a little small hiccup before the remake. Okay, let's not talk about that. But other than that, they somehow were able to find positioning points. But when it comes to fighting team fights, it feels like they are kind of tunnel vision, just because maybe they're not really warmed up, right? Like, even Osman's positioning, they were always inside in the houses for the longest of time. But when they were inside the house, they are also tunnel vision when, if any teams try to sneak in on towards them, just because of how the TPP perspective doesn't allow them to peek outside. It's very disadvantage for people inside trying to pick outside when the enemies are close. So it is going to be a very, very tough one for them to pick off. And that's why having those DPSs to get those sneaky one pumps is very, very important for some of these teams.
Yeah, and speaking of DBSs, we saw a lot of teams go for shotguns early on in the game, whether it's S12K, whether it's pump action, double barrel. I mean, you don't always get a DBS. You work with what you have. But if you don't have your ideal weaponry, you need to make sure your utility is on point. There are certain teams whose utility was absolutely not on point. One of them is Flux Esports. really messing up the opportunity to get the nade timings. They had an opportunity to isolate the members of old school as well, but they just couldn't do it.
Oh, actually, now that you actually brought up that point, right? Like, I think utilities management is one of the most important things, and I think NDM has done that really, really well, because 2 games in a row, MDM, they don't have a lot of high finish volumes, but their positioning has always been very, very spot on. And when it comes to positioning, they choose their fights very carefully and they don't overcommit. That's a very big contrast between MDM and also teams like You Like Esports and Just Kidding, who are very proactive in taking in any fight they can see, which in this case shows a very, very two contrast of teams. One that plays calculated risk, one just flexes the, I would say, ego checks everyone, and they know for a fact they can because they've got very, very good mechanical skills. So that's something that I think it's very, very important, especially during round 2 stages, because round 2 stages, you don't really know what the other teams are doing. You don't have a lot of macro decisions. It all comes down to just better decision making or better firepower. And this is a very big contrast between MDM and You Like as well as Just Kidding.
I would also put Team LOLs in the same category as someone like You Like, because they're a lot of, they're just itching for a lot of fights, right? And yes, sure, at least Team LOLs were able to convert a lot of their knocks into finishes this game. You Like did not really have the same fate. They picked up a lot of fights, plenty of damage. Unfortunately, no points to show for it. And on the polar opposite end of the spectrum is MDN. They had Flux Esports cornered for such a long time, one whole circle. They had Flux Esports behind them. Guess what? MDN don't care. They know Flux can't make a move. MDN assigned one person to keep a check on those guys, keep them under pressure, and Flux Esports, their entire game is ruined because of that one person from MDN. At the same time, one of them is keeping eyes on 1IQ, one of them is keeping eyes on Creed, so they just know really well how to delegate responsibility.
This is where awareness becomes a huge factor in these teams, right? Like, every single team in the player is got to know what their job is, you know. One guy needs to check this guy, one guy needs to do this, one guy needs to plan, one guy needs to decide what to do, stuff like that. So in a team especially, it's very important to know who is doing what thing, and communication is going to be key. Because if you do not communicate properly, it's hard for them to take action. And of course, numbers does play a huge role in these situations. MDM, so far, they have been very, very low-key. I talked about this at the start of the show. They were one of those teams that did not have high finish points, but they did have chicken dinners and also placement points to compensate for that. So they have been very wise, just because of the fact that tentatively looking for resources while committing to fights is very, very hard. It's very, very hard, man.
At least MDN was able to manage their resources quite well. I feel like IQ, team 1IQ, they had the resources, they had the positions, but they couldn't commit to the right fight, because on one hand they're taking pot shots at Team LOLs, they're also making sure that nobody from Team Creed can peek their heads out of windows. At the same time, they have Team MDN who's just flirting with them, taking pot shots at them as well.
I think it comes down to what you're explaining is just Miramar in general, right? The terrain itself is just so much nook and crannies. It's going to be more poking battles rather than hard committing fights, which is a very, very big contrast onto what Sanhok is going to be looking like. I'm not going to lie, Sanhok, yes, it's very small. Nook and crannies, you are not going to be expecting a lot of poke fights just because there are not a lot of nooks and crannies for some of these teams to actually hide in. Whereas there are potential more snakes rather than teams coming into those fights. So I think when you bring up this point, this is where teams need to switch up. When you're playing Sanhok, they have to be very decisive. If you commit, you have to hard commit fast, because if you do not, everybody is going to listen. Because it's very close compared to Miramar, compared to Erangel, in especially Miramar as well. I think, stage 3, stage 4, there are at least 4 to 5 teams still outside the zone.
Yeah. And more than that, you need to finish your fights very quickly, because third parties are rampant in Sanhok. If your fight drags on for too long, if you're going to have a poke battle, you're basically inviting everybody else to join your buffet, and you're the main course. You're the one who's going to be eaten up by everyone else.
Now, here's a little bit of fun statistics to you guys as well, for these guys watching. So far in the grind stages during all the Sanhok max, most of the Alpha Island circles has tentatively favored teams who dropped onto its Alpha Island. And even then, if the zone shifts out, they do pretty well as well. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to be dropping on Alpha Island, because right now, we're going to be jumping into the map of Sanhok. Without further ado, this is going to be Sanhok map for Group 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sanhok. This is the third game of the day, the first day of round 2 BGIS 2025. This plane path is heavily skewed towards the north. So anyone who wants to go towards the Camp Alpha Island, they're going to have a pretty easy time. But everyone who wants to go towards Camp Charlie, Sami and Docks, those areas are pretty much inaccessible. At best, you will have to drop towards Painan, find a vehicle, and then make your way down south.
I think this is by far one of the toxic ones. Toxic flight paths for some of these teams. I'm not going to lie, this is pretty heavily favored to the northern teams here. And in this case, we do see Team 2 OP already heading towards the northeast corner. We do see STG also going to be lurking within those vicinities. Hatin's going to be from 7C. Team Low is also looking to actually contest maybe Camp Alpha in general. But seems like to me, we do have Creed, 7C, Team Lows, and also just kidding in towards Alpha vicinities. Maybe stocking a couple of weaponaries before heading down south. But for now, it seems to be a very even split between some of these teams. Tatmok completely unoccupied, Cow as well, Bravo completely untouched, Lakawi as well completely untouched. So we are going to be seeing a lot of scavengers between some of these teams.
I was expecting a bit of a fight between 4 Misfits and ULive because I knew that at least one of these teams will go towards Painan and try to get a vehicle to go down south, but it seems like they've escaped each other. For now though, Team Lords, they have picked up the first knock of the game, and the victors, or rather the almost victors of the last game, Team 7Cs, this is a rematch between these two teams. They faced each other in the depths of Miramar. Now they're facing each other once again in the heights of Hatin.
Well, Team Lows, they've got the high ground, he's gone the roof. Crimson's just keeping down low. 7C won't be able to spot him for now, but as soon as he prones away, he's going to be pretty much spotted all out. But as of yet, grouping up on the side, 7Cs, they're hunkering down. But Team Lows, they've pretty much got them all surrounded. And guess what? Now, they finish off Zeus, and now 7C's losing Hornet as well. This is not a great start for 7C's.
Yeah, I mean, Crimson and Joyce were making so much noise, they've completely forgot that Sai can go on the borders of this town and get the knock onto Hornet. Luckily, they haven't full sent it in, so Hornet does have a chance to be revived and get back up on his feet, but do they have enough meds to go around between them? That is going to be a big concern.
Oh, it's going to be tough as well. They don't even have helmets, but fortunately for them, Alpha has that S12K. That's going to be something that is going to scare them off. As you can see, the moment Team Low spots him out, they back off. They are going to respect this. Alpha going to try and shove them back, but Kunal, look at this. Kunal is from afar. If he makes the one wrong move from the side of Alpha, he's going to get his head blown off. Hornet as well doesn't have the mats to work with. Crimson still holding down the roof. Still waiting for the right moments, right, Joyesh? Still looking to find any strays who's going to be lurking outside.
I mean, speaking of strays, you have Ritnix from Team Creed who's just lurking in the background. Shots have also hurt them. Team Lols take pot shots at Creed? I wonder why, because this is the problem they were facing in Miramar as well. They were a little too distracted. Now, of course, Team Creed are not an immediate danger, right? They're not even committed to this fight, but guess what? Kunal gets a second knock of the game. That's Alpha out of the picture.
Oh my god, not looking good for 7C as well with the S12K out of the equation. 7C Hornet only has an AK to work with, doesn't have helmets. Any random headshots is going to be able to take them both down. And this is quite concerning. Team Lows, they have to wrap this up, but fortunately for them, they are right at the edge of the next phase of the zone, so they still have some time before they rotate in. But like you said, Team Creed looking to stalk them later on, but it comes out to wrap out as well. But here comes the pick from Hornet. He gets the opening knock, and he's going to try and get some finish points, but the shotgun comes in. It's going to try and scare him off. Joyesh finds a pixel and gets the knock, but no, Joyesh actually gets knock instead. And Hornet, he's down to his last self. It's going to be 1 versus 1. Maybe even 2 in self. 2v1, but nope. The wraparound is not going to be good. But Team Lows, they managed to reset this, and they get 4 easy finishes on 7Cs.
Yes, and they don't lose any of their players. As soon as there was a knock in the hands of 7Cs, they try to finish them off. You could see that they were really desperate to get those points because they know they're not going to survive this fight. But not even a single point was awarded to them. Team Lols keep everybody alive. And by virtue of taking pot shots at Team Creed randomly in the middle of that fight, they've repelled Team Creed away from this island. And Team Creed are now making their way towards Painan. Yep. On the other hand, even JK was in the vicinity, in that area, but Prime dropped to his, he got knocked by just slipping off a mountain. He was rezzed back up. Alpha Esports at one point were in that mock. They've crossed the bridge to enter Hatin. Why? I can't tell you why. I don't know that reasoning. Maybe because they heard the gunshots, they thought they could be able to third party.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, Alpha, like you said as well, they're looking to try and punish this. And guess what? They find the opening knock. And Savage now managed to sneak up onto his Team Lows. They did not realize this. And because of this, Alpha will get the easy jump on Team Lows, who were distracted by the initial fight. And this is not looking good for Team Lows as of yet. Oh my goodness, this is something that Team Lows wasn't expecting. They were expecting one team, but guess what? Here comes another party. And look at this, they don't have utilities, they don't have any exit strategy as well. It's going to be a big problem for them right now.
I think they've got the exit strategy covered. Back in the grind, Team Lords would consistently clash against Team Raw and THM, and yes, they would lose members, but they would often get out of there alive. So I think they can take down Team Alpha.
Oh boy, speaking of Alpha, seems like they still have a little bit of time from stage 1 and stage 2, but meanwhile the rest of the world seems to be a little bit open as well. We talked about Tanamon Cow kind of open, but here he comes, 2 OP as well as Team Godsons in this case. Oh, sorry, no. Sign to God. Had a little bit of run in from the northeast, finally going to be collapsing on each other. They are split off, coming in from STG, and 2 OP is going to slowly but surely flush out every single compound.
One playing on swing, the other playing on contact. Jobar is ready to move as soon as his teammates spot at least one person. Parek is going to be the first point of contact. He can hear the nade pin being pulled. He's kind of expecting that he's going to get naded right now, but he still doesn't move. Did Parek even hear that? I don't think so.
I don't think so as well. Great timing here coming from Liability. 2 OP official now going to be checking every single compound. And because of this split coming in from STG, it is going to be putting them in a downfall as well. The next corner is going to be Clubber. In this case, Sohee. They need Sohee to come save the day, but it seems to me Sohee won't be able to find any sort of angles. And as of yet, Sign to God is so split off to a point that there's only so much he can do. Chaubar has to get a very big pick, but he doesn't have the shotguns to work with. He's got the AK. He needs to 2-tap headshot everyone in order to get those opening knocks.
Oh my god, what did we just miss? OST completely eliminate Team Creed off the game? That's the second team to bite the dust in this map of Sanhok.
As you can see, 7C, they are the leader as of yet. Chaubar finds the opening, gets bot fire down pretty low, but he needs to get out. He's exposed his position. He's trying to find a way to exit out of this. He needs backup, but unfortunately, the nades from Liability, they calculated where he was going to be, and guess what? They get the knock, and there's only so much STG can do at this point.
The sound sense on Liability is so good. We saw 2 amazing nade knocks from him in Miramar as well, and now he continues to deliver. He might just be the utility king of this lobby if he keeps this up.
Well, seems to be the next phase of the circle is going to be shifting towards Tanmok once more. And the fight between AE and Team Lows has kind of dispersed here. AE is pretty happy with just taking 1 finishes and they back off to get positioning, knowing for the fact that Stage 2 is going to be in play. But as of now, you like esports all the way down south, still tanking the zone, hasn't made their mark into the center zone yet. But no teams has made that migration yet. Everybody seems to be at a stalemate considering the amount of gunshots that has been fired from TOP, STG, even OST as well, who was right in the eastern quadrant of this circle.
Yeah, the eastern corner is going to get hectic, but take a look at the massive center cluster over there. You have Team OS about to run into MDN, and there's a drive-by attempt happening, but Ostman, they cut their losses short. They've already got 4 finishes, so they will not commit to this fight when they don't have full information about their enemies. A crash landing into a compound which is vacant is much more sensible than trying to stop your rotation midway and gather a fight which you have no advantage in.
Oh, speaking of advantages right now, Osman, you know, they're looking for the hit and run strategy, but guess what? Here's a little bit of a hit and run here. TGS getting shot from afar for MG, looking to try and third party this. It seems like TGS, they will hunker down a little bit of a compound to work with. Sartar trying to zone them off from the sides, but he's all by himself. Hopefully, they will be able to find an opening pick.
Doc also has arrived on scene. He was away from his team, still lurking around in the vehicle, hoping to find some more information about the whereabouts of TGS, but they're all hunkered in this one compound, in this one building alone. The Godsons priming their nade. They know somebody's at the door. The door gets blown open by the DBS, and now he just wants somebody to overextend. King Honey, nade in his face. Mafia avoids the shrapnel. On the other hand, another completely different fight has broken down between Flux, but for now, let's focus on this one.
Yep, at the same time, Mafia, they need to wrap things up as well for Mispers. Gods has got them completely pinned, but Tyson getting knocked off is not looking good. As you can see, TGS, they're hesitant to push out just because they don't have the vision. They don't know if S third party's lurking around as well. Freezy looking to try and clean up. Sanhok still hesitating, but he misses the shot. He misses the timing, and he's going to get knocked as well. 4 Misfit Gods from a 4-man down towards a 2-man. Tyson needs to be picked up. Freezy looking for the nades. He misses the timing. He's going to blow himself up. Can he find the drain? He's shooting blanks and somehow still survives this. And for some reason, TGS, they are the ones at the back seat, and King Honey now has no choice but to back off. He's all by himself.
King Honey really wanted to res visit in there as well, but he just tries to get out of the back door of that house, and he's trying to go towards the other side of this entire settlement, hoping to outrun and juke his opponents. But he's been found. SLK at the ready. He can hear his enemies on the staircase, and he will be put to rest. Team 4 Misfit Gods wipe out the Godsons.
Oh, that was so unlucky of them. But 4 Misfit Gods, they did their best, but they're still outside the zone. Hopefully, they're able to get stock up a little bit more because as of yet, they're still pretty far off. And look at this. Paradise result completely occupied by RA. In this case, Rising Above Esports has so much space to work with. They've got all the information to work with. They've heard a lot of gunshots down to the south side, but aside from that, there's no one coming from the east. Whereas the west side, we've got MDM, smack middle, 1 IQ still rotating past, and guess what? They're gonna get shot in by from the side of Rising Above Esports right now.
Yeah, but this problem for 1IQ Esports is continuing in this map as well. You saw them pick up a fight against Flux Esports. They got a couple of finishes, but then they were also eyeing at Creed Esports. So they might just have bitten off a bit more than they can chew. Luckily, they haven't lost any players yet, so it's fine for now. But they can't afford to keep these mistakes up. Rising Above Esports, Yash has heard them all drop into this area. He's relayed the information to his team, but they're still far away. So Yash will have to survive by himself for now. Meanwhile, his teammates Rising Above Esports are taking shots at RAOP from Old School. What on earth is happening? They might just get into 2 fights at the same time. This is way too much heat for them.
Yeah, they have to. They kind of have to as well. They're spread out. They're taking so much space. And guess what? They're able to find Osman for now. But they have to wrap this up because as of yet, Yashi's gotten a little bit of a big 2 knocks here. He's done the damage, but the rest of the teams are not there to provide those cover. And 1IQ Esports is somehow to hold on. But guess what? They're so weak. They're calling the rest of the members trying to punish this. But I don't think they have the angles to work with.
They don't. They really don't. I mean, this is such unfortunate timing. Yash did so much for his team, getting 2 knocks on 1IQ. But unfortunately, his teammates were just too busy fighting OS. At least they're able to finish all the knocks that they got onto OS. So even if they lose 1 member, they at least have some finish points to compensate for it. But this is still a good position lost.
Exactly. But all things considered, Rising Above Esports, they still have a lot of position in towards Paradise Esports. For 1IQ, they are smack middle of the zone alongside with MDN, who's going to be sharing it between the west side of this compound. So right now, these are the 2 major teams who have center zone control for this phase of the zone, whereas the rest of the teams still a little bit spread off. So as you can see, we do catch a glimpse on how the entire city is going to be look like inside the zone, whereas Rising Above still trying to rat their way inside the island, the resort itself.
Yeah, so they have the mainland resort under their control. Yash was holding the temple building, which is somewhat isolated from the rest of the resort. He's lost his life, but at least they have pinned OS down there. So they know for a fact OS will not be able to make their way up the hill. OS also need to be careful about the 4 Misfit people. Oh my god, look at that tracing. That's just so good. Rawopi plucked out of his vehicle.
What a spray coming from Evoke as well. And we catch a little bit of replay coming from Yash. And this is a fight that happens simultaneously in the west side of Paradise and also the east side. So Rising Above Esports, they're taking too many fights. But because of this, it has caused demise towards both 1IQ as well as Osman right now.
Mutually assured destruction, I see.
I guess so. But for now, Rising Above Esports is still only lose 1 man and they still have a decent amount of control in this compound for now.
Alpha Esports. Now, this is a very interesting rotation that they've picked up. You know, they were trying to bait Team LOLs into fighting them at Hatin, but then they just drove away. Team LOL swam across, and now they've occupied that knock.
Yeah, but they still have to get into the zone. They still haven't found cover yet. But meanwhile, just kidding, from all the way outside the zone, they are going to be having a run into 1IQ. And here comes the spray down. And just kidding, they've lose 1 member, 1IQ, trying to hold down this fort for now. And here comes the flank from Noble. He finds one, and they just get completely annihilated. Just kidding. Wasn't expecting this at all. They weren't expecting the power of 1IQ Esports.
destroyed in seconds, just getting come knocking on the doors, and they're repelled away instantly. Before they can even get out of their vehicles, before even they can secure their footing, Nobu drops down and decimates them.
What a shot coming in from 1IQ. He's got 1 finishes, but Monster and Aztec has been popping up. They've got 7 finishes. And just like that, another major contender has been eliminated in towards the lobby as of yet.
At this point, you also have MDN, who just, plucked off Sign to God. At the same time, they're going north slowly towards the side of Paradise Resort.
Now, on the screen right now, Team Lowe's, they have been low-keying for a while, but they somehow got themselves 4 finishes. They've lost Siam in this process, but they are still at the edge of the northeast corner. So they do set up a couple of roadblocks to work with, but guess what? OST gonna be knocking in as well, as Crimson finds the opening knock onto Scarless. And look at the sprays coming from Kunal. They are gonna pressure them outside the zone, and they've got them completely wrapped around as well. And Joey finding another pick once more, and here comes the push coming from Kunal.
Kunal looking to send it in. Nade goes flying. They know for a fact Frazy's being rezzed over there. 2 nades just to ensure that the shrapnel does maximum possible damage. It's all down to Notsus, and he's gonna have to save his skin. Kunal on the horse. This is like a cavalry charge back from the good old days of World War II, and he will be finished off as well. Notsus gets a knock in the process, but not the finish, and OST is out of this game.
Joy, yes, clutching it big time. Team Low stepping in big time right now with 8 total finishes in this match, and we're down towards the last 9 team. And guess what, Crimson, he's been split off from the rest of the team, and he's keeping the rest of the team, another team in check as well. 2 OP looking to third party, but just cannot do so. But the question remains, they've got 40 seconds, and everybody needs to make it in the zone. Look at this, Team Lowe's, Team 2 OP, they have to cross the no man's land road to cross into his MDN's crosshairs.
Exactly, and MDN has only heard this one fight between TGL. They assume there's one team ahead of them. They assume they can gatekeep one team. They have no idea that 2 OP is even present over there.
Exactly, but speaking of which, look at this. Crimson, they're looking around as well. They do scout remnants coming from Alpha Esports, but they know for a fact that MDN is inside the compound and cross, and this is not looking good for Team Lowe's. They don't have vehicles, they don't have time. 4 seconds left. It seems like it's all about finishing the rest of the teams. And while this is happening as well, 2 OP looking to try and out-rotate Team Lowe's first as they try to provide cover fire. But as soon as the gunshots happen, look at this. Joey is looking to try and third-party them.
Uh-oh, MDN 2 OP, this fight has picked up massively liability. He was one of the best naders of his team, but he's been brought down by the monster. More backup coming in from above the cliff, and AimHacks can't even get out of his vehicle. Monster will spray him down, not even letting him land his feet. Meanwhile, Monster's landing these shots. He wants to land the nades as well. This should be the finishing blow. Team 1IQ have a lot of enemies near them, and they need to finish this fight as quickly as possible, because if they don't, then even Rising Above Esports might just get interested in this.
Okay, Joyesh finds this opportunity to try and sneak by while 1IQ is busy as well. The nades are going to be shot onto his 2 OP. And TOP needs to go in for the reset. There's only 1 guy left. I don't think they have enough time. They're taking so much damage. Look at this. They're panicking. They're inside the zone, but they don't know where the rest of the world is. And 1IQ continues with their assault. And while this is happening, 1IQ looking to go in for the reset. Team Low somehow was able to sneak by in through the midst of chaos. And look at this once more. Crimson also rotating in from the west side while they're distracted. This is the perfect timing for them.
Exactly, they don't know. There's a bit of a truce call between 1IQ and 2 OP. They both lost 2 members. They both were trying to resurrect them. And in the middle of that, Team LOLs takes the opportunity, gets inside Paradise.
Now, they are going to try and capitalize on this fight. They do find a little bit of edge, but at the same time, look at the zone once more. It's going to shift them out in the open. Team Lows, they're waiting for this fight to happen, but they just can't seem to penetrate this unless someone starts the fight. And 1IQ seems to be sending their targets onto his Team Lows instead. The nades coming from BMU once more. And the confirmation and the knock again to OP. Only Botfire is left, and here comes the rush from 1IQ.
And Botfire is almost on fire. There's Molotovs landing at his feet. He doesn't even have first aids. He tries to band-aid, but he will have to band-aid those wounds in the next game. 2OP will be finished off at the hands of 1IQ, who have, by the way, now reached double digits. 10 finishes for this team. Massive.
Oh, but at the same time, they're taking some serious fire. MDN has been hearing all these gunshots for the longest of time, and now they are going to try and blow up those vehicles. MDN Esports somehow finds the perfect cover in every single scenario. They've only got one finishers, and everybody has been taking bloodbaths after bloodbaths. And speaking of bloodbaths, you like esports, they're still alive. They had a little bit of run in, and guess what? They're on the south side. They are going to go for a head-to-head. In Alpha, esports now going to be in a lot of pressure with these two guys.
Uh-oh, that's a missed nade. Unfortunately, nobody will be punished just yet. MDN somehow always find themselves in prime position. They have one of the best compounds, and look at these fights. MDN lose their IGL. Even Crimson from Team LOLs is falling. So this has just turned into a 4-team battle with no boundaries in between. OS get caught in the crossfire, and Joyce will be the one to land the final blow. But IGL will be finished off. There were people moving to resurrect him, but that is just not going to happen.
This is tough for you, like as well. They are under pressure. Team Lows, they were right at the edge, and now they're having a little bit of run in with one IQ. Nobu thinking about cooking up those nades, but Team Lows, they get the reset for now, but they only have 10 seconds. They have to make the play, commit or dodge from the south side, and as of yet, they haven't decided yet. It seems like they want to push up instead. Nobu with the M4 gets a nice spray on the Kunal, but through the smoke, he gets taken down. Kunal gets the knock, and now one IQ have to commit to this fight as Team Lows are going to be rushing in. They find a pixel. Joyesh finds it, but unfortunately, he gets taken down. And just like that, Team Lows will be potentially wiped out. They've only got one member. Same to be said for one IQ. 13 finishes for one IQ Esports. And Crimson, look at this. He's only got 1 HP. He doesn't even have time to reset. And 4MG is looking, trying to bully him out. But he gets one knock. Can he get another one?
Oh my
He
God.
cannot. And Freeze will be the victors, but the zone doesn't allow them to reset. This is not looking good for either of these teams. For Misfit Gods.
Yeah, but for Misfit Gods, they are still under the assault from 1IQ. They forgot that Aztec still exists. Those nades, they might just be the final nail at
so
the
close! He
coffin.
got it!
And they get them. 4MG still down on their knees. They cannot get the reset. It's just down to Doc. His position at least is concealed for the time being, so he's not in danger from Aztec. But he's shifted. He shifts his focus to Ayush. He's taking way too many fights right now.
One IQ Esports still doing it. Aztec, the one-man army, he's got 7 finishes, 15 in total for an entire team. And in a blink of an eye, we're down to the final 4 teams. And guess what? There's only 4 players left. And guess what? He found another one. Aztec is doing it for the team. 17 finishes for one IQ Esports. It is a 1 versus 1 scenario. Winner takes all between these 3 players.
It's a 3-man standoff. Monster tried to go for a flank onto Team LOLs, but failed. There was a counter flank, and the only person who kept them alive was Aztec, now carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Alpha Esports, they also disengaged from a fight against the same team, Team LOLs. It seems like both of these teams are connected by one thread, and that is their mutual hatred for Team LOLs. And now it's a 1v1. Aztec opens fires, gets the shot on the Destroyer, down to the last 2 players.
He's doing it. One IQ Esports, they're doing it. They've got 18 finishers. They're trying to break the record set by Solo Esports. Can they do it if he gets the chicken dinner? Aztec, 1 point away from getting it. He finds the pixel. He's looking to clutch it out. Aztec looking to break record here on the realme BGIS 2025. Aztec needs 1 more pixel and he gets it. Aztec, they've done it. One IQ Esports has gotten himself 29 points in a single game. Up on broadcast. Wow. What a defense from one IQ Esports. What a defense.
They defended themselves against 4 potential teams, 2 of which clashed into them. 2 of them were trying to outzone them, out-rotate them. But Aztec keeps the dream alive for his team.
That is
crushes everybody in his path.
That was insane coming in from one IQ Esports. And interesting enough to see how they were able to break a record that set Seoul Esports up on the mark in the pedestal during the grind stages with a total of 28 points in a single game. And that play right there guarantees them with 29 points. And one IQ Esports, and now undeniably should be technically at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Oh, definitely. I don't think I've seen a 29-point game in a very long time. In the entirety of BGIS.
Oh boy, 19 finishes? Wow, that's insane. And I think it was Aztec himself has got 11 in total from that fight. So Undoubtedly, this is record-breaking here for the realme BGIS, and who would have thought here on round 2, on the official starts here, to see one IQ Esports pulling a big one, considering how difficult the zone was in that particular round. And I thought for a fact that MDN might have gotten a little bit of advantage for there, but Aztec, he somehow was able to push through for the rest of the teams, even though his teammates were taken out. So nicely done coming from one IQ Esports.
But now in the last 2 games, you can start to see the characteristics build up for these teams. MDN always finding themselves in the best possible position. This time they weren't able to capitalize on it by winning the chicken dinner. But 1IQ, I criticized them in the last game for picking up too many fights at the same time, and they just sort of like thinned out the herd by spreading themselves too thin. I criticized them for doing that at Miramar. They did the same thing in Sanhok, but this time Aztec stood up as a hero.
Yep.
The same weakness which held his team back is now the thing that propelled his team to new heights.
Well, you gotta eat your words right now. This is what happened when Caster's cursed on the team. He was bashing on you guys.
This was a blessing.
Is it a blessing? This is them stepping up and say, Crips, you need to eat your words because I'm here to take out a competition, because that's what they just did, because they have done something that even most teams struggle to do. And for them to get a big lead like this, I fear for the rest of the world right now. Or in this case, the rest of the 15 teams in that lobby, because it seemed to be nearly impossible. And in a Sanhok map, that is really, really difficult to pull off. So nicely done coming from Aztec. I'm curious to see how most of his highlights are going to be, considering that I don't think anyone else is going to be MVP besides him.
Oh,
that is more than 10 finishes on a single player. So I'm curious to see how that happens here. Crips, highlights for you guys right now up on screen.
Crimson was doing really well for his team. You know, he's always been the hard carry for Team LOLs, and when they were clashing against MDN, when they were clashing against 4 Misfit Gods, these guys were using Crimson quite a lot. Unfortunately, when they went up against 1IQ, that's when they spread themselves too thin, because at that time they were also getting peppered from ULife. So Team LOLs, yes, they are really good at fighting, but they need to know when to stop and not overextend.
Yeah, at the same time as well, teams on the west side, especially for Alpha, they've been hearing all these gunshots. All they could do was just slowly but surely, inch by inch, to actually push into his next phase zone. But Aztec was somehow able to pick off all these stragglers at the perfect timing, which was insane, right? He knew for a fact he was out of position. Why not just take a chance, roll the dice, and just take everybody out? In this case, 11 total finishes on a single man known as Aztec from the side of 1IQ Esports. 11 finishes, 1,457 damage. I must say this should be a record high on screen thus far for the realme BGIS 2025.
Definitely. I mean, we'll have to run the numbers by the rest of the League Ops admins and make sure that this is indeed a record. But 29 points in a single game is definitely one. So we know that for a fact at the very least. Now I'm worried who's going to be in the rest of the top 5 players, because this man has such a high standard.
Yep.
He's set the bar so high, nobody else can keep up with him.
Well, in this case, the match summary is going to be up on screen right now. Before we get into who's going to be the top 5, this is going to be the overall match summary. We've got 63 finishes in total, 0 vehicle finishes, 5,635 total healings, but only 51 smokes being used, considering the fact that we are expecting more, but considering how small the circles is, I've talked about this as well, you're not going to be seeing a lot of poke fights. It is going to be hard commitments after hard commitments because of those nuke and crannies. But, interesting enough, 10 grenade finishes. And I believe those two out of this 10 belong to Aztec for sure in their final moments.
Yeah, and most of these nade finishes came near the Paradise Resort area. Amazing stuff. Not a lot of use for smokes in this one. 29 points for 1IQ. Total 2,900 damage. Half of which is thanks to Aztec.
Agreed. Well done coming from 1IQ Esports, but the rest of the world here, 4 Misfit Gods also stepped up big time in this match 3 itself with 18 points. Team Lows did pretty good as well, considering the odds were stacked against them. They may not have good position of points, but they did get themselves 11 finishes in their game alongside with 4 Misfit to 12, which are the top 3 teams in that game with the highest amount of finishes in this match itself.
Rising Above Esports will be kicking themselves because they were the first people to arrive on Paradise Resort, and they were the ones responsible for keeping everybody away. They could not gatekeep anyone.
Yep, at the same time as well, 7C being one of those teams that actually got taken out rather early from Team Lows, which may affect their standings. But based on this, they're still at number 2, which is pretty okay. But with that play coming from Aztec, 1IQ Esports is officially number 1 after these 3 matches. and with 41 points in total. That is going to be a very, very good momentum start for 1IQ Esports as of yet.
I definitely think they can keep up this momentum tomorrow as well, because we know for a fact that they can fight multiple teams. They just need to focus on one of these teams when the moment calls for it. 7C's MDN, both of them have amazing positions. MDN especially good at holding these compounds and identifying the next zone.
Yep, and as of yet, even Lowe's as well, in the top 4 as well, is looking pretty comfortable. But again, this is going to be 6 matches they are going to be playing in total. They've played 3 so far, and this is going to be their last match for today. So that means they will have a little bit of breather to figure out how to make a comeback for tomorrow. And based on how close the standings are as of yet, it seems to me the cutoff may be somewhere around the 20s, maybe 25 point mark if they want to try and qualify towards round 3 by the end of this group stages.
Yeah. Let's take a look at how our predictions are doing, because I, for one, predicted Team LoLs to be on the top, and while they're not on the top, they're doing decently well. But did anyone predict 1IQ to be on top?
Yeah, I don't think
we
did as well. But Just Kidding was on 10th place as well. They're doing pretty okay. But I'm curious to see how they're going to be happening as well, because I predicted you like esports. They are in the top 8 for now, but you know, all things considered, getting there. But again, top 7 is where you want to be in. Top 8 is not exactly the greatest place you want to be in, because you have to take into account that there are 60 over groups that is playing, and only 16 from that highest top 8 of each group, the highest 16 will only qualify to round 3. So you don't really want to be there. You want to be in the top 7 for sure. But as of yet, Team Lowe's looking pretty okay from the rest of the teams. Same can be said for 1IQ Esports, who's set a record high. So tomorrow, all they got to do is just play a little bit more consistent, and they should be secured through round 3.
I mean, they are consistent. They just need to be able to decide when to disengage from one team rather than trying to juggle multiple teams at the same time.
But all things considered, for these guys who are fans on towards Group 1 here, we have to close things up for Group 1 because they will be playing tomorrow. However, we are going to be taking a short break, and we will be resuming with a brand new group, fresh faces for you guys here for the realme BGIS 2025. See you guys right after this break.
Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटनिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
भाई ये देख नया फोन.
इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप. उसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स.
बकवास है.
अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा.
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है.
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है. क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार.
ग्लो आने वाला है. ड्रामा क्वीन. बकवास है. अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये. जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो.
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट.
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है.
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे. नेक्स्ट शॉट. हेडशॉट. हेडशॉट.
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट. तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट. डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट. डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट.
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ. नूब नहीं हूँ पापा, नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी, हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा, एफपीपी, टीपीपी, एफपीपी।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन ढूंढ रही ना सर, विनर विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Salty as we take you through the journey of the next group. In this case, this is big group 2 up on screen. Group 1, we have seen all 3 matches. We saw a little bit of surprise as well. One IQ Esports was able to break the record thus far in a single match, which is 29 points. Previously, from Seoul Esports, it was 28 points in the map of Miramar, but they've done it in the map of Sanhok. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Seoul just absolutely obliterated the competition. They had 28 finishes and 38 points in total.
28 points, but 18 finishes. Yeah, they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they got the chicken. But nonetheless, I still feel like for one IQ, it was a fantastic performance. Now, teams will have to understand this strategy. You keep yourself alive in the first game, you pace yourself up, and as soon as the call out comes in, you go ham, and then you are number 1 on the standings. Ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to be number 1 in your games as well, you have to find yourself something as powerful as this, the realme P3 Pro 5G, power packed with features, but also a budget-friendly price, 21,999. And talking about that, I feel like, yes, it has got amazing features like the AI motion control and everything, but the glow in the dark on your device is something to be talked about. That is a new feature, huh?
Exactly. And when it comes to this glow in the dark, you want to flex in the dark, you want to play from BGMI in the dark. It's so fancy as well. And what really makes it really interesting as well is that the Snapdragon 7S Gen 3 5G chipset is inside this device itself, which provides you effortless gaming as well as seamless multitasking. Wow. If you wanna, scroll Instagram while you're playing games, or when if you're knocked, just take a little bit chill pill, that's the perfect one. But all things considered, aside from the realme P3 Pro 5G, the game continues. Let's talk a little bit more on our predictions for how Group 1 happened. Were they met by all the casters so far?
Honestly, Team LOLs, the recovery was there, especially after the first game debacle. Miramar and Sanhok kinda went consistent for them. So all 4 of us, I still feel Team LOLs have managed to keep themselves safe for our sake. But you like esports, I see it seems like their hype and just kidding as well, they could not live up to it. Still on the mid-pack, dangerous situation.
Exactly. You was pretty much in the mid-pack, right? I
Yeah.
was a little bit worried, but they're still in the top 8. Just Kidding was all the way to 10th place here, but what really surprised me was actually Game Zotac. He predicted 7 Cs, and guess what? They are on top 2 in this match. So technically, he's gotta be the winners out of every one of us, because none of us predicted 1 IQ Esports. That was like out of nowhere, pulls out, hey guys, I'm gonna get 29 points. Boom, I'm number 1. Yo, what? And casually just, Aztec casually comes in. Hey man, I'm gonna get 10 finishes. Hey, I'm gonna get 11. Hey, I'm gonna get 29 points. Get the chicken dinner for the team all by himself. I'm like, alright, sure bro. You just broke record and you guys just kicked Team Seoul, who had the record breaking, and now they're on 2nd place.
No, the record still stands.
Right.
Team Seoul had 28 eliminations, 38 points in total.
Oh really?
Yeah. The record for the highest ever finishes, it's still Team Seoul with 28 eliminations, not 20 total points.
Oh,
so
I made a mistake.
The record for Team 1IQ though, it's still very commendable. 18 eliminations, not a joke of course. But Team Seoul, they were way beyond. And just imagine the lobbies, right? The lobbies were very different. But nonetheless, coming back to this conversation, now the groups have switched, I see. We've got to talk about the ones who come back into this competition, especially the ones from the grind. I'm going to be talking about 2 teams, and I want your opinion on them. Rivals Apex, so far, not really so convincing inside of the grind. They come in here. What are your thoughts? Do you think they're going to dominate once again?
To be honest, I think Rival Apex is doing okay. Like, I think they struggled the most because of their usual drop spots. But before we talk about Rival Apex, let's announce all the teams coming from Group 2 who's going to be playing on screen right now. Of course, right now we have Rival Apex, we have Blitz Gaming, Renaissance Esports, Terror Esports, Aerobots Esports, Team Ocean Rivals, Bodoland, Rising, and also Error Esports.
Yep. A couple of these names, of course, Aerobots Esports and Rivals Apex, ladies and gentlemen, you might have witnessed them in the journey of the grind. Rivals Apex inside of Group C could not really make their mark. Botmate does. They start their journey from round 2 itself. Aerobots, on the other hand, they've had a very interesting past, to be honest. They were inside of the grind, but they were knocked out at very early stages. They had to continue the journey from round 1, from where they played, then they qualified towards round 2. But once again, there are a couple of new entrances in this one as well. DSG, a known figure inside of this lobby. I want to see how they pan out. The caster predictions on our screens yet again. And I'm going with Blitz. I see, I don't know your thoughts because you went with Aerobots Esports. You feel like these boys are going to come back from the brink of death?
Personally, I feel like Aimbots is just... AimGod is such a menace to work with, right? Like,
Yeah.
if we were to compare solo 1 versus 1 situations, like how Aztec did, Aimgods is going to be the guy that you are going to be looking forward to. So personally, I would still lean on Aerobots a little bit just because they have very, very high finishes. It's just placement points was something that they were very, very lacking. And I
Yeah.
feel like based on how we've seen so far, finishes do give you a little bit edge, especially when it comes to 6 matches. Because when we talk about consistency, it's not about points overall in general for long hour games. But in terms of 6 matches, you kind of need that initial finish boost to kind of get you ahead, a sprint compared to the rest of the teams.
A mental boost, right? It does provide a lot, to be honest. And you know how you can get mental boost in your games as well? By having a device which backs you up, does not get tired even when you don't as well. I'm talking about the Realme P3 Pro 5G, ladies and gentlemen. We've been talking a lot about this device, but it's the 6000 mAh battery. I believe that deserves a lot of praise because, again, when you are in middle of your scrims, you do not want to have any other thoughts. You do not want to have any other questions regarding whether or not my device is going to survive. The battery life is absolutely insane, and so is the teams, of course, coming inside of this competition. I see DSG, they have been inside of round 2 quite a lot. They've been in round 2, round 3. I've seen them compete in BGIS 2023, could not really make their mark. One of their players has been retained, and that will be the like of Nick. With one single player being retained, the rest of the roster being shifted, I'm not really sure if DSG have a very good chance today. What are your thoughts, though?
I think this is where it comes down to sprint, right? Like Lowe's, they have a little bit of experience in terms of decision making, which we kind of saw how coming from 2 teams, right? So teams from the grind, they definitely have a little bit of advantage on how they want to rotate. But if, especially now, where nobody knows where drop spot is going to be in here, obviously having that initial firepower to give you that jump boost is going to help you a little bit more. Like you like esports, just kidding, they were doing stuff like that, which is very, very good. But it is also very, very high risk for some of this team. So considering the stakes are this high, you have to take it. You really have to take those chances.
You really have to take those chances. One of the teams who is most experienced, we've been talking about the new zone meta. I think Aerobots took a very nice route. They have experience from the grind. They have experience from round 1. Will all of this experience can come to fruition inside of round 2 as well? The first map of Group 2, Sanhok, is coming on your screens right away. Well, the tropical lands come in front of our screens yet again, ladies and gentlemen, and this time, Group 2. It's very interesting, but they start their journey on the map of Sanhok, an opportunity to kind of go all guns blazing. Majority of the times I see, you tend to see these teams kind of use this map as backup. But to start off, it does open up your fingers. It does open up your reflexes as well. Talking about the flight path, it starts from Khao, ends towards the regions of Kampong. Slightly deviated towards on the right-hand side, towards the east side. Majority of the teams who want to move towards Tambang, Nakham, Sami and Kram Charlie might be alienated. But as usual, Co-pilot IC, are we looking at any drop clashes? What are your thoughts?
Well, we might see one on towards Cow here, considering the fact that the previous group, nobody was in towards Cow in vicinity. But this time, we are going to be seeing 2 teams thus far, VTE as well as OR, going to be in that vicinity, and also one more additional team, actually. I think that's going to be D4T. maybe even DR in that situation. So that's going to be something I'm a little bit worried for as well. But like you said, rival Apex, they are expecting a little bit company. Look at this. VTE going head-to-head against the OR as of yet. Seems like one of the members coming from VTE has been taken out right now.
You talk about Ocean Rivals. Varun has been completely caught off guard. This position was not under grabs. Veterans Esports, they found themselves the opening, not the opening in terms of a knock, but at least in terms of finding those hits. They know where the players are going to be cornered down in. And talk about Arc, trying to catch that player off guard. The shots will connect. A little bit too ambitious from Varun, and he pays the price for it. Ocean Rivals in a big world of trouble right now.
Yep, in this case, seems like we have a little bit of a scuffle here. Stalemate coming from Ocean Rivals. He is going to try a little bit more. In this case, Wolf, he doesn't have bats. He needs to make every single shot count. In this case, Arc having a little bit of mishap. They've lost one. About to lose the second one as well. But out in open, Wolf, he's hesitating actually going for the pick. And now, Arc actually spots a pixel as well. Here comes the cook nade. 3 seconds left. It's going to lob over. Wolf needs to get out. But because of this, VE, they are managing to sneak up on him right now.
They certainly are. Veterans Esports, the only point of concern is going to be airbots and their positioning right behind the lines. They know there is going to be a risk of getting third-party. So far, Wolf has been successful. One of their players has been knocked out. Veteran Esports are seamless at this point. They do not care if their player falls. They want to keep up the pressure so far. Wolf finding the frag is yet to confirm it as of yet, but I still believe he's just going to get bleeded out to death. There is absolutely nothing that he can do, but he finally shoots back. One of the players is going to fall. Good stuff coming in from Wolf 999.
Yep, like nicely done here coming from Ocean Rivals as well. This split up coming from Ryzen and Wolf. This split is so far off, but Ryzen is able to do some serious damage onto his veteran. And because of this, they are going to be in a lot of pain because of this. But speaking of pain, guess what? Aerobots! They heard the commotion and they're looking to try and capitalize a couple of finishes themselves. In this case, Veteran Esports now in a pickle. He's got a painkiller in front of him, but he's so afraid to pick it up, knowing that maybe we are going to be expecting a little bit of company. But guess what? Rival Apex, they are also in a little bit of a contention up in Camp Bravo.
Camp Bravo is supposed to be their hotspot, is supposed to be their drop location, but now it has been snatched. The evil warriors, elite warriors, pardon me for that, they found themselves the right end of the stick so far. Naman has been knocked out, a little bit of retaliation coming in from Tiger, but that's not going to find its target as of yet. Rivals Apex, they've kind of split themselves up very thin, trying to find out the flanks from either side, but you talk about elite warriors, you talk about discipline coming in from them, the amount of patience that they've shown, especially after that first knock. A lot of these young teams, I see, they would quite easily charge in, just overextend, especially when you get that first knock. But now, with Elite Warriors, they know that they're ready to not cut down on their losses. They know they want to keep that man numbers advantage. And in spite of finding the opening, they gave it away. Naman is back up on his feet.
Oh boy. Speaking of these fights, Elite Warriors, they are in a little bit stalemate. But seeing how the circle is going to be shifting, seems like they have to wrap this out, but Rival Apex seems to be following the previous objectives of how they've been playing during the grind stages, and they can't really do too much. If they leave now, their backs are going to be shot from the side of Elite Warriors. But if they don't leave fast, they are going to be in a little bit of trouble. And while this is happening as well, guess what? K4C, if they hear gunshots, they may look to try and third-party these two teams as well.
And why not? Rotating in right in between, they've got that northeast side of Mong 9 for themselves. But coming back to this fight, Camp Bravo still under contention by the two teams. Rivaled Apex, they want to open things up. Nade flies in from Tiger, right on the money, finds its target. One of their players has been knocked out. And Rivals Apex, I believe this is the time when the flanks can be thrown open. Naman wants to open things up, but he gets shut down. Naughty Boy with the DBS, just being ever so brutal. Kratos from the backlines might actually catch this player off guard. And yes, he does. Rival Apex, they come back swinging hard.
Nicely done coming from Rival Apex. They were able to find his pixel perfect moments, but at the same time, Trigger with that opening knock. We've talked about how Trigger was a very good addition to Rival Apex, but they didn't really do too well in grind. But this time, he's stepping up big time. However, speaking of big time, Trigger still going on the hunt. Mukul going to be the last man standing, coming in from the Elite Warrior. Has no helmet whatsoever. This is going to be a big, big problem. He is going to be overrun, but he sees the pixel, and that's going to be Tiger spotting him out. Actually, Trigger spotting out.
Yeah.
And that's going to be 4 finishes in the hands of rival Apex.
I love this, right? Rivals Apex, they were at the disadvantage right at the start of this fight, but as soon as things kind of not start to go their way, they decided to be more mobile. They decided to be a little more proactive on this Camp Bravo region. Just moving around, trying to cause problems for the elite warriors. And that is exactly that happened, right? The mobility and the ambiguity from where they are going to start charging in, converging upon their players, just made all the difference. Now, of course, the fight changes. Aerobots, another team that has been struggling so far, has been bit in the dust. Ayush from Blitz Gaming is going to find the target. And once again, Team Aerobots back in the dirt.
Well, interesting enough, Blitz Gaming, they were from a previous... They have a different kind of name. We're starting off with the first qualifiers, and now they're renaming themselves to Blitz Gaming. And they had one of the highest finishes through round 1 itself. Yeah. So for them, coming to this game, having 6 finishes, barely even stage 2 into the game, seems to put themselves in an impressive feat. Meanwhile, Aerobots themselves, this is not looking good for Aerobots Esports, because as of now, they've only left with 1 player.
Again, right, the problems just keep on surmounting. In the grind, we saw this team struggle. They were getting picked off left, right, and center, always just failing to have that man numbers advantage in the final circle. This time as well, in those early quarter engagement, they could not retain their men, and now they are beginning to fall. In spite of the fact that Aerobots, they were potentially the ones who should have been third-partying that fight that we just witnessed at Camp Bravo, but again, things just not going their way so far. We'll find out if that lonesome survivor can make it inside that final circle. For now, the Supari gang on our screens. We talked about this player, Nick, the only player that has been retained. Everyone else around him, a new face, a new player on the block. For TSG, their struggles inside of the early stages of BGIS has ever been growing so much. In BGIS 2025, I believe this team can certainly make a difference if they hit their chords right.
Well, speaking of hitting the chords right now, they are at the edge of the zone. They are going to be gatekeeping a couple of teams later on. The question is, where is going to be the zone for now? They do have a vehicle to work with. But aside from that, there's not a lot of information to work with, aside from the fact that there has been 4 teams being eliminated. And guess what? Aerobots is going to be the next to follow them. 5 teams eliminated. Barely even stage 2 into this game. What a turn of events here for Group 2.
True that. And this is how Sanhok has been panning out, the first one as well. Kind of going in similar territory, similar strategy for the rest of the teams. To be honest, I feel like majority of the teams, be it Arch, be it K4C, they will be looking for those gatekeeping measures. As of now, a compound right at the edge of the circle, they know survival is of prime importance, and there's no presence left, right, and center. On the other side, of course, there's been a fight that's been brewing out. Renaissance Esports, RTE, going up against Swag Esports. Could not really keep up that Swag. Killed it.
Oh boy. But at the same time, look at the replay here coming from Blitz Gaming. They are going hit and run all the way through. They find themselves a lot of finishes themselves, but that was how they got themselves into 6 finishes. But guess what? Here it goes. Another time. They set up a very interesting pit stop. They are going to pin the members coming from P4M. And now Kratos is going to be completely obliterated. No chance of getting back up.
I like this strategy coming in from Blitz Gaming. Hit and run. You know you spot a player, just pin him down, focus fire from all 4 directions and try and get the knock for yourself. Finish has been confirmed. Blitz Gaming, they want to close in the distance, and now they are predicting, at least they're anticipating, the presence of the outliers. T4M, you've got Close God and Tango in a different compound. Meanwhile, from the distance, Sky IGL is going to focus fire on Virus, who will get knocked down. Retaliation from Blitz Gaming, we are awaiting that as of yet, I see.
Yep, we are finally getting first hand on why Blitz Gaming was such a dominant force coming from round 1. They were not streamed on game itself, but they themselves have got themselves 57 finishes in round 1 in total in their games, with only 1 chicken dinner. And just like that, they've got to 7, and they're looking to continue even more. 6 in the hands of Blitz Bro. Or in this case, Bro is pro. Virus now being knocked in. Bro is pro, looking to continue even more. He gets another knock once more. Blitz Gaming just completely annihilating competition.
Yeah, And I like the way he's actually named Bro is Pro, right? He certainly is showcasing his professional skill sets right now. As soon as he gets a knock, he immediately repositions himself, cooks up that nade, trying to go in for that finish. That is the right strategy. You do not want to give in any leeway whatsoever. Sky Arjul falls as well. And now it's just Tango from T4M, who is still trying to hold down the fort, but it's going to be very difficult. Blitz Esports, like we said it, their strategy is hit and run. But as of now, they are lighting up the compound as well. Focused fire from multiple directions. Blitz Gaming, they are going to eat up the competition. 9 eliminations racked up, and they're going strong with 4 players standing on their feet.
What am I watching? Blitz Gaming with so much confidence, just completely rushing every single team. And guess what? They're 4-man healthy. 8 in the hands of Blitz Pro. In this case, Bro is Pro. It's just, I don't know, man. Like, Blitz Gaming, Bro is Pro. Like, come on, bro. Like, you gotta be better than this, bro.
You want him to do better than 8 finishes?
Yeah, he's gotta set a new record right now. S-Tech was able to set 1 just now in round 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. Those individual battles definitely are going to be proving up even more as we progress. But Blitz Gaming, as of now, they've got themselves a central part of the circle, which means they will be able to tackle a heat and focus fire coming in from RTE as well as rivals Apex. There will be third-party possibilities as well, but looking at the circle, looking at the way teams are rotating in late, you look at Erangel Esports as well, quite out there in the blue. Rays and Edwin still trying to make their way inside, but they will be marked by TSG, who is in prime position, honestly.
Well, speaking of prime position, as of yet, Erangel Esports still outside his zone, having a little bit of run in, and while they're running in, they might be running into TSG themselves. In this case, the Supari gang is going to be looking to try and gatekeep them, as you can see on the screen as well in the southeast corner. RTE also going to be on the south side as well. They are going to be playing a little bit slow, but considering how quickly this lobby has went, everybody has some space to work with. This is only barely, what, stage 3?
Yeah.
And we've got 6 teams eliminated out of the 16 teams, so there's only 10 teams left in this lobby. So a very, very quick lobby coming in towards this game.
And that is one of the reasons why you see the circle having so much space, right? So many compounds being left open. Alienated on that south side, you've got Erangel Esports trying to go in for that longer rotation. And they've actually rightfully spotted the vacant compounds to actually try and capture. Renaissance Esports, on the other hand, they find themselves on the southeastern quadrant of the circle. I believe also a safe space, but a couple of outliers who will still be present. The Supari gang you mentioned about them, is so will be Arch X. Illusion can be spotted on the X-ray. Arch X, they know as a matter of fact that teams were trying to traverse this region. It's more important for them to make less noise and gather intel, and that is what Lyrax is doing, trying to search up those compounds. Nyx will get spotted, but the right opportunity has been missed. Lyrax still survives.
Yeah, now Nick in a little bit of trouble as well. One of his members from the side, TSG, has been knocked off, and Tug is pretty much stranded out and open. Means that they have to actually reset this fight. Meanwhile, Lyrax, they have a little bit more room to work with. But speaking of time, they don't really have a lot to work with as well. They have to make it in the next phase of the zone, and they don't have those vehicles. Everybody's going to be running out in open.
Look at the cluster, I see. Look at the cluster on that south side. I love it. The Supari gang, of course, Nick still trying to hold down the fort. His teammates are nowhere to be found. Illusion is there, but will he be of any use is going to be the question. The nade rightfully thrown in from the window itself finds no connection. But as of now, Archex, they are yet to find any room for their own itself. They do not have any space to move about.
Well, speaking of him as well, he's going to try and pressure a little bit more with the SDLK. Sees one out in open. He gets the opening pick, and now he's going to be trying to swap with the SDLK. Look for the rest of the team. He's literally the one-man army right now. Nick has got them completely pinned inside the house, and they will have a little bit of trouble. But as soon as I say this commotion has brought the attention of another team, and now he's going to get knocked himself.
TSG Monty had to come in quicker than he's supposed to. I felt like there was adequate support provided for Nick as well, but this man was supposed to do a one-man army show, but that was cut short. Arch themselves, they are not quite safe inside this compound. 2 of their comrades have been taken down. The zone also will start pinching them to death. STSG pull the trigger inside of the smoke. No information found, still finds a connection. Ratarat, he actually moves in, but he gets traded out. In fact, Nick, shining bright, 4 eliminations for this lad. The TSG They were going strong, but for the blue zone that chew up this team's hopes and dreams of finding that good chicken, the Supari gang has been shot. Meanwhile, Illusion, the only man who is waiting to move inside the circle, is being pounced upon by Blitz Gaming.
Oh boy, Blitz has been making so much noise as well, but little did they know, guess what? Even though they're shooting onto Subari gang, but little did they know from behind, rival Apex is going to be there as well. And here comes Illusion, a small little piece of his feet was sticking out and he's in a little bit of trouble. The nades comes in and Illusion dropped down to his 1 HP, somehow still survives. And he's only got bandages and now another nade comes in as well. Ayush wants to finish him off as Blitz in a little bit of trouble, but it is going to be Renaissance Esports that finds him out in the open and takes him out instead.
His demise was so obvious over there. That man had got no inch of space, to be honest. And the same goes to say for Blitz Esports as well. But they themselves are on the right end of the circle, a couple of meters, and I believe they will be inside. Rivals Apex from the backlines, of course, trying to cause problems, trying to break open this defense apart. But I like what Blitz Esports are doing, right? They're constantly being mobile. They're gaining information from the rest of the territory. And Ayush is already in enemy lines. He's on the wide flank, and I believe if the nade strikes, the rest of the team, they will be able to converge upon Rivals Apex as well.
Oh, Virus going for this aggressive push. He finds the opening one as well. Trigger is going to be knocked, and guess what? Rival Apex going for a drive-by. They get one knock, but at what expense? They are losing members, and now Bro is looking to try and spray them down. Rival Apex running for their dear lives, and guess what? A third party from afar actually gets another knock. And Renaissance Esports from afar trying to cause chaos in this fight.
Absolutely, Bro is trying to rack up his 11th, but he's being shut down. Naman from the distance tried to bring the demise of Blitz Gaming in front of our eyes, but that has been shut down. 16 eliminations for Blitz Gaming, and they are going strong. 3 players still surviving, but Ayush needs to revive both of them. Bro is on double digits already, and this man is breaking open the lobby so far. No space to capture, and he's got another team to stop him dead on his tracks, and that is going to be the likes of TE. Right in front of him, all 4 players inside of the circle. Blitz Gaming, will they be able to find a way to move inside? It's going to be my question, I see.
Oh my goodness, speaking of finding circles here, we're down towards the final 14. This seems to be a repeat from how one IQ Esports played in the previous game, and this time in the hands of Blitz Esports. Can they do it the same? And I would like to correct myself. One IQ Esports was not the record holder. They had 28 points. And like you said as well, Seoul Esports was the one that had 28 finishes. And right now, as you can see, Blitz Esports is in prime position to maybe try and replicate this. They have about 19 points now. They've got about 11 people left to pick off.
Are you really sure Blitz Esports are in prime position right now? Because they are hunkered in that corner. Yes, they are taking shots, but that is only because Renaissance, they're exposed because of this high ground disadvantage that I say, quote unquote, because they are completely open to actually move in, to get closer inside the circle. They need to spread their defenses thin, and that is why their players are falling. Shub out in the open, could not really do much over there. Is going to bite the dust, and now look at this. Insane stuff coming in from TE so far. Demon is going to find the knock. Blitz Esports, they are being isolated and picked apart at this point.
Reed Ayush going to be taking some serious fire as well. Terror Esports knows for a fact that it is going to be Blitz, and they are going to try and make a run for it as well. Bro is going to be there, but seems like he is going to bail out of this fight. Considering that circle is not going to be in his favor, he's going to use the UAZ to provide a little bit of cover, trying to go in for reset. It seems like he is going to be there, and Terror Esports will converge on this collapse here. Bro needs the opening knock. Can he get the Kobe in? And he does! What a nade from Bro. He's going to be able to hold on, but at the same time, he's lost Ayush, and here comes Ray! What? A shot! What a shot from Bro.
This man is an absolute monster right now. Still going in. The responsibility of Shadow still on his shoulders. The medkit, of course, is going to come through. The team has been wiped off. 3 teams and 9 players still left alive, and Blitz Gaming going ever so strong, punishing everyone that comes their way. And talk about their competitors. It's going to be Renaissance Esports, who found themselves a comfortable spot, a small little shack. Along with that, a couple of smokes, but their position has been marked. Those gunshots that have been fired, I believe Bro knows where his focus has to lie. Meanwhile, the outliers, of course, D40, they're still waiting for their opportunity to pounce on, and I believe that this third party might actually result in the chicken. It's all about a game of patience, I see.
Oh, he gets the knock once more. Bro is doing it. He's got 13 finishes, and the last 3 team, Blitz Gaming currently 2 players alive, and they're challenging the wall. Shadow finds a knock on the other end as well. They're looking to take the competition by storm. 21 finishes in total for Blitz Gaming. And as you can see, Bro is Pro. He's going to continue his assault, but they have to push into his phases zone. And right now, inside them, it's going to be D4T, who's going to be gatekeeping them.
This is not about gatekeeping right now. This is about ambush, and Blitz Gaming want to ambush the likes of D40. Hitman, of course, trying to lie low, trying to not give his position away. The nade being ever so deadly. Even Professor X almost bites the dust, and this man does not stop. He keeps on bouncing it up, and Bro is Pro. He is on unreal momentum right now. The only man out in the open who can stop his dreams is going to be Ryan, but even he gets shut down. We are close to an all-time record. The all-time record stands at 18 finishes from Viper. This man is close. Renaissance Esports on his way, but this is Shadow who is closing things up. He's got the M4, he has got the S12K as well. Needs to time that rotate, but will he wait for his man? Pro spots a couple of players out in the open. Shots fired, could not really connect, and now look at that, the blue zone punishing everyone but Blitz Gaming. Takes away the chicken dinner, takes away the storm, takes away the highlights as well as the bragging rights. This was a dinner and a half that they've had.
Oh boy, what a start coming from Blitz Gaming, because from round 1, they were the top contenders from round 1. They had 57 finishes in 6 matches, and right now, from the get-go, they're looking to prove themselves that they are the top contenders on this esports. But Bro is Pro is getting some insane nades, I'm not gonna lie.
Bro is God, to be honest, in that position. He knew the pitch-perfect location of every single player, and the throwable usage was pristine.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, his nades has been so spot on that he was able to get 2 players from another team, and even the 2 inside the shack from the D40. The D40, who in this case should have survived this, but the 2 nades coming in, knocking 2 players, just gave them the opening and space to take out the competition, which was something I did not expect. But what a play coming from Blitz Gaming. This is something I did not expect at all.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the only team who could actually come close to trying and stop them was possibly Rivals Apex in that fight. But then again, we saw how they split open that fight, right? Ayush going on that wide flank. Rivals Apex were like, where did this flank come from? And of course, you will not be able to react. That is like tier 1 level gameplay that we've seen so far.
Well, in this case, Bro is Pro literally just dismantled the lobby by himself, man. Like, he only got 1 knock, and that's also, like you said, Rival Apex was the one that actually got the knock.
Yeah.
But eventually, the third parties came in, which resulted in both teams taking serious casualties.
Yeah.
But a 2-man army from the side
it
of
was
this
a 1-man army, bro.
Well, you have to give credit to his teammate too, man. Like, he did his part. You know, not gonna lie, he did his part. He's applying pressure.
Yeah.
Trusted Bro is Pro to do his job, and they just clean out the game.
And the beauty of it is how well Blitz Esports actually manage their resources, because they've been taking fights left, right, and center, but still this man has those nades in the final circle. I just saw a video on Craft India Esports and their show socials where the best IGLs were being asked how the new zone meta has shifted the utility of throwables. And Destro suggests that you need to carry a lot more, and Blitz Gaming, they did exactly the same.
Yeah, I think so. I'm curious to see how they are going to be handling it when they actually face off the top contenders, right?
Yeah.
Right now, it's only round 2. They are stomping out a lot of its competitions, but the pixel-perfect moments was just insane. But in case you missed out on action here, these are the highlights for the first appearance of Group 2 for Match 1 for them. And as you can see, there were a lot of collision. And by this stage of the game, I think there was like 6 teams which were already eliminated before even Stage 4 actually begun.
In the third stage itself, we had 6 teams eliminated. That is like surprising. But why, of course, when Blitz Gaming, they were on a roll. Rivals Apex, they were closest to actually coming in and breaking down their back. 2 of their players were knocked down, but then again, we know Bro is Pro. He is an actual professional out there with great experience and firepower. This man racked up 16 eliminations all by himself. Look at those nades, right? Ever so on point. I've never seen someone be as effective of a grenader as he was. His shots connecting magically, of course, against the likes of D40 as well. And Renaissance, could not really do anything much, right? They were just pinned down in the backlines waiting for their opportunity, but that opportunity never came.
Exactly. Another nade coming in from Bro is Pro as well was so perfect. Hitman was there, and he tried to preemptively jump into the shelter shack itself, but surprisingly enough, D4D wasn't expecting a second nade inside, which resulted in him getting another finish himself. So nicely done coming from Bro is Pro. The macro aspect was really spot on, but the MVP is none other gonna be Bro is Pro. Like, why are we keep mentioning about this name? Yeah, that's why, bro.
Yeah, bro, to be honest. Bro missed the... Hear me out, bro missed a national record by just 2 frags. The national record still stands at 18 eliminations by Viper. He missed it by just 2 eliminations over there. 16 racked up by this lad. Monstrous performance coming in from Shadow as well. 933 points of damage. Like you mentioned, a lot of effort was there. It just did not really show on the finish card.
Bro, no one is even close to Bro is Pro right now. It's 16 finishes. He's the only closest one is Shadow is 4 finishes. Nick with 4 as well. Ayush is also in the board, but I don't know about you, man.
A fun fact, you add up all 4 of their stats, it's still nothing comparable to Bro is Pro over there.
Bro. What's up, bro? That's insane. What a debut.
What a debut, right? Talking about the match summary though, 8 grenade finishes, which I'm expecting majority of them came in from this lad itself. Just 7 smokes used. But then moving on to the point standings, Blitz Gaming 36 points racked up. Look at that damage number, 4,000 plus. D40 came close, 13 points for them. Renaissance Esports with 12, but rivals Apex and other known teams like the Supari Gang absolutely dismantled.
To be honest, I'm curious where all this damage come from. Like 4,400 damage. That's a 200 person per person. Okay, they actually got knocks and finishes at the same time. So that's pretty high amount. But in the second half, well, guess what? Nobody even came close in this point to actually considering the amount of finisher points that was stolen from the side of Blitz Gaming. It's pretty easy to make it to the top 8 here in the second half, but it is still only the first game. But for Blitz Gaming, they are very comfortable right now.
They should be comfortable because I believe looking at the first group itself, I figured that the safety point mark after 3 games will have to be 30 points. If you are gone beyond that 30-point mark, you should be relatively comfortable on the overall standings. This team just break open that mark after a single game itself. 36 points racked up, 2 points shy of Seoul, and their record-breaking total of 38 points acquired. So amazing job done over there. But a couple of things did not really go our way. Of course, Aerobots Esports getting taken down in those early engagements. Once again, just showing that the weakness is still there.
Yeah, this is the thing about playing in this kind of lobbies, right? Like, no, there's no drop spots, there's no macro. It's a little bit unexpected. And for us, by stage 3, we saw 6 teams getting into head-on fights right from the get-go. Was just unexpected. So hopefully they'll do a little bit better tomorrow when it comes to Sanhok itself. But the journey continues for some of this team. They will have to play Miramar and Erangel once more.
Absolutely. And of course, we saw rival Apex over there as well. A little bit of a drawback, a little bit of a debacle coming in on that Camp Bravo fight. But recovery was there, which I believe is going to continue. Of course, the first map did not really go their way, but they're going to come back on the map of Miramar and Erangel. But that happens after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Temperatures high, but it make way. I came here to slay. Came here to slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
Let's go!
सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार.
नहीं आता.
क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता.
नहीं आता.
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार.
आता है.
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो फॉर चिकन डिनर.
यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. Oh yes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, of course, the map of Sanhok was dicey. Yet a blockbuster performance coming in from Blitz, but a blockbuster re-entry on the desk. Mr. Cripps is back on the panel yet again. We're preparing ourselves for the map of Miramar, but a couple of outliers, Cripps, Aerobots not performing to what was expected out of them, and then of course Rivals Apex. Do you think their performance was okay, or do you think it was kind of below subpar?
Of course, their performance left a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
But the fact that they were able to manage themselves on top of that hill, it kind of shows that they know how to prioritize their targets. But once they are locked into just one fight, they need to be able to finish that fight. And you can't even blame any third parties for their demise. Nope, this was all they're doing.
And to be honest, it was also the flank coming in from Blitz Gaming as well, which we've talked about already. They beautifully know how to maneuver their way against enemy territories, go behind enemy lines. But there were a lot of teams who did surprise us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about TSG, I'm talking about Aerobots as well, not performing to the best of their capabilities. But you can perform to the best of your capabilities when you have a device as powerful as the realme B3 Pro 5G. It's power-packed with features, just like IC had mentioned, has got that Snapdragon 700 series chipset inside of it. Along with that, a beautiful glow-in-the-dark feature just to make it a little extra fancy. Because who doesn't like extra fancy, isn't it?
Exactly, right? I mean, just because this studio is well lit and you don't get to see the glow-in-the-dark action right there, it's kind of unfortunate you don't get to see it live, but I saw it when the lights went out the other day, and yeah, that was absolutely insane. It looks so good. Not just the screen, the display, it's very fluid, of course, but even the back of it.
You know what, enough of talk about them. Coming back to the conversation again, multiple teams including Ocean Rivals getting taken down, Terror Esports as well trying to make their way. Renaissance Esports were actually the one out of them all through all the clusters, managed to find their way inside of the top 3. But now, with that blockbuster performance out of the way, I feel like the only spots that you can grab inside of the top 7 are going to be the bottom 6.
Yep.
Right? Because the first one is almost like locked out. There's no question. Blitz Gaming, they will continue their run. But if you are in this situation, do you want to go in as aggressively as Blitz Gaming did, or do you want to try and keep yourselves alive, try and go for those consistent points every single game?
I mean, in the map of Sanhok, you don't really have a choice. Once the fight breaks out, your only way out of it is to come out alive by making sure that you eliminate the other team. In other maps like Erangel and Miramar, there's going to be a lot more escape options. There's going to be a lot more position options as well. So you have the luxury of taking other ways out of that fight. You don't have to commit. Unfortunately, in Sanhok, Blitz was not leaving anything to chance. They just made sure that their gunshots and their nades are on point. Of course, it's a small map, so nades are going to be a lot more effective. In a map like Miramar, or even Erangel for that matter, if it goes to an urban compound fight, then those nades probably might not be as effective, and you need to be able to manage your resources quite well. Otherwise, it's quite possible to just toss everything in and not get any impact. Then you have nothing to initiate.
True that, of course. I mean, resource management, we've always talked about it, how important it is. But on the map of Miramar, I believe the smokes and the nades are going to be even more important. All of that on the other side. Miramar comes up. Well, we said Miramar comes up next. The Big Bird is back up in the skies as usual. And of course, the battlegrounds. It is going to be lit up with all these gladiators being dropped upon. But where are they starting to drop is going to be the question, right? The flight path starts from Trailer Park towards Ruins. It kind of covers that region of El Pozo as well. Cuts right across the center of the map and finds its way towards Puerto Paraíso, a flight path which majority of the teams are going to like, Crips. But from the first Miramar, which we had witnessed, we saw majority of these teams, they like to go towards the corner fringes of the map where the action is a little less, to find that safe opening of the game itself.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised to see massive areas like Graveyard, Minas Generalis, Bendita, Truck Stop, all of them unoccupied. Nobody even bothered going towards El Azhar or Tierra Bronca, you know, so that northwestern part of the map isn't getting, sorry, northeastern part of the map isn't getting as much love, but hopefully that will change in this particular match. You have Aerobots who have already dropped split across Trailer Park, one of them even going as far as the borders of La Cobreria. You have rival Apex. They have also decided to position themselves slightly below Aerobots. Of course, that entire El Pozo region is going to be very populated. You have OR and D4T as well as Elite Warriors in the vicinity. So this might just turn into a 3-team affair.
It might actually, but look at the circle. Look at where it actually drops towards the south side. Of course, we're going to be talking about that, but for now, Vegeta is on the run and he gets struck down. Of course, Terror Esports wanted to make terror in the minds of their opposition right now. Hero, of course, has been shut down. A little bit of retaliation. Fire, K4C. They do decide to stand up to their foes. The AKM goes ham. But will Terror Esports stop Crips is going to be my question.
How on earth do you end up in a situation where you have no guns to fight with, so you just end up shanking your opponent? Twice that to two of the players down to just blades. Insane. Biding his time. Tries to pre-fire, but yeah, you're not going to be able to win a close range fight with the Mini 14. Prem finishes him off as well. And Vamp is just going to cut his losses short.
This was a fight nobody actually walked out safe, to be honest.
Yeah.
For a fact, I felt like Terror Esports might actually be the best contenders in this one because they've got themselves the early loot, the early advantage, and the man advantage that they've always dreamt of. But it seemed like K4C are refusing to back down. One of their players, Ghost, has actually been dropped down quite far away, so the revive is going to be almost impossible, nigh impossible in that one. But will Shub and his comrade go in for the fight? Vamp and Prem waiting for these teammates to try and walk into their crosshairs so that they can finish him off. This is going to be a good fight to watch.
God's boy Jod eliminated as well. 2 finishes secured for K4C. And this is just mutually assured destruction from both these teams. They all decided, yeah, we can go to Chumacera, but instead of going to any other specific building in Chumacera, they both decided to just land on this particular church. And they're not deciding to back off either, right? They want to re-engage in this fight, judging by the fact that they're still hanging around. They had access to vehicles. They could have left and cut their losses short. But it looks like this 2v2 brawl will end up in one team, at the minimum, getting eliminated. And as you take a look across the map, we don't really see a lot of potential for other fights, except for the ones in El Pozo. Potential clash between OR and D4T on the horizon. But for now, nobody else in immediate danger. Of course, if Arch move a little outside of Graveyard towards Power Grid, they might just end up running into VTE. But apart from that, no other early clashes just yet.
Very intrigued by Rivals, Apex, and their split over there. A 1-3 split which comes into play. Kratos just trying to acquire information from that El Pozo territory, needs to fall back and regroup with his teammates because Aerobots Esports, they've got their grounds running. They've got their lingering presence in that vicinity. To any exit strategy, any fight that breaks open in El Pozo, I believe Aerobots are sniffing to pounce on that and get some finishes on board going in for them as well. So far, we do come into a stalemate and a standstill. There is nothing happening in between K4C and Terror Esports as of yet. Both them signing that invisible peace treaty. But on the other side, Tiger is in position. Rivals Apex, a lot of conversation to be had about this team and their performance in the last one. Recovery was there. They did try to bring down the likes of Blitz Gaming as well. But on the map of Miramar, finding themselves good position inside of the circle is going to be of prime importance. And I believe that is one of the reasons why they are one of the first ones to move, Crips.
Exactly, and it's also quite surprising to see them in this part of the map because in the grind, these guys were dropping towards Torre Hamada, towards Cruz del Val. So this certainly has been a massive change in their strategy going from the grind to round 2. I want to see how this pays off for them in the long run. Even Aerobots for that matter. When they were playing in the grind round 1, these guys were dropping in Parabona. But now that's certainly changed. So both the teams who were in the grind have changed their drop locations, but both those grind teams might just face each other now. Kratos has Yuva in his sights. Well, at least Yuva goes past. But you have Paul disembarking from his flipped over vehicle, and he's been knocked.
Unfortunate. Absolutely unfortunate over there. You can do nothing when your vehicle flips like that. His teammate had to run away to safety, and Rivals Apex almost feasting on that one free elimination point that they have secured. But the rest of the lads from Aerobots might be coming their way anytime soon. So do they have the opportunity to celebrate is going to be my question.
Kratos, keeping it risk-free, just runs over, secures the finish, doesn't disembark, knows that he can be shot. Easy finish. That's 1 point secured for Rival Apex. I guess the change in their drop location did help them after all. But Aerobots have to cut their losses short. At least they haven't lost their main star player, Aim God, still alive. 49% of the frags that were acquired by Aerobots Esports came at the hands of Aim God last time. So you know how big of a contribution this guy has to make for his team.
Enormous firepower on Aim God. We'll have to see if Aerobots can actually survive the onset of the inevitable at this point, because now they are split up with Rivals Apex capturing the mid parts of that western highway. I believe Aerobots will have to regroup somewhere else, but enough about them. Renaissance Esports from the last game were ever so brilliant. Their positioning, the way they kept themselves alive and cool, I believe that skill set is going to be of prime importance, especially the map of Miramar is concerned. And now look at their positioning, right, on towards the Monte Nuevo region. I personally believe, according to majority of the best coaches in the country, that is one of the places where you've got the best connectivity towards the rest of the map. For Monte Nuevo teams, it's going to be very easy to find that injection point inside of the circle. They just have to follow that highway. And with nobody marking their exits, I believe it should be an easy entry.
Well, it definitely could be an easy entry for the likes of Renaissance Esports, since their journey into the circle is going to be relatively resistance-free. I can't really say the same for the likes of Rival Apex, who, by the way, now are tanking a bit of damage from under the zone, and they're going to try to make their way into the zone via Cruz Del Mar. You also have Rival Apex. No, okay, but never mind. They're not even there anymore. They're on the southern island. Okay. Meanwhile, you have Blitz, of course, having a banger performance last game, are going to be late to the rotation, but they have plenty of buffer, so they don't need to worry about anything right now.
There's basically two clusters forming. One towards the south side, with the Rivals Apex and Aerobots still in contention. One in the north, of course, where Blitz Gaming, they are being peppered from the distance. It's Borderland who are trying to take their shots, and one of their shots has actually connected as well. Virus going in for that revive. Their fallen comrade, extremely crucial. We saw how Blitz Gaming in the last game maintained that man advantage up until the point where they fought a Rivals Apex, and this time around as well from the distance, Borderland, they want to try and stop this team dead on their tracks. Jolly trying to close in, does have that small little bridge to actually play across, but do they have nice timing on that fight is going to be the question. Throw that out of the window, because it is Rivals Apex who are falling, and Aerobots are seeking their revenge grips.
Both of these grind teams are gonna duke it out outside the zone. Yuva takes the timing. Kratos had a nade prime, but Yuva catches him off guard. Naman might just subject him to the same fate, as he also has a nade prime, but Yuva recognizes this, goes to a room where he's not gonna be subject to the blast of that shrapnel. He spots the shoulder of Drigger, knows if Drigger is outside, there's going to be at least one person on the staircase, so he has to map out his moves accordingly. And the longer they stay here, the more damage they take from the zone. He's popping his last first aid kit. Yuva is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is the kamikaze mission altogether. He knows that if he has to fall, he wants to burn through the meds and the resources of Rival Apex as well. Just like you mentioned, stage 2 circle damage is going to start mounting up. Naman, of course, with the DBS needs being equipped. Rivals Apex quickly realize that, and they fall back almost instantly. Yuva trying everything in his arsenal. He still has those 4 nades as of yet, but he wants to find that first knock. before which he can go with the DBS. Still connection not found, and a little bit of time has been brought upon. Rivals Apex, they are moving ever so brilliantly. Yuva finds the connection, and now it's time for the carnage.
Drigger overstayed his welcome. Both the players could hear each other, prime their nades, remove the firing pins, and he's gonna carry that nade as close as possible and throw it in the face of Drigger. Naman takes a tiny bit of splash damage. Medkit committed. Naman needs to send it in now, but he makes Yuva cancel it up. It's just a battle of chicken right now. Both of these players are bluffing. Who's going to be able to pull off the heel first? Naman takes the punch. Yuva takes the clutch. And he keeps his team alive.
4 finishes on this lad. Aerobots have been scintillating. But at what cost? At the cost of their 3 comrades. Aerobots only 4 points secured from this game so far. And it seems like the rest of the journey is going to be of much pain and endurance. For Yuva to actually move inside the circle, he has to travel 2,000 meters, which is going to be a lot. On the other side, the Supari gang, we always talk about this player, Nick, ever so experienced. He has got the likes of his comrades as well, who hold the northwestern edge of Lost Lane so far. But it seems like the entry inside the city has been marked and kept away by the likes of D4T, who hold the high ground scripts. Beautiful positioning from these young lads.
So while D4T are busy gatekeeping their nemesis, the other side of Lost Leonis is rather open to access, and Swag can get in quite easily. D4T taking some pot shots, not able to keep up with the convoy of TSG. Looks like the Sapari gang will make it across rather safely, and they have no other ops in their way, so they won't even have to crash land onto anyone else, but they do lose Thug. Of course, he's behind the ridge, so the possibility of him getting back up on his feet is quite high. And unfortunately, D4T can't really capitalize on this momentum because there's quite a bit of gap between them.
Talking about momentum, it seems like TSG, they found a little bit of their own as well. A small pocket of space where they can go in for their patching mission. One of their fallen comrades has been brought up as well. The Supari gang finally finding their infiltration. But from the backlines, I believe it is going to be Terror Esports who are closely following up. So, not a lot of time to settle themselves inside of this fight. The X-ray does suggest that there is the team of Ocean Rivals up north towards the central part of Lost Lane. So you cannot blindly head inside. Meanwhile, we were talking about this team, Terror Esports, still trying to make their way inside, out in the open. But I believe their positions have sort of been compromised with K4C also finding their pit stop.
Yeah, both these teams had to tank quite a lot of zone damage while they were outside. Of course, I was also afraid that they would end up fighting each other, which is just more carnage. They denied me the pleasure of watching all of this violence. But, of course, with both these teams being somewhat in the open, they will be safe. Who is not safe is right here. Team Elite Warriors, they went out very early in the last game and they might just be subject to the same fate once more. The Supari gang officially managed to dodge D4T only to land in this warehouse with Elite Warriors, and they are gonna chain nade the hell out of them.
And why not? Because they are pinned in that one corner. Of course, the smokes are just gonna be minor covers whatsoever. Just only deny the visions, only deny the lines of sight. But the problem is TSG, they also will have to be wary of the third-party presence. Like we mentioned, Ocean Rivals up top can always be of a nuisance to TSG and their succession. Falcon trying to take a couple of pot shots against them, trying to resist the onset of that carnage coming through, but it seems like both the teams have rather have taken a backseat. Elite Warriors, they embark on their vehicle, go on their merry mission. Meanwhile, TSG also pull back from this fight.
Elite Warriors, 3 people in just one pickup truck? I don't really like this. They think they're safe, they think they're getting away from their opponents, but then they start getting shot by a completely different team, so they are kind of surrounded. And this vehicle's about to blow up. I'm afraid they might just lose 3 players at the same time. Okay, they get into cover. I got a little too nervous on their behalf for a second there.
To be honest, they were trying to reposition themselves, but it seems like their fate kind of prevents it from happening. Expected the circle to shift, and this time around we have a central shift. Majority of the teams who find themselves in the hotspots of Lost Lane, they're going to be extremely comfortable. You look at Renaissance Esports, you look at OR as well. Talk about Renaissance, they come in hot. One of their players going through K4C. Vamp has been knocked out. The rest of the teammates, they've been shooed away from this position because they got to know that entry will be denied no matter what. Smokes try and capture the utility. Aerobots come in the way as well. Yuva has been shut down. 2 eliminations for Renaissance without really a lot of trouble.
That is poor scouting on the behalf of Aerobots. I mean, they heard these gunshots. They knew there's a fight going on between Renaissance Esports and ARZ, but ARZ walk in regardless, right? And because of this, the initial team that Renaissance started fighting with, the initial team that Tanjiro got that knock on, they managed to get away scot-free. Okay, I mean, not scot-free. They did lose one person, but hey, that could have been worse.
That definitely could have been worse. For now, of course, the lull phase of the game, this is stage 4. 12 teams still surviving, but their numbers have been cut short. But an opportunity for the outliers. Look at the DOA status strips. Teams from 11th to 15th, in fact even 16th as a matter of fact, they're going in strong. They've got the numbers advantage as well. One opportunity to climb back up on the overall standings. And we talk of overall standings, we talk about the 16th place team, Naughty Boy, being knocked out. That carnage coming in from the Supari gang was beautiful, but yet very deadly for these players. But thankfully they've got another shot at life.
Well, at least Mukul can get Naughty Boy back up on his feet. Elite Warriors back to a 3-man team. But TSG did find a couple of pot shots on the other end. This is going to be a good opportunity for a lot of these teams because the heavy hitters Blitz are already out. Some of the more experienced teams like Rival Apex as well as Aerobots are also out of this particular game. So the 3 most experienced teams, since they are not in this server anymore, this will give other teams a chance to rise. And this might just be the golden opportunity for Renaissance to pump up their stats, add up their lining. Oh my god, Naughty Boy. This is like the second time he's been knocked. This time he doesn't even get back to cover. No more resurrection for him. Falcon overextends on the other side of that yellow container. Finds himself in the crosshairs of Illusion, bringing his team down to just 1 man. Supari gang almost overextended. Borderland Rising had shots on them. And sure, Nick will be knocked, but he's back in a safe spot so he can get back up on his feet.
I'm not really sure if that is going to be a possibility. TSG are in the back lines. The Elite Warriors, I believe, they are sort of getting sandwiched. The microwave setup is there for Borderland Rising. All the gunshots against the Elite Warriors, all the gunshots against TSG gave them that little bit of breathing room to push forward as well. They find themselves the opening, finally enter one of those warehouses of Lost Lunas on the outskirts of Lost Lunas. But they still do not have the height as compared to the Supari gang. Topography extremely important in these urban warfares. It's just about a battle of finding yourself, the virtual heat map, knowing where exactly the teams have positioned themselves and from where you can find that injection point. D40 finally coming to the picture. Last game, brilliant stuff. The survival game was on point, but this one, they really want to push the ante. 13 points on the overall standings. If they can come up with 10 more eliminations, I believe this team will also be safe from all the carnage. Will have 1 step inside of round 3 already.
Renaissance Esports will have to pick up a fight against Team 4-man if they want to get into the zone. Borderland Rising had a lovely spot, but they will also have to give that up and get in towards the silo on the right-hand side of that road. But look at the amount of control that VTE have. That main road of Lost Leonis, everything north of that is under the control of VTE. I do hope that they're able to maintain some control. Otherwise, D40 can easily take that space up.
Absolutely. And I believe that for now, yes, they have got themselves the safe houses, but as soon as the circle does shift, which it does, things are going to be changing. Things are going to be going in for Arch Esports and NR Esports. But talking about Arch Esports, one of their players, Lyrax, who is supposedly be the scout for the team, has been picked off as well. Swag Esports, they finally get themselves the higher ground, find the infiltration as well. With NR Esports marking the top points, I believe it will be difficult for Arch Esports, for Swag rather, to keep on climbing upstairs. They need those informations of where the players are. Also, we'll have to focus on, can Arch Esports find their sightlines? As we switch focus, we move on towards TSG, and this time though, from the back lines, it seems like there is someone else. Falcon goes in towards a corner, is gonna face Thug WTF and shuts him down. The Elite Warriors, they survived this battle, but now they are looking forward to more.
Yeah, but Elite Warriors had to go so hard against so many teams. All of that effort just for 2 finishes doesn't seem like it's worth it. And the time is ticking. They have to get into the zone. Otherwise, they will be pushed into the open arms of OR, who are willing to welcome them.
Talking about willing to welcome them, OR right in edge right at the brim of the circle is going to find the gatekeeping measures against TEW. Quite easily shut down one of their players. Mukul was shut down. Falcon did try to make an effort, but look at the way Ocean Rivals have actually positioned themselves. The high-low setup is brilliant. Varun, of course, on the low grounds. One of the players upstairs. Team Ocean Rivals, they know their job.
It's all about establishing multiple sight lines. It's all about establishing trade positions. And while Team OR have good control of that one building, they're sending Varun ahead towards the silos to just get some extra room in case the zone pushes them out. Aero Esports also managed to secure one finish. That's the first finish for them. This is kind of odd. They've held this area for so long. It's weird that they're just starting to get some finishes for themselves.
I believe it's completely fine as long as they have the position.
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, your finishes will be a byproduct of your positioning. And Error Esports, currently speaking, they've got themselves the highest territory out of them all. High ground, sight lines, everything in vicinity. They're waiting for their praise to pounce on their crosshairs. Opportunity will strike. It's just how you can maintain those numbers. You talk about VTE, they were starting to make a move. D4T had also invaded in their territory itself, but one of their players has been shut down. It's just down to Hitman, and he's got a lot of work to do, Crips. Look at that. How is he going to manage to find a way inside the circle?
Another central shift. You've got Error Esports smack in the center. You have Taz and Raze in the little high ground area. Meanwhile, their teammates Advin and his component just on the right hand side of the circle. Gatekeeping team Swag, who by the way have already entered the circle, so there's not much gatekeeping left to be done. They might as well just regroup with their team and reinforce their central position, because a lot of teams are going to be eyeing that.
A lot of teams. As of yet, it's just Error Esports holding down the turf. Drop center at the circle itself. High grounds as well for them. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams at the foothills of greatness. You look at it, Swag Esports trying to make their mark, trying to kind of get that position away, snatch it away from Error Esports, but the connection from those nades was not there. Even Borderland Rising, right? They know that Ocean Rivals, they've been constantly peppering down so many teams. Have been a problem for majority inside of this lobby. They're willing to shut them down as well. On the other side, Terror Esports and Renaissance eyeing each other out. Tanjiro, of course, in the front lines. Yet to break open with his trigger, with his M4. No connections found, and that will discourage Borderland from taking this fight from that angle. In fact, they try and go in for that switch, and in fact, they find themselves the edge of the circle as well along with it.
Yeah, and they're going to circumnavigate so many teams across. They just bypass Ocean Rising, Terror Esports. They even run right past Renaissance. The only person who can probably stop them right now is Team 4-Man, but it seems like for the time being, Borderland Rising have found a nice position near this cliff. They're not completely in the circle, so they might just be in a little bit of danger, but at least they won't be in this ringer that ORTE and Renaissance will be stuck in. They won't be stuck in this three-man, this three-team cluster.
This is not even a three-team cluster anymore, Crips. This is a four-man Royal Rumble at this point. Borderland Rising, they're waiting for their opportunity. Meanwhile, right in front of them, these Renaissance Esports have got majority of the hard compound control amongst the rest of the teams out there. But I believe one of the outliers, Ocean Rivals, coming in from the backlines, will have the opportunity to take everyone by surprise. I believe Demon and Shoop, they're not expecting grenades flushing in from that window itself, but that is exactly what Ocean Rivals want to do. But when will that time come is going to be the question. P90 equipped on Shoop already as Team Ocean Rivals. They proceed for the pounce. The entry has been found. The invasion is there. Nades have been thrown in. Varun dodges that. Brilliantly done. 2 players up against 4. It's going to be an enormous battle. Team Ocean Rivals, they find themselves the advantage. 1 player standing. Shoop will get shut down. Terror Esports, they have been torn apart, thrown out of the lobby. And Team Ocean Rivals, they're going in strong.
Ocean Rivals, what a fast finish onto Terror Esports. They only lose Varun in the process, and they've got more than enough time to reset before the likes of Borderland Rising pounce upon them. Even Renaissance, they did not decide to move, even though they had the opportunity. But while all of these fights are happening, look at Team 4-Man. They are peering down upon this cluster like a bunch of hawks, like a bunch of vultures waiting to pick on the bodies.
But they will have to pick up the bodies as well. And as of yet, they have done none. They've just got themselves at 1 total point on the overall standings. Have not been able to trouble the scorers that much. But the triple threat still stands. Borderland Rising, Renaissance, as well as Ocean Rivals. Ocean Rivals have done a phenomenal job inside of this game so far. Caused problems, slowed down the traffic coming in from the west, and now they are starting to make the difference felt in this triple threat as well. On the other side, look at that small pocket of space that Hitman has for himself. He can barely survive for, I don't know, 1 more minute before the circle begins to encroach upon him. Or he can choose to die to his comrades or his contemporaries who are just waiting outside. VTE, they have an opportunity for a free finish.
Yeah, and they're just trying to flush him out with all the Molotovs. The circle will push him out eventually, and the fires consume him. Baptized in the flames, he will bow down, and D4T lose 1 more. Meanwhile, Ocean's Rising, they have started to full send in against the likes of Renaissance Esports, with Borderland Rising on the top of that hill, trying to peer down on them. That's a nice elimination. D4T out. Ironclad, nice spray onto Tuba. Ducks back between the pipes just to make sure that he won't get traded. And Ironclad does get traded eventually by Tanjiro, but that's a nice nade by Wolf. What a comeback.
He called upon the secret breathing techniques, and this Tanjiro, he knows how to move in quick. Renaissance Esports finally find their footing inside of this fight. Ocean Rivals, they've got themselves a topography going in for them. Varun from the top lines has been firing so much death and destruction against the opposition. That has been difficult for Renaissance to actually endure. So far, Lake, he still has been pinned down upon Borderland Rising from one side, Team Ocean Rival from the other. This man manages to escape, barely clinging onto his life as Varun, he knows he has that finish almost secured. And now, of course, the Eternal Flames of the Blue Zone is going to capture him up. There is nothing that Renaissance Esports can do.
Except perhaps use a bunch of smokes and hope that nobody spots him. Yeah, no, that's never going to work. Varun making sure that no stragglers are left behind. They clear the back lines, but now a new fight is upon them. Error versus Arch. These guys are going ham at each other. Meanwhile, in the process, VTE is stuck.
They certainly are stuck, but look at where they are though. Wipex, he will get flushed out of that position, completely stuck in that corner. Molotov and then the explosion. Error Esports, they find a little bit of positioning for themselves, and this smoke is the only thing that is causing them the delay in between their fight versus ArchX. But I believe once the smoke dissipates, ArchX will have such a big advantage. And speaking of advantage, look at the team that is stuck in the middle. They are completely pincered. They are the ones who are going in completely ham. The red marker was there. Error Esports stops their fire, gives Arch Esports another lifeline, Crips.
Yeah, but I am feeling so nervous on behalf of VTE right now. Swag, on the other hand, they do find 1 more knock. Taz has been put down on his knees. Luckily, they can't full send it in yet. There's a nice cushion named VTE in between, so at least Error Esports have a little bit of buffer. Not unless Mana finds another angle. That's gonna be Raze on his knees as well. It's just down to Advin and Nexus. Can they find the opportunity to get their teammates back up? A little bit of smoke will definitely give them some breathing space, but the zone will eventually choke them out. They're just on the edge, and it will move once again.
For sure, for Error Esports though, Adwin and his positioning will be of prime importance. Will have to mark the entry of Ocean Rivals inside of this fight as well. Ryzen SK spots down a couple of players from Swag Esports, confirms the first one. A legend is going to bite the dust, but with that nade itself, one of their players is going to fall. Swag Esports are coming in hot. They've got 6 eliminations already, and now they've got Ryzen SK up right in front of them.
Arch is also trying to nade down Team Swag, but Swag shows them who's the better people at Shrapnel. Zero with just 1 single nade gets 2 knocks, and that's the entire pressure taken off of their shoulders. Now they have a lot more than breathing space. They have the ability to choke Arch. Manav and Ratatat will be completely run over. The shotgun's waiting on them on the other side. They will disembark. Stake gets 1. Ozark down on his knees. Stake also gets traded out by Taz, and Raze comes in for the backup. Ice finally gets melted down, courtesy of Abhay. And surprisingly, VTE have managed to survive all throughout.
And out of all this commotion, it's actually Error Esports who find their way inside. It's a 4v1 fight for Ocean Rivals. Wolf999 will be the only player who is still standing tall. But can he be the lone wolf? Can he be the wolf that changes everything is going to be the question. 1 versus an entire army. Does have the DBS equipped. A level 1 vest, not really ideal. 14 eliminations for this team. Also moving in towards a historic exit. If he gets all 4 eliminations, It will be a milestone, but of course, when the odds are stacked against you, there's nothing much that you can do about it, right? Erangel Sports with that winner chicken dinner. Beautiful stuff coming in from them.
No errors, no mistakes. This team can do no wrong. Erangel Esports navigate the difficult terrain of Miramar and get that chicken dinner.
I mean, to be honest, they were in one of the most difficult terrains, right? Stuck in a quadruple battle against so many other teams. Ocean Rivals coming in from the backlines. You had Renaissance as well. Borderland Rising have been one of the most brilliant teams, especially in team fights, right? They find flanks out of nowhere and they actually get going along with it as well.
Exactly, and with all of that movement, they're still able to maintain their calm, maintain their composure.
Yes!
Like they have the opportunity to just abandon that compound, get into a vehicle and run to the zone, but they did not do that. They knew it was way too unsafe. They also knew that the rotation path they wanted to take is being cut off by Borderland Rising because of their flank. Yes, sure, Borderland. Amazing flanks, but even better awareness by the side of Erangel Esports.
True, that awareness from them was brilliant. I think the team that inspired or rather impressed me the most in this game has to be Ocean Rivals out of everyone, because I believe majority of the teams, they had their individual strengths. For example, for Erangel Esports, it was their composure. For Borderland, it was their flanks as well. But this team, Ocean Rivals, their movements were so precise. It was almost like they were burning through the competition as they make their way inside the circle. And of course, their ability to isolate fights, their trade game on point. It was the most decked out team out of all. I believe they check out majority of their factors. The only important point will be, can they perform the same way on the map of Erangel that they have on the map of Miramar?
I guess we'll find out in the next 10-15 odd minutes. Yes, this was a game where the odds were stacked against them, but in a situation where Ocean Rivals have a lot more control over the situation, I do believe they have the potential to steal chicken dinners away. Right now, their hand was kind of forced, their hands were tied behind their back, and even then, they were able to just headbutt their way through whatever little competition they had.
And I honestly believe that especially when it comes to round 2, round 3, this is what you should ideally do, right? You prioritize yourself, because along the overall standings, we're also finding those micro movements that were happening. Majority of the teams who were surviving up until the end zone, the death zone, they were the ones who were on the bottom half of the leaderboard, right? They had the opportunity to make a comeback. And I believe since the gap was so tight, a single finish can actually change the course of the entire overall standing. So focusing yourself on those minute little details where you get a one extra finish point will be of the prime essence. Yes, sure, you want to get that big chicken dinner. You want to get those 10 position points on board. But it seems like getting 2 back-to-back fights on your way right now is a little easier for the teams than actually surviving the entire onslaught.
Oh, speaking of survival, we'll take a look at the highlights, and one team that you will not see in the highlights is going to be VTE, who, without taking any fights, without moving much, just surprised me by staying alive in the top 3. So that was definitely unexpected. But I want to ask this question: what happened to Team Foman? They had such a nice high ground advantage. They had sightlines on all 4 of those teams in that cluster, and yet they couldn't steal any of those finishes away.
I mean, so did Erangel Esports as well, right? Not a lot of finishes going in for them. They had the high ground for almost eternity. Veterans Esports, for sure, they were in the middle of that, in that collateral, right, where Archie Esports and Erangel Esports were duking it through, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do when, along with 2 teams, there's also a third-party presence as well. Swag Esports, I felt like they had too much of a swagger going in their gameplay, because the plunge into action was definitely uncalled for. But you look at the composure from Erangel Esports, you look at the way they clean things up, definitely surprising, definitely very, very promising for the upcoming rounds. But MVP, of course, from this game, it's going to be Ocean Rivals. Rise in SK with 4 eliminations, 848 points of damage, a lot of knocks, a lot of unfiltered damage coming through, but this man could only secure those 4 eliminations and the 4 points.
4 eliminations across the board, almost for everyone. Swag Zero also with 4 eliminations, same with Wolf, same with Yuva. But you will notice certain similarities. All of these people are people who survived right up until the end, except for Yuva. Aerobots, they went out quite early in this game, but they went out swinging.
They went out swinging. They had a couple of finishes going along their way as well. Talking about the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, 59 eliminations secured, a total of 11,382 points of HP that has been recovered, and you look at the longest finish. Oh my god, Ironclad 327 meters. At least one good thing going their way is going to be the 122 smokes that were utilized. We are getting to see those strategic displays of smokes, and the 9 grenade eliminations, always lovely, especially when it comes to the map of Miramar. Who doesn't love to watch those explosions, right?
Such a stark contrast between Sanhok, which had somewhere around like 50 odd smokes used, and now there's like 122. So yeah, really tells you how this goes. Ocean Rivals, rightfully said, these guys were indeed impressive. 14 finishes for the team, and even though they don't get the chicken dinner, they are still above Error Esports.
Exactly, right? Snatch away that first position. Error Esports on 19 though. Decent points secured. I believe they are going to be safe in terms of the overall standings is concerned. Savage Esports though could not really do much with their 13 points, but that is still doable. On the second half of the leaderboard is where majority of the problem lies. The Supari gang did not expect them this coming. Blitz Gaming, especially after that blockbuster performance in the first game, did not expect this coming as well. D40 and their momentum has been cut down. Ladies and gentlemen, enough talking about the point standings. We move on towards the overall standings, where Blitz Gaming, they still retain that #1 spot. But now look at where Team Ocean Rivals have found themselves. Second spot captured along with Error Esports. 20 mark across trips. This has been a consistent start for these two teams.
Yup, both of them performing really well in Sanhok as well as Miramar. 20 points across the board for them all. Blitz Gaming, they did like some 4,400 damage in the previous game, and this game only 85. They didn't even hit triple digits.
They did not. On the second page, of course, there are going to be some disappointments. You look at Elite Warriors, certainly not elite in this one. 16th position found for themselves. Aerobots Esports, on the other hand, we were expecting a lot more brutal gameplay coming in from them. It certainly is brutal, but against them at this point. 14th position found, and 5 total points. Not really a legacy that we remember. Even the same goes for Supari Gang as well. Just 5 positions, just 5 points found. With that being said, I believe that we still have one more game to go, Crips, and that is going to be the map of Erangel. And I'm desperately expecting TSG to make a comeback, because this is not like any other team who is trying to make their mark, their re-entry inside of the lobby. This is a team who had played the grind in 2023, but just got uprooted from the circuit in 2024. They're making a comeback, and a comeback like this is definitely not going to be worth to remember.
Exactly, right? I mean, both of these teams have a lot of experience, but they're not living up to their potential. A very unexpected, surprising contender who's at the top of the table was also kinda inconsistent. So there's a lot of stats all over the place. I hope we get a concrete storyline in the next game, which is gonna be in just a few moments. Stand by for Erangel, we'll be right back.
Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Don Wild Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Welcome back to realme BGIS 2025. You guys are watching the first day of round 2. We've had an intense set of games between the first two groups. One more game remains, and we are going back to good old Erangel to wrap up the day.
Exactly. Here in the realme BGIS 2025, we have seen a lot of interesting things here, especially in round 2 itself. We saw a lot of surprises and a lot of unexpected variable. My name is ICBaby12, and he is Kirby Crips, as we take you through the journeys on how things are going to be going on today. And in this case, the final match here, like I said, Erangel. Oh boy, are we going to see a little bit El Clasico here, because this is going to be their first time in Group 2 itself where they are going to be facing off each other. So we saw a little bit running, especially in Sanhok in general, right? Everyone was kind of scattered. We saw a lot of teams kind of getting scattered rather early as well, but you know, we saw a little bit improvements in Miramar, which is a good thing, and we saw a little bit uprising from the rest of the teams who's trying to pick up themselves into the top 7 position.
Correct, but if you guys want to see some improvements in your own gameplay and some uprising, switch over to the Realme P3 Pro 5G. This has the best in segment, 90 FPS smooth gameplay, and it has a Titan 6000 mAh battery, which is absolutely nuts for a phone for such an affordable price.
Exactly, and of course, you know, if you guys forgot to charge your phone for a day, it's okay. You know what? One full charge is enough to last you guys for 2 days in general. And of course, it is, after all, the segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay, and it is currently out in 21,999 and Flipkart. All you gotta do is just search it up in P3 Pro 5G. And like I said as well, 6000 mAh Titan battery with advanced C-Pack packaging technology. That means, again, 2 days, one full charge, 2 days on a single charge.
Insane, huh? Yeah. Speaking of insane things, I really like the rotations from Borderland Rising. They were able to maneuver out of danger really well, but even with having such a nice position, even not being stuck in that cluster, they were not able to capitalize on their position as much as I thought they would be able to.
I think based on this scenario, it was very, very difficult, considering the fact that that circle is one of, I think just today itself, that circle was one of the ones where it is very difficult to play because it is kind of semi-urban warfare. So teams inside cities tentatively have a tunnel vision aspect just because of the fact that they are limited by not being able to peek out properly. Like if you're holding like tight angles, you can see a very, very small window, right, if you're inside a window. But aside from that, you won't be able to have a full vision of the rest of the world who's probably circling around the side or the edges as well.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams were able to do really nice edge rotations. Both games of Miramar, we had Borderland Rising doing those edge rotations, and then we have the chicken dinner winner from Miramar also doing the same thing. But now we're going to Erangel. Let's see what happens as we step into the green grasslands.
Well, we are going to be heading into this El Clasico Erangel map here, and to start things off, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a southern-centric flight path all the way from the south side of Milta, and we are going to be ending all the way towards Primor. So circle, hopefully it is going to be a very forgiving one for some of these teams who are going to be heading in towards the northern section. In this case, Severny, Sauber, Kamishki, Yasnaya is going to be very, very far apart. It's about 2 kilometers away from the usual flight path, but let's see if we do see any huge contention here, because it seems to me military base and Novo, we haven't seen anyone dropping down south yet. So that is going to be pretty empty here coming from Group 2 in round 2 itself.
Exactly. That entire southern island was completely untouched in the first Erangel game of the day. Only one team decided to venture just as far as the Western Bridge, and that too because they were unsure whether the circle would actually end up or there or not. This time, I would actually like to see a Novo fight or a military base fight, and yeah, the BGMI gods will not grant me my request. Borderland Rising has the military base to themselves, but no competition for them.
Okay, that's a good sign for Borderland for now. So that is going to be okay for them. But seeing how the circle is and the flag path, it is most likely going to be in the center. Unless it shifts far 70. So if it shifts far 70, everybody
God.
is going to have a little bit of a rough time. But nope, it is going to be on the west side. So this is pretty okay coming from Borderland themselves. Swag is also going to be inside the circle themselves. We do see TSG also having the outskirts of Fairy Pier and Primos, maybe even heading towards Quarry themselves, which I think isn't too bad. But they do expect a little bit of company from that vicinity. Meanwhile, in towards Milta Power, we do see a little bit of collision here. Terror Esports finds their first opening, and that's going to be Arc out of this map. So that's going to be him back down towards the lobby here from Veteran.
Not so magical from Ozark. Not able to live up to his name as the demons eat him up. Well, at least that's a good start for Terror Esports, considering what happened to them in the last game. They were forced to fight without even weapons, man. They were stabbing their opponents in that church. They had nothing to work with. At least this time they're able to find the AKM early on and catch one player off guard. But now they're wondering, where's the rest of his team?
Well, it's going to be tough, right? Considering that they are out in the open as well. Veteran Esports, they are going to be lurking nearby. But fortunately for them, they do have the outskirts of the housing area outside of Milta Power, which gives them a little bit of a weaponry to work with. But the question here is exit strategy, right? Like, they don't really have a lot of vehicles unless they get lucky in terms of the overall turnover rate. But inside Quarry, we are going to be seeing rival Apex going up against the Supari gang right from the get-go. A pretty early engagement. And it seems like rival Apex and Naman is going to be stranded all himself, but hopefully he's going to be able to find an easy pick here.
You know, rival Apex have always been dropping Quarry, you know, since Grind. So they are the more familiar team with this area. Of course, you don't often expect a lot of Quarry fights, not inside the actual Quarry. They mostly stay around the edges. But that being said, these two teams are kind of disengaging after giving away some pot shots and revealing their position.
They kind of have to, right? It's
Yeah.
still early in the game. It's barely, what, 3 minutes in
Yeah.
the game. You don't really want to get caught in a major fight, which will delay their overall
Yeah.
output. But seems like rival Apex, they're choosing the smart choice, which is to bail out rather early.
Yeah.
But the question here is, will they be able to find loots? But based on what we know, is that Gatka completely open, but they don't know that yet.
Yeah, they
Meanwhile,
don't know that.
On screen, we do see Arch going up against D4T.
Oh, I miss this. I miss this so much. I miss the shipping yard of George Pole. I love fighting in this area. Personally, it's been a year since I've seen a fight over here. So I'm personally invested in this one. There's a lot at stake, pun intended. Stake does get back on his feet.
Haha.
But D4T, I don't know if they'll be able to get another opportunity to initiate this fight well. I mean, you're out of nading range.
Well, technically, they can kind of pick it off here. If they do get a little bit chipped, Stake might be
Whoa,
re-knocked. And
let's
in
go.
this case, Devil finds that knock once more. Arch in a little bit of a tough spot. Fortunately for them, it is inside zone. But they do definitely need to wrap this up as well. D4T, Rayan, looking for that flank. Gets a little bit of a nade shots coming from Lyrax. They are going to be able to reset once more, but they are all contained in that containment zone right now.
I see you're also nice. I guess we both have a sense of humor. Hitman doesn't. He's all business. He's all serious. He's trying to pin down these guys from the right-hand side. Meanwhile, his other teammates are trying to cluster around the eastern edge of this entire container zone.
Yeah, and as of now, Ratata needs to be the saving grace for Arch because they're all contained in one spot. If Ratata is able to find one opening pick, it's going to be good. Hitman does spot him out. He's going to try to lob a couple Kobe's in, but seems like it is going to be a stalemate from both sides here. D4T, Devil. They do find one once more, and that's going to be Arch with the confirmation as well. D4T is able to find one. Not looking good for Arch once more.
Devil makes the first strike. Ratatat reveals his position. He was the only person who was not with his team. So he has the massive opportunity to create a flank. But Hitman won't reveal himself. They figured out that Professor X is by himself, so they're going to try to pincer him. And just as Professor X is in a little bit of danger, his teammates backtrack and get back in position to trade with him.
Yup, seems like Professor X gets himself shot a little bit too much here. Arch looking to try and continue to push. Lyrax looking for the shotties, but he doesn't have the range to fight this. He's only got shotguns on himself. And D4T, as you can see, they're playing a little bit slave. They are going to try and take this fight range mid-range fights rather than CQC because of all these potential one-shot potentials. Unless Ratata, with the flank, finds the opening, they need help. And you can see Ratata is trying his best to find an opening, but they just can't seem to find any at all. He's lobbing a couple nades, but it's all completely for naught. As it's so many angles they have to worry about here.
And this fight has been dragging on for so long that Aerobots has now they've arrived on scene. Aerobots generally go towards not George Paul, but they've been hearing these gunshots for like a whole minute now, which is a year in BGMI terms.
Exactly. Look at this aim god. He finds an opening. He's looking for Hitman to stand out and open. He's looking for that one spray. Seems like it's going to be good. It looks like the headshots will connect. And Him God finds the opening ping on D4T. This is going to be the saving grace for Arch, which they need. But the question here is, will Aerobots even reap any of these rewards here? They need those finish points, considering how poorly they have been playing the first two games. This is the points that they need from side of Aerobots right now.
Yeah. Aerobots, though, they will need something to cover the gap in case they decide to full send it in. You've got Aim God in that little shack across the road. His teammates, on the other hand, are on the completely other side of this container area. So they might not be able to get angles, but they can at least make sure that Arch and D4T don't leave this area. They've kind of got them surrounded on every edge.
Agreed. D4T now disengaging from that fight. That gives Arch a little bit of work to work with as well. Ratata and Aim God has got them pinned in that small containment zone as well. They're all stuck. It's a game of who gets pinned down. And in this case, Aerobot's going to be looking to be the victors in this situation. Minimal effort, maximum pressure. And here comes the disengagement. D4T going to be looking to loot up this entire fight. It's been 8 minutes into the game, and this stalemate is causing them to be completely delayed for the next phase of zone, which will be appearing in 15 seconds.
Yeah, that next phase of the zone is going to be really interesting, because that fight we saw towards Quarry, that has also, fizzled out. So not a lot of area in the center of the map which was being contested. Gatka at one point was completely up for grabs. Now Aerobots, sorry, not Aerobots, Rival Apex as well as Ocean Rising, these guys have occupied the Gatka areas.
Agreed. But as of now, Arch as well as D4T, they've got to be counting their lucky stars, because as of now, the circle is shifting up north. So they do still have time, but they have to wrap it out. The question here is, can they get out? That's going to be another one, because Aerobots got them surrounded both west and east as well, based on the minimap. But we do see teams like Rival Apex smack middle as well. OR is in the middle. ER going to be on the bottom right. But I'm curious to see where Blitz Gaming is going to be having on as well, because on the screen, they just arrived from outside the zone from far northeast, and they are going to be having a little bit of run in with TE4 as well as TEW.
At least the road for Blitz is quite clear. Rozok lies unoccupied, so they are quite cool for now. Elite Warriors trying to capture the Potato Hill for themselves. Meanwhile, Errol and Renaissance, they're just driving right past the outskirts of Pochinki. But will they stop and commit to this fight here? I don't really see that happening unless one of them gets a massive opening.
Yeah, they've heard the remnants of Error, but seems like Error has pretty much dipped out in the open as well. They don't really want to stand out in the open, especially in the outskirts of Pochinki. There's just too much open fields, which may result in them getting pinned off. But fortunately for them, they do find a nice compound to work with. This is going to be a good pit stop for them. They've got the garage where they can protect their buggies as well. So I think Aero Esports is in a fine position if the circle shifts down towards Scout Cover region as of yet.
Yeah. I like the fact that Aero have also parked their buggies inside the garage. Not because that's where cars belong, but just to make sure that nobody else blows away their tires and they still have, traversal options.
You're not wrong though. But well, it's technically garages is where you put your cars in, or maybe even your bikes. But all things considered, we do see on the finish field as well, Blitz Pro is back in action. They do find a couple of stragglers out in the open, and in this case, even Arrow as well, taking some shots from afar. Arrow was pretty split off, but they do get one finish on towards Bro is Pro for now.
Yeah, just a free finish in the middle of your rotation process. Blitz will take that any day.
Yep, and as of yet, they do have one of the strongest compounds to punish teams who are rotating from west to east through the open fields of Ruins. So that's going to be a little bit of a plus sign for them. TW, Elite Warriors, ooh, not looking good. They get picked off from afar. That's going to be T4M. That gets a couple of hot shots in. And speaking of hot shots, guess what? Error! Not too happy about the early engagements. We'll pin them down in towards the outskirts of Pochinki in the church right now.
Elite Warriors seem like a fish out of water. Every single map they've been caught in the middle of their rotations. They almost always lose a player, and this is not a good sign if they want to survive in round 2. Meanwhile, Insane closing the gap. Demon in the car, making sure that he gets to secure that finish. And Mukul has given up on rezzing Naughty Boy. It's just way too much danger, so he's just going to save his own skin.
The drive-by.
But they both disembark. Mukul almost lands the shot. Naughty Boy gets finished off, and Shub will be able to get that knock onto Mukul as well. Terror Esports racking up finish after finish.
That is terrorizing coming from them as well. Like, who would have thought? What a rush coming in. And just like that, Terror Esports, they're also in a little bit of a skirmish here. Here comes the third party because Error sees all this action. They are going to try and go for a drive-by to potentially try and punish them. Nades being lobbed over, but Insane gets the opening knock, and that's going to be task completely annihilated. Insane. What a strong frontman he is. He's got 5 finishes, and Error says, you know what, I'm going to back out. And as soon as they back out, back shots come in. Here comes the back shots as well from inside the church. Oh boy, Insane. He overextended and he gets punished from this as well.
And it's not even...
What? The nade?
It's not even Team Elite Warriors shooting at them. It's Team 4-Man who took those shots from a mile away. Oh my god, now this is real danger. Tango coming into the fray, Demon lobbing those nades away and making sure that Error don't get to res, but they're just gonna cut their loss to shot. Next is the Nadvin, get into their cars and they drive away. Next taking way too much damage, and yeah, he's just gonna fall. He won't get to safety.
Nicely done coming from Terror Esports there. From that shot, they were able to somehow hold on and clear out everyone from inside the church as well. Demon was able to clear out every member from T4 inside the church with one beautiful nade. And because of that, Terror Esports was able to focus the fight against Error and still came out on top. They've lost one, Insane, but aside from that, they're feeling pretty confident. Look at this. They are still continuing their assault as they try to punish K4C's rotation, who's rotating out in the open. And while they're doing this, they've got so much ammunition and resources to stock up as well.
Exactly, they just got a bunch of finishes right next to this Pochinki church. They were trying to take pot shots at anyone even passing from the region. Sure, they might not be able to finish off the team that managed to escape their grasp, but they will at least try to damage K4C. They escaped relatively scot-free. And while we were focusing on that fight, Team Swag was completely eliminated off-screen.
Yeah, same can be said for Team TEW as well, who was inside the church, right? So, they've been unfortunate. 2 teams down. It's still a pretty early one, especially it is only stage 3, rotating to stage 4 very, very soon. Rival Apex, one of the top contenders, come from grind. They've got themselves 4 finishes. Tiger getting eliminated, but this is a little bit of recap of what things happen as well. Big nade from Trigger to open things up against Swag, which causes them to actually regroup and need to reset. And because of this flank, what a nade from Naman. Oh boy, 4-man wipe all by himself. Rival Apex. Whew. That's clean. That is clean.
It's a solo squad wipe by Naman. Now you know why this team was considered to be one of the best in this group. All that experience from the grind really paying off.
Well, they do clean out a little bit of pit stops here for now. They do have vehicles, they do have resources, and fortunately for them, Zone is still very, very close to them. But the bigger question here is, it is a Gatka zone. That means not a lot of compound to work with. It is going to be open grasses, potential snakes coming in. And as of yet, you can see Borderlands has one of the best positions to have. Same can be said for OR as well, who's got what little compound left inside the zone.
Yeah, but TSG are going for a very unorthodox approach. They're taking the trenches, which should keep them safe from a majority of the teams, but if someone decides to peer upon them, there's nothing to keep them safe.
Look at this, rivals. They're just completely pulling everyone is out in the open as well. Everyone is panicking, looking for some sort of compound. Even on screen, Renaissance Esports, they're panicking. They're trying to look for some sort of shelter. They even lose a couple of vehicles on top of it. Oh boy, Fake getting knocked out, but he will be picked up very, very soon. Fortunately for them, it is going to be very far off. But the sprays from K4C through the smoke, they're just random bullets. Clipping him by, Rook gets taken out. Tanjiro managing to pick up one, but aside from that, it is going to be open seasons for everyone to take shots at them right now.
Yeah, I mean, K4C was not even involved. They were not even a stakeholder in this fight, but if they are being served all of these finishes on a platter, why wouldn't they take pot shots? Fake, back up on his feet. At least Renaissance Esports have this little shack for themselves, and they should be able to get the full resurrection up there, full reset. I don't think K4C have any more angles, any more sightlines, so they're just gonna sit pretty in this house on the edge of the fields. Just make sure nobody rolls down Potato Hill.
Look at the ammunition come from K4C. They committed so much on this Revenant since it's down to 170. And as you can see, patience and discipline is starting to slow down for them as well. They know for a fact they need to save up for the later fights. 13 teams there, 40 remaining. This is a really late game potential coming up for all these teams, considering how the previous two maps happened down as well. But as of yet, Blitz Gaming, they have not yet to bare their fangs at rival Apex. As of now on screen, Kratos getting knocked off, and that's going to be Veteran looking to try and rush into his rival Apex.
Drigger and Naman quite far away, not going to be able to trade them. Alok and Drigger, both of them priming nades at each other. That's going to sail right past Alok's feet. Oh my god, that was way too close for comfort. Naman takes spot shots once again. He spots out Abhay reuniting with Alok, so that's going to be a two-man lineup. They know for a fact that they are in tradable positions. They can't just approach this without an opportunity, and the opportunity presents itself as Abhay gets blown up to smithereens. It's just down to Alok. He's not in the position to revive his teammate. He just has to hold his own ground.
Oh boy, Kratos, he was knocked in, but Alok now, he was able to find Trigger behind him with the palms in. And it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Naman all by himself versus Alok. And as of now, they're in a little bit of trouble. They get the confirmation on the finish, but this 1 versus 1 has to wrap up because the third party from afar is going to come in. But
oh
Naman from the flanks finds him right at the shoulders, pumps him in his flat, and he is going to go down. 6 finishes in the hands of rival Apex. But despite all this, hearing all this commotion, is going to be Aerobots on the north side as well. But the zone is about to close in 5 more seconds. Blitz, they do have 5 finishes. They are gonna try and push in. Where will this zone be? It seems like it's gonna be the open fields of Gadka in between ruins as well. Not a lot of room to work with as well. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, this is a rough zone for almost everybody involved. I guess this is one of those games where you give up on trying to get the chicken dinner and just go for as many finishes as possible to pad up your stats. Bro, really living up to his potential. He's connecting shots by barely just even spotting his enemies. But his position's revealed. He dips back into cover just in the nick of time.
Well,
avoids a lot of trouble because Aerobots were starting to just look at this fight and they avoid disaster.
Well, it is going to be a tough one as well, considering that Blitz Gaming currently outside the zone. If they rush into the zone here, they are going to be out and over. They need to keep people up. Meanwhile, Resonance, they do find themselves inside the ditch, and guess what? TSG is on the other side. Monty going to get rushed in. Here comes the push. Here comes the nade, but unfortunately, he wasn't cooked to perfection. The rush from Rogue saved the day, keeps things alive for Renaissance Esports. But they do need to get those resets once more. They are on the far ends, and guess what? Right behind them, they've got one member from side of Subari gang, Tug, all by himself. He may look to third party this, but he's made himself known to Renaissance right now. 20 bullets left. Oh boy, Tuck, he's got to make every shot count.
He has no bullets, he has no nades. One nade would have been a game changer over there. He could have finished off the entire Renaissance team if he managed to get a nice nade lopped in, but I don't think he's got that opportunity now. Renaissance should be able to recompose themselves, and luckily for them, Borderland has no intention to leave their compound, otherwise they would have had the perfect third-party opportunity.
Agreed, but even Tanjiro as well is down towards his last 60 bullets. He needs to kill the finish off Tugs as of yet. But Tuck running now, but he can't seem to spot him through the cracks of the bushes for now. It seems like it is going to be tough as well. 20 bullets, Tuck. If he gets Tanjiro, he's able to restock a little bit. The rest of RTE has to push into zone. It seems like Tanjiro will try and save up the vehicles here. 20 bullets, he's used up every single one. Does not make him count. And he's going to get one knock, but at what cost? He will lose his life as of yet.
TSG, by virtue of finishing outside of the top 9, get no points in this fight. Aerobots, they have been harassing Blitz Esports for a while now, and now is the time Blitz Esports retaliate. They full send it in with their vehicles. Virus runs over Carry, disembarks to get the fight against Aim God, but Aim God reigns supreme. The carry of Aerobots, the Messiah, will fall, and Blitz continue their reign of dominance.
What a shot from Ayush with the SLK. Clips him by the shoulder. Now With that being said, they've got themselves 10 finishes. Pro is the one that gets taken out, but Virus is having a pop-off game this round here with 6 finishes. They will get the reset, and fortunately for them, they are on the northern section of the team. And guess what? Look at the minimap. There's no one around them, so we are down towards the final 5 team. And based on this position, Blitz Gaming has the perfect high ground to look on everyone who's going to be snaking out in the open right now.
It's just a battle of snakes. Call the National Geographic. They might just be interested in this footage. Error Esports have to lay down some smokes cover. At this point, having vehicles is going to be a massive, massive blessing. You can manufacture cover out of nowhere.
Well, but at the same time, it does give them a little bit of idea of where their positioning is as well. Error Esports forced to hunker down in the sides. They are inside the zone. Blitz also trying to find a little bit of space from Virus. Rival Apex sees all of this from the west side, but Naman, he's from that check for the longest of time. We're down towards the final 5 team. He's all by himself, and he can't seem to find a break as well. He's forced himself a little bit of smoke coming in, but Borderlands has caught him in check. And this is going to be a problem. Virus settles down with the loot crate for now. It does give him a little bit of cover inside his zone. Meanwhile, the rest of Blitz Gaming is going to try and split off into 2-2 formation to try and get more space inside his zone.
This 2-2 formation better pay off for them. If it doesn't, Blitz is just going to run away with the game yet again. Error Esports are the only ones who can stand in their way now. Borderlands have not made a single move. They've been alive and just watching all this action take place around them without feeling the need to intervene.
It's interesting, right? Like, why are they doing that? The team in green right there is just not doing too much, but at the same time, they're the only ones right at the pixel with have some sort of cover.
Yeah.
And the ones that are just stopping them from going absolutely crazy is going to be the members coming for OR. In this case, Ocean Rivals, they've been laying a little bit low. They do find an opening onto his Ayush, which is great, but they're all spread out as well. They're looking for space, but Borderland Rising is the ones that is keeping them at bay. Look at this, they've got so many vehicles and trying to salvage this situation. They do have those compounds to work with, but nobody is looking to try and contest them right now. And it's only OR that may be able to prove a threat towards Borderlands right now.
It's so funny that Ironclad is in this little shack ahead of his team, but the rest of his teammates are so far spread out. Like, look at that. Varun, at least like 100-something meters away. And then you've got his other teammate, Wolf. He's in a completely different dimension.
Yeah, this is smart. Like, they're taking space from the east side right now. They're just trying to get as much space as possible to try to catch a couple of snakes. But fortunately for them, they do have this hovercraft, so that is a little bit more cover. Like we said, Pico is very, very important in this situation. The man has got a little bit of bunker himself. Error's got a little bit of bunker. Blitz also spread out a little bit more. The only ones that has not spread out yet is going to be Borderland Rising, who still is taking jabs on towards, in this case, or Ocean Rivals, but they do find Ironclad, so that's a little bit unfortunate for Ocean Rivals right now.
They're running out of resources. Rahul down to his last 2 mags. He's blowing away the tires just to make sure that Ironclad can't escape. None of his teammates can come and drive to get him back up on his feet. Spots out God mode as well. Just peppering. Under normal circumstances, he would have just opened fire to confirm that elimination, but now he has to play conservatively.
Exactly, 50 bullets left to work with, and the zone is about to close in. Look at John Lee as well. He's got even a vantage point to work with. He's got so much ammunition, and one wrong move, they're all down for count, and Varun has no choice but to hunker down to hovercraft. But guess what? The zone is going to be on Blitz's favor. Virus pretty much got knocked. Don't think he's going to be able to pick up, but he's somehow sneaking by towards God Mode's position. While the rest of Borderland, they do need to actually push in.
I am so surprised Naman managed to stay alive for so long. He's got Borderland Rising looking at him. He's going to face the remaining members of Error on his way in. I do not think this is a game that Naman survives for long. Blitz, on the other hand, they better make this one count. The zone gods have been extremely favorable to them. I don't know who they prayed to, but they are definitely being blessed.
Exactly, but as of now, Wolf, he's going to try to take his own sweet time to push for the right moment as well. He's trying to bait some sort of rotations in, but guess what? Borderland is also going to be smoking up as well. Wolf 99 finds a little bit of schmack inside the zone. He finds a little bit of cover, but the rest of the world doesn't seem to know where he is. But the smoke does give a rough idea that where he may be. It's a game of stakes after all. God Mode getting shot from afar, getting scouted by Rahul from the side of Bloodline Rising, but they do have the numbers. They are going to try to run down the rest of the world right now from the side of Borderland Rising. And But guess what? They do find God mode. And now, the rest of the wall is going to go down as well. Here comes the rush from inside bottom lane rising. They made a little bit mistake. Here comes the rush. But they do clean them out. They lose one member in the process, but that is 6 finishes from inside bottom lane rising. And we're down towards the final two teams, and that is going to be bottom lane rising versus all Ocean rivals, Varun. Inside the zone. Same can be said for bottom lane rising, but it is a 3 versus 2.
It's gonna be a game of patience now. Ocean rivals displayed exemplary patience in Miramar, especially when they were surrounded by 4 whole teams. Right now, just a fraction of that pressure on their shoulders. 3 individuals, all spread out, barely any trade potential between the members of Borderland Rising. If there is an impossible clutch that can be manifested into a reality, this is the game where Ocean Rising will indeed rise. Will this grass field be flooded by the salt water? Will Borderland hold their ground? Or will chaos unleash itself as the zone closes in?
Oh boy. Varun
Stray nade on that particular hay bale. No connection. That means that area is 100% clear. At this point, if Borderland have nades to spare, they can just nade every single hay bale and just make sure whether their enemies are present over there or not.
Yeah, the problem here is they don't really know where each other is. Like, Borderlands, they are the only ones that have a rough idea where Ocean Rivals is, considering that they were the first initiators from the southern region. But the question here is that Varun doesn't have an idea where they are as well, because they repositioned, they wiped the lobby, and now it's only 2 of them. And Varun, he's out of nades. He's got 4 nades, but he's going to try and save up as much as he can.
Yeah.
While Wolf is going to try and gather information.
Yeah, they just know where Rahul is. They have no idea where Wolf is. This element of surprise might just be crucial.
Yeah, with the smokes coming in, they do have a little bit rough idea as well. Jolly going to be forcing up a couple of smokes to try and reposition those vehicles. But as you can see, Wolf sprays are coming in as well. Wolf 99 is going to try and set up a fight towards the northern region. Bass has the right idea. He's going to try and take out those vehicles. And that is going to be exploded very, very soon. They are going to be forced to hunker down. And slowly but surely, Borderlands Rising does have more space in this situation. Wolf looking for the pick. Clips onto his Rahul. Oh.
Close.
Almost gets the knock. But the smoke's already being set up as well. They want to try and snake their way through. But a nade from Jotley bounces off, connects on Wolf, and that's going to be a 3v1. And here comes the rush from Borderland.
They know where Varun is. He's just trying to put the smokes down to buy himself some more space, get some more cover. Jodley just harassing him with the vehicles. And another set of wheels now upon him. Jodley and Rahul, both of them just trying to pincer Varun, and they run him over.
What a finish coming in from Borderland Rising. Very, very tactical one as well. And with that being said, they will be the ones to take the chicken dinner. A very, very slow process, but again, slow and steady wins the race coming in from Borderland Rising. And this is a chicken dinner that they need to push themselves into the top 8. Or in this case, top 7, hopefully.
Yeah, and slow and steady wins the race. Unfortunately, this is not just a race, this is a marathon. And Borderland have displayed a lot of good decisions. Even in Miramar, they managed to avoid so many of those fights, stray away from danger. Even in this game, they had the best position, right? And they had access to all the fights. They could have shot anybody at any time, but they decided to maintain their resources, conserve their ammo, and strike when the iron is hot. Their patience pays off.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, props towards Borderland Rising. They find themselves a chicken dinner, and fortunately for them, you know, all the groups, they are going to be playing 6 matches in total, and they were finally down to the halfway mark for Group 2 as well. In this case, Borderland Rising is pretty comfortable in the top 7, which is a good thing for them.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
What a diverse group you've seen today.
Yeah.
On one hand, you have frag-hungry teams like Blitz. On the other hand, you have extremely tactical teams like Borderland Rising. I love the variety we're seeing over here.
Exactly. We were looking for the best of the best, right? And in this case, it gives opportunity for the undergods as well to actually to shine in this situation. And we saw a little bit of undergods, but in case you missed out on action, this is going to be some of the highlights here when things went down in this final match. Renaissance Esports, they were the ones that had a little bit running down to the south side here. Had to go through ditches and clutches to find pixels of pushing their way into the next phase zone. But Ocean Rivals, they were the ones that gatekeep in the southeast corner with the compound, which allowed them to find so many openings and punishing people from the southern approach. But eventually, Relentless Esports, they had to pull out every single card, right? Considering that they were struggling to find space, they somehow still managed to last themselves into a top 7 finish.
Yeah, I am really starting to question what happened to Aerobots, because they had such a good position right outside of the Pachinki churches, but then they lost to Blitz. I also love this entire crash-in by Borderland Rising. I think this might just have been the only aggressive moment where they full sent it in with their vehicles. Apart from that, they were just holding really nicely.
Yeah, they were holding in that house for the longest of time, right? Like, Borderland Rising has the perfect utilities of making sure that, hey, we've got enough resources to take this fight. And even the final zone, you could see everybody had no vehicles, not enough smokes, not enough nades to converse into the fight. And Borderland Rising just had the numbers, the vehicles to just go for aggressive push like this. And on top of it all, while they're doing these pushes, nobody is going to be able to punish them, because of the fact that if they do, they're exposing themselves, their location, to the rest of the teams, which is a good thing.
They're leveraging that risk so well. Another team which I would like to talk about, who is somewhat good at leveraging risk, and I say somewhat only because they overstayed their welcome, it's Error Esports. The moment they found their opportunity to get the frags on Team Elite Warriors right outside of the Pachinki Church, they stayed there. And they took pot shots at every single team who was passing in the vicinity.
Yeah.
But of course, they didn't move quickly enough, so they were kind of screwed by the zone.
Agreed. A little bit unfortunate for them, but of course, all things considered, guess what? Our sponsors of the realme BGMI 2025 is none other than realme P3 Pro 5G. Is currently out at 21,999, which you can search it up on Flipkart. Just search up realme P3 Pro 5G, and if you guys are looking to actually get yourself a potential realme P3 Pro 5G, you can also participate by just looking up onto the Crafted India Esports Instagram profile. It is a way for you to win this beautiful, beautiful phone, which also glows in the dark.
Am I allowed to put in my entry as well?
Yes, you can, but so far, according to us, the heist has already begun. Necro and Johnny is not here for a reason. We have already missed out on 2 phones so far, which is a little bit unfortunate. But for you guys, it is a very, very opportunistic moment for you guys. Maybe you still have a little bit more chance. And on top of it all, guess what? It does have instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz and segment stable 90 FPS performances that give you that upper edge in taking quick reaction fights in BGMI itself.
Yeah, and if you have this phone, you will definitely be the MVP for one of these games. Upgrade today. Speaking of the MVP, there were some clear candidates in the last 2 games. I can't tell who's the MVP for this game. I mean, not one particular player was outshining the rest. Of course, there were some really nice moments.
I think Ayush would be a very, very good contention here, considering that he himself got like 6 finishes, even though they were wiped out like 5th place, 6th place. But without further ado, let's take a look at who the MVP is. For now, it seems to be, it is going to be Naman from Rivals Apex, because he single-handedly wiped out the northwest corner and survived for a decent amount of position points with 6 finishes. So well done to Naman.
Yeah.
Rival Apex.
Rival Apex. I mean, didn't he just finish off the entirety of Team Swag by himself? 2 of them with a single nade? Yeah, that kind of makes sense why he's the MVP of this game. 757 damage. Following closely behind is Virus from Blitz. It's not Bro is Pro who's shining this time.
Yeah, Bro is Pro was the first one to get taken out. He only got 1 finisher, which is a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, it wasn't Ayush, but Virus is there. But Ayush is also on the 4th position as well with 3 finishes himself. John Lay with 4 finishes from the side Borderland. You do see Ironclad as well being in the vicinity here for this top 5 of this overall standings. But all things considered, let's take a look at the match from Marine here. We do have a total of 4 vehicle finishes, but 8 grenade finishes. And guess what? The highest, longest finish of today is going to be from Fouls from Aerobots here with 388-meter shot. So that is a very, very long shot coming from Aerobots.
Surprisingly very less healing, 6,700. Kind of less than the rest of the numbers we've seen today, indicating that all the fights were very decisive. Borderland Rising, of course, with 18 points, followed closely by Ocean Rivals, and they have the exact same finishes. Blitz, of course, once again going frag hungry. I do believe they had the potential to clutch out the entire game if they didn't lose one of their members to a stray nade in the last fight. But good improvement from rival Apex, considering how early they lost their members. I did not think they would be able to make it to the top 5.
Yeah, even Aerobots and also Terror Esports did really well here. They got themselves 9 points and 8 points. In the second half here, D4T also had a little bit of run in, which is unfortunate considering that they had one of the longest fights in Georgia with 5 points. But the rest of the world here seems to be struggling to secure points and positioning in this game in general. And this is going to be a very big blow to them if they are trying to catch themselves into the top 7. And as of now, on top of the overall standing, Blitz Gaming stands on top with 50 points, followed by Ocean Rivals 37, 27 for Borderland Rising, and Arrow Esports with 26. Renaissance also doing pretty well here in top 5 here, 22 points. Rival Apex is 20 points, and D4T Official narrowly on the cutoff, which is on 7th place with 18 points, but Terror Esports is not that far behind here with 8th place, 16 points.
Yeah, I mean, they just need one of these massive holds, another Pochinki Church fight, and they should be able to propel themselves into the top 7. There's not a lot of buffer between them. Although I do feel very concerned for Team 4-Man Legacy, because even in Miramar, remember there was this one fight where they were just taking stray finishes from like half a mile away, but they couldn't do it again and again.
Agreed, but at the same time, so Aerobots Esports, one of the grind teams currently in this position with 10th place, and this is not looking good for them here. We have down towards the halfway point, and they are going to be on the teams from the grind, which in this case may be eliminated by tomorrow, considering the fact that they are playing a total of 6 matches, right? So I'm curious to see if any of the casters' prediction was spot on today's position of who on making it to the top 8, because as of now, I know for a fact that I'm out, you're out, Measy is out because Aerobots was in 10th place.
Dude, Salty predicted Blitz.
Right.
I'm pretty sure Salty only predicted this team because they're from the same hometown as him.
Ah, fair enough. Kolkata seems to be the home ground here for Blitz as well, and he's very happy about supporting home ground teams here, so it makes a little bit of sense. But game so tag, we've got rival Apex also making a little bit improvements, but seems to me K4C from round 1 also doing pretty okay themselves. But again, I think the biggest winner's gotta be Salty, 100%, because number 1, right?
Yeah.
Undeniable.
Undeniable. Half century for this team. 50 points in their pockets already. And I don't think even with their performance tomorrow, even if they fail, I don't think they're going to be dethroned.
Yeah, I don't think so as well, because it is usually the cutoff is somewhere around 30 to 40 points here, somewhere around there.
They're well
especially
above
for the bottom 7. Yeah, right now they're pretty okay. But all things considered, I'm curious to see who's going to be in the top 7 and who's going to be in top 8 as well, because like we said as well, the top 7 of each group will be advancing into its round 3, whereas the 8th place, we have to see the 16 teams out of all the groups from on the 8th position with the highest points, and only the top 16 from that will be advancing to that. So it is going to be a little bit of a tough spot, but we will have to see how all these teams perform, because for now, we're closing out for Group 1 and Group 2 in the halfway point today.
Yeah, it's a halfway point for both of these groups. We will see them compete again tomorrow. 3 matches for each group, and at the end of those 3 matches for either teams, we will have the top 7 from these 2 groups. I do believe we know who one of them is going to be already.
Exactly.
And I can't really predict who will the other teams be, because the teams from 5th to 7th position are really close to each other.
Agreed. And for these guys watching it as well here, we have to conclude this segment as of yet. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Cribcast. We will be seeing you guys tomorrow again. Same place, same price. See you guys tomorrow.